That traffic-stopping body, those inhuman eyes. What would she do to him with that body? More important, what would she do with those eyes? A razor raked his throat. Blood pissed out his neck, a shiny redness spritzing against the night. Fuck it all to hell. He didn't even feel it. Carlene's hands were moving between her legs, fingers feathering that space between. Her breasts were so big, way bigger than he ever remembered, though he was an ass man by trade. So big they threw round shadows down her rib cage. There came the sound of a wet, shredding, rubbery fart. Cyril almost yelped laughter. Sweet Jesus, someone just ripped their britches. A real denim burster. Except he knew that wasn't it. In a far-off, unreal, daydreamy sense, he understood that some other part of his anatomy was responsible for that noise. It was the sound of something opening up, and something else slipping out. In some distant chamber of his mind, which sat beside a second chamber where something small and helpless gibbered in mindless fear, he realized that he also had a thudding erection. A stiffy, as they were called, a peg-pounder, a cunt-corker, a bon... He saw something else now, standing behind Carlene, a bigger shape, tall, pale, kind of pear-shaped, playing some kind of musical instrument. A flute, was it? Cyril was halfway through the razor wire. It was slicing him to ribbons. Who cared? It was good. He would go to Carlene and she would fix him. With her lips and tongue and tits and her perfect pink pussy. Her love. More than anything, that's what Cy needed. The love of a good woman. That's why he'd gone wayward. Followed the bad path. But he'd change all that. Him and Carlene together. Cy jerked his leg. There was a long cold sizzle down his calf, and then that leg was free. He climbed down the other side of the fence. He felt heavy all over, the soddenness of his clothes sopping with blood, plus a brick-like heaviness of mind. But it would be over soon. It would be fucking beautiful. He staggered toward Carlene, the lights of Little Heaven reduced until there was no light at all. When he spun, laughing a little, he couldn't see the chapel or bunkhouses, just that vast darkness peering back at him. Who gave a flying fuck anyway? He had Carlene. Jesus, he'd treated her bad, hadn't he? He'd been young, an animal. Could you fault him? Any creature is only the sum of its instincts and interests, right? But Cy could change. She could declaw him. He'd be okay to stand for that now. He'd be a kitten for her. He'd curl right up in her lap. Dimly, so dimly now, Cyril understood that he was dead, or he would be soon, in a way he had never imagined. The human mind lacks a capacity to embrace such oddities of fate. He was a mess, woozy as blood leaked out of him from a dozen fleshy rips. He smiled, the dopey grin of a child, but a small, helpless voice, locked in the deepest cells of his brain, continued to scream without ceasing. And Carlene was right fucking there. Just bam, ripe as a plucked peach. The years peeled away and they were both young again. Wouldn't that be just the best? To live forever as you once were, back when you could run half a mile at a dead sprint, drink a six-pack, and then fuck like a rabbit? Yeah, that was the ticket. She opened her arms. The flute's music rose to a weird pitch that made his ears itch. Carlene. Baby. Carlene's face started to change, to bubble and run, and worse things. Oh, so much worse. Which was when Cyril Neeps began to scream for real, and for a long, long time. But of course not one soul in Little Heaven heard a thing. 30. Eli's back. Nate awoke lathered in sweat, clutching his belly as if he'd been stabbed. These two words echoed within his mind. Nate got up. The bunkhouse floor was icy on his bare feet. He went to the window. The moon was a ghost behind a smear of thin night clouds. A security lamp burned weakly. Yesterday, Nate had overheard that gasoline was running low, so the generators were running at half power. Wind licked through paper-thin slits around the window frame. Nate shivered. He clenched his jaw. Stop it. Don't be a baby. He glanced at his father, who slept with a pinched look on his face. Distantly, Nate heard the notes of a flute. Thin, high notes that held no melody, more the random, inharmonious notes the wind might make as it blew through a dry reed. Yet there was something compelling about the sound, frighteningly so. Nate moved toward the bunkhouse door. He was barely where he was doing it. His arms were overtaken by the numbness he'd felt when a dentist stuck a needle in his gums before filling a cavity. His hand was wrapped around the doorknob. He looked at his fingers clasping it and thought, isn't that weird? It took an enormous effort, summoned from a part of his brain he had never accessed, to activate his other hand and hook his fingers to the window frame. Grindingly, teeth set, he dragged himself back to the window. His fingers pulled away from the doorknob, which felt as warm as a penny clutched in a hot fist. "Daddy," he whispered in a hoarse rasp. His father did not stir. Nate stared out at the compound. Just shadows, shifting and swirling. He's back. Eli Rathbone. Nate saw him. Nate knew it was Eli, even though he didn't look much like his old self. Eli didn't really look human anymore. The bold strokes were still there, sure. Eli had 2 arms, 2 legs. But everything else was off. That was one of his mom's pet words. The old man who sat in the public parks watching kids play with hungry eyes was off. The neighborhood boy who used to walk down the sidewalk after a rainstorm eating every wriggling worm he could find was off. "You know off when you see it," his mom used to say. Eli Rathbone was naked, his skin white as the chalk dust they spread on the base paths at the Ball Diamond. He radiated a sick glow, like those deep-sea fish whose bodies produce their own light. He was so skinny now that Nate could see each of his ribs, even the short one at the bottom. His head was just a skull covered in onion skin. His arms were elongated, the arms of an orangutan. He did not seem to walk so much as float. He ghosted across the compound under the sputtering light of the security lamps. Shadows pooled under his feet, shadows that seemed to bristle with a powerful intensity, like a collection of tiny individual shadows all huddled together. That flute music zephyred through the air. Each note bristled with an intensity that quilled the hairs on Nate's neck. He wished he hadn't woken up. A helplessness rose up in him, this sense that he and everyone else in Little Heaven had been tricked. Though he could not articulate it, he felt the same way an animal in a snare must feel as the trapper's footsteps approached through the glen. Eli's head swiveled. His eyes pinned Nate. Eli's eyes were black as tar. Nate felt totally naked, as if his body had been touched with a powerful spotlight. Eli smiled. His teeth were all gone. His skin sagged. It was the smile of a 1,000,000-year-old infant. Eli passed out of sight beyond the edge of the bunkhouse that belonged to the Rasmussen family, John and Anna and their daughter Elsa, who had been nice to Nate when he first showed up. That ended when she started to play the games dreamed up by Eli and the Red Hill brothers. All the children had slowly given themselves over to cruelty. It was like watching a sickness spread, and now everyone was infected. He stood at the window for a span of pulseless seconds. Then he went to his father's bed. "Dad," he said, "get up." He shook his father. His dad's eyes stayed closed, a clenched expression fixed on his face. "Dad, come on, please." His father mumbled and rolled over. Nate returned to the window. A squalid darkness overhung Little Heaven. Nothing moved. Not a single insect buzzed around the exterior lamps. Then they came around the edge of the Rasmussen's bunkhouse. Eli Rathbone came first, followed by Elsa Rasmussen. Then the Red Hill boys, Elton and Billy, linked hand to hand to hand. Elsa wore pajamas with a pattern of umbrellas. Billy and Elton only wore their underwear, their undeveloped chests pocked in goose flesh. They did not walk so much as skip, as if they were playing some schoolyard game. 1, 2, skip to my loo, my darling. They passed under the spotlight. They weren't just holding hands. Their skin was melted together like sticks of wax, heated with a Zippo, then pressed together, an ugly mess of flesh welded into a distended knot. They skipped along, Eli leading, toward a spot in the fence where the darkness collected in a narrow slit. As one, their heads swiveled in perfect unison to Nate. His groin went tight, then seemed to splinter apart, little terror spiders scuttling up and down through his body, turning his knees to jelly and shooting pins and needles down his fingertips. Dreamily, in a state of near-paralyzing horror, Nate backed away from the window. He went to his father again. "Dad," he said, finding his voice. "Wake up! Wake up!" Nate's fingers clawed into his father's neck. He shook him as hard as he could. He would sink his teeth into his father's shoulder next, anything to rouse him. "What's that?" his father said, his voice thick with sleep. "Get up! Get up!" Reggie sat up. The fear in Nate's voice must have penetrated his fogged brain. "What, Nate?" "Come look," he said, hauling on his father's arm. "Please, quick." "Nate, what's the matter with you?" His father gazed at Nate with a look of confused apathy. His father had never been the most independent thinker. After his near-death experience, he'd become fond of phrases like, "The Lord's will governs all things." But now he too often wore this deeply bewildered expression. It made Nate angry. His father had checked his brain at the gates of little heaven, which left Nate to make the grown-up decisions. "Get up!" Obediently, Nate's father followed him to the window. Eli and the others were almost out of sight as they skipped into the widening dark. "Look!" Nate said, pointing. His father followed Nate's finger. Then his eyes did a funny thing. They kind of went soapy and retracted into their sockets, like a turtle's head tucking into its shell. "Look at what?" His voice seemed to come from the corner of the bunkhouse instead of his mouth. Nate gazed at him with a mixture of shock and disbelief. "That's Eli, Dad. Eli and Elsa Rasmussen and the Red Hills, Elton and Billy. Can't you see them, Dad? Right there?" His father laughed, the laugh of a person desperately trying to find the humor in something that isn't funny at all. A car crash, or a public execution, or a yellowy old body toppling out of its casket at a funeral. "There's nothing out there, Nate. You're imagining things." His father wouldn't look at him. Nate's disbelief shaded into dread as a sinister realization began to dawn on him. Either his father couldn't actually see what Nate was seeing. Some protective part of his brain had switched on, erasing the four gruesome children from his sight. Or else, and this possibility was unspeakably worse, they were seeing the exact same thing, only his father was either too terrified or too cowardly to acknowledge it. "Oh, Dad, Dad, please." "There's nothing out there," his father said robotically. "Not a thing." A profound desolation settled over Nate. He felt alone in a way he'd never thought possible. He might as well be at the farthest reaches of the universe, at the point where all light died. "Go back to bed, Nate. You're being silly." His father turned. Nate got the sense of his dad's body as a tightly coiled spring on the verge of snapping. He ruffled Nate's hair. His fingers were hard and his nails too long. It was like being raked with sharp twigs. He lay down on his bed, his back to Nate. Nate's gaze fled to the window. Eli and the others had vanished, but he could see something in that rip of darkness. Just an outline. A figure, far too tall to be human. Long-legged and long-armed, with a giant cask belly. It capered and jigged with evident merriment. Smaller shapes, children-sized ones, danced around it. The discordant melody of the flute cut through the night. The shape retreated. The smaller shapes followed it into the wooded dark. 31. Amos Flesher awoke to the sounds of his empire crumbling. He was unceremoniously hauled out of a contented sleep, a dream where the world was covered with living black oil and he had the only rowboat. The voice bubbled up from the oil, whispering and hissing. Next, hysterical shouts, names hollered over and over. "Elsa! Elsa! Billy! Elton! Oh, God! Oh, God, it's happened again. Elsa! Next, rapping on his door. Reverend! He opened the door only to be confronted with the agonized faces of several worshippers. Maud and Terry Redhill, the Rasmussens, a few more. She's gone, Anna Rasmussen screamed. Our baby girl! Worshippers were streaming into the square by then, their faces bloated with sleep. The Reverend's mind whirled as he processed the situation, calculating the new configuration of things, and finding his own angle within it. Calm down, he said. Tell me what happened. She's gone, Anna Rasmussen screamed harpishly. Our daughter! Her bed was empty this morning. And Billy and Elton's too, said Terry Redhill. Amos's mind clicked and ratcheted. You're telling me... Reverend, they're gone, Maud Redhill spat. They've been taken just like Eli Rathbone got took. Everyone watched the Reverend. Amos was struck by how sick they all looked, their bodies withered, their postures sunken. Their weakness made him ill. His gaze twigged on Reggie Longpree and his son. There was something in their faces he couldn't intuit and didn't entirely care for. Have the grounds been searched? He said. Every nook, every cranny? Nobody spoke. The Reverend sensed their collective uncertainty and needled through that gap. Search the compound, he said. Everyone now. They could be hiding somewhere. A game to them. It's not a game, shouted Anna. They're gone, taken into the woods, gone just like Eli and Eli's parents. We don't know that, Sister Rasmussen. I understand that we should have left, all of us, as soon as Eli went missing and then came back. His worshippers' faces reflected a vaporous panic, now laced with a hint of resentment directed toward Amos himself. He must step nimbly here. Search the grounds, he said emphatically. I must confer with the Lord our God, seeking his guidance. The worshippers reluctantly dispersed. Anna Rasmussen glanced over her shoulder at him, a poisonous, hateful glare. Amos pictured his hands closing around her throat and tightening until her eyes filled with blood. Cyril's gone too. Amos turned to find Virgil Swicker standing beside him. What? Sigh. Virgil looked spooked. Can't find him anywhere. The Reverend's mouth filled with bitter saliva. He could barely contain the nervous energy building inside of him. He wanted to scream to let it free. If he's not there, then who is watching the boy? Off Virgil's stunned silence, Amos started across the square at a fast clip. He had to restrain himself from breaking into a run. Virgil tagged along on his heels. He reached the bunkhouse where Eli Rathbone was being held. Cyril's chair was empty. Amos took a deep breath and unfastened the padlock. The bunkhouse was empty. Only the fetid stink of the boy's now absent body remained. Amos closed and locked the door again. You keep your mouth shut, he said to Virgil, who nodded in docile assent. Amos needed a plan. Quickly. He sized up his options. 1, they could abandon Little Heaven. But if the children really were missing, nobody would agree to that with the little bastard still lost in the woods. 2, they could accuse someone of taking all 4 children. A scapegoat or scapegoats. By Amos's count, there were 2 possibilities. He cocked his head as if to catch the strident bleating of the goats best suited to his purposes, those whose necks could be most easily slit. Go to the outsiders' quarters, he said. Do not let them leave. A frantic search ensued. The compound was scoured. The children were not found. By the time the worshippers returned to the square, Amos was ready. I held palaver with the Lord, he said, and I heard his voice, clear and unfiltered. The faces of the worshippers changed. They went from fearful, perhaps even slightly mistrustful, to enrapt. Even that bitch Anna Rasmussen, with her hopeful red-rimmed eyes. They wanted answers, which was all people like them ever wanted. Any answer at all, so they didn't have to think on their own. The evil comes from outside, he said, from those not pure of heart or spirit. We opened our door to them as good and God-fearing folk must, and they have repaid our kindness with malice of the deepest and most hateful nature. He pointed at the bunkhouse shared by the English faggot and the burn-faced woman. Them. They are the evil that has come as a plague upon us. This was a smart bet, and the shrewdest move Amos could make under the circumstances. His flock was already suspicious of the outsiders. Cyril and Virgil had overheard their whispers and filtered them back to him. It would be an easy pill to swallow. They wanted to swallow it. He watched their faces. Sweat trickled down his neck and soaked his collar. He had worked hard, so hard, for years to put these people under his yoke. They trusted him, or they had until just lately. One by one, their faces began to reflect this. They began to believe. Yes, of course. The evil lurked as it always did in the hearts of men, and the 4 outsiders had come from far away, bringing a terrible curse with them. They were the devil's Trojan horse. Little heaven had accepted and sheltered them, only to be poisoned by them. The Reverend's people needed a target to channel their rage and fear into. All Amos had to do was provide one. "Get them," he said. Ebenezer observed the morning's proceedings with a gathering sense of doom. He'd leapt out of bed when those agonized screams shattered the calm. He landed on both feet. His ankle was quite a bit better. He could put almost his full weight on it. He and Ellen watched people gather in front of the Reverend's place. He opened the door and listened. Ellen was at his elbow. "Oh, God," she whispered when they overheard the little Heavenites tell the Reverend about the new missing kids. But her nephew was safe. Eb saw the boy standing beside his stoop-shouldered loaf of a father. Ellen told Eb that she wanted to help with the search of the compound. "You should, if only to show your empathy," he said. "But I can't go." "Why not?" "My ankle." "You're fine," Ellen said. "You're walking on it now." "Yes, but I don't want them to know that." "Why not?" Ebenezer thought about quoting Sun Tzu, but thought better of it. Ellen said, "Fine, do whatever you want," and began to pull her boots on. But then Virgil, the more moronic of the Reverend's 2 lapdogs, showed up. "You're not going anywhere," he announced. "Why not?" said Ellen. "Reverend's orders." After that, the compound was searched. The kids were not found. Worshippers rounded back into the square. Ebenezer listened at the shut door, trying to catch what the Reverend was saying. "I believe this stands to end poorly for us," he said to Ellen. They watched out the bunkhouse window. The Reverend pointed in their direction. A group of supplicants began to stalk toward them. Next, the door swung open, and the denizens of Little Heaven poured in. A red-faced man rushed Eb. He kicked the man in the knee. The man screamed and twisted aside, but another man steamed in behind him and clocked Ebenezer spang in the face. Jesus! Was it very Christian, was it? Ebenezer reeled to see Ellen crushed under a weight of bodies. She was being dragged outside. The man who'd slugged Ebenezer came at him again, big, with a baleful glare in his eyes. The father of the missing girl, Eb was pretty sure. He pinned Ebenezer's arms to his sides. Eb brought a knee up into his gut. Eb felt slightly bad doing so, the man's agonies being what they were. Undeterred, the menfolk of Little Heaven hurled themselves at him. Ebenezer tagged a few others with solid shots as they rushed him, but ultimately they got him down, hit him until he could taste his own blood, and hauled him into the harsh morning sunshine. "You took the children," the Reverend said. "The 4 of you planned it, and the other 2 executed it. They are holding them now, aren't they? You thought that we wouldn't catch you out? The Lord has laid your plans bare." "Why would we take them?" Eb spat blood. "That makes no sense. Can't you see that?" What did these people think they were, a roaming quartet of kidnappers combing the woods for isolated camps so they could poach children? It wasn't logical, but Eb knew logic had a way of dissolving in circumstances like this. Fear and worry ate into reason like acid, making the most ludicrous possibilities seem plausible. "Oh, but isn't the devil a coy liar?" The Reverend's lips fleered into a manic grin. "The father of lies! Do you think you could prey on our most innocent ones? Did you think the Lord and his humble servants would not strike you down for your vile trespasses?" "How did nobody hear?" Eb said. 3 kids are gone." 4, said the Reverend. "Eli Rathbone is missing again, too." A strangled moan from somewhere in the crowd at this news. "Snatched from his bed like the others," the Reverend plowed on. "But you knew that, didn't you?" 4 kids gone, Ebb said, swallowing the blood collecting in the back of his throat. And nobody heard anything? How could that be? The Reverend said, Satan has his ways. His minions, too. A voice broke out of the crowd. Where is Cyril? The worshippers peeled back. Otis Langtree stood there, flanked by Charlie Fairweather. They were caked in trail dust, wearing backpacks. Ebb figured they had just recently rounded back into the compound. The Reverend stood stunned. A wristwatch stopped mid-tick. What? Cyril, Otis repeated. Your man. You two left the compound, said the Reverend with a leaden swallow. Isn't that right? You left with the other outsiders. Where did you go? They wanted to get their gear, said Otis, from their campground. We guided them back. We would have been back sooner, but we got turned around. He bit the inside of his cheek. Lost all track of time. Hours that neither one of us can account for. Something's gone real screwy in those woods, Reverend. And the first thing we noticed coming back is that Cyril, he ain't standing watch over Eli's quarters like he was the other night. Charlie squinted at Amos Flesher, a bold, assessing glance. Is he still here, Reverend? Cyril, I mean? He anywhere about? Weird voltages raced under the Reverend's face. He should be. Ebenezer watched the scene unfold with keen interest. It was happening fast, but then the balance, when it swung, often did so swiftly. Reverend, said Otis, if Cyril's not anywhere to be found— A meaningful pause, with a nod to Ebb and Ellen. With all due respect, I think you might have chased the wrong dog here. I'm not certain these are your culprits. The congregants murmured among themselves. Charlie and Otis were two of the most respected persons at Little Heaven. Reverend Flesher's eyes went hard. The Lord has spoken to me, Brother Langtree. These are his words. Otis's head dropped. No, thought Ebenezer. Don't let him cow you. Be a man for once in your goddamn life. Then slowly, Otis's head rose again. Bloody good show. There's the iron in that spine. Reverend, I've been with you for many years, Otis said. I followed you, and I'm going to keep on following. But I think this one time you got your signals crossed up. Another murmur raced through the throng, an electric one this time. Dissent, discord. Ebenezer felt a shifting of the tide, a physical, almost visual swing, like the bubble in a carpenter's level. We've been with those other two, said Charlie, the outsiders. We took them back to their camp, like I said. We left them many miles shy of Little Heaven, but they ain't running away. They aim to return. I don't forecast they should arrive much before dark, if so at all tonight. All that's to say, they weren't nowhere near here last night, said Otis. And these two, said Charlie with a nod at Ebb and Ellen, they've been in their bunkhouse all this time, ain't that right? The Reverend's face shaded pig-belly pink. Ebb could practically see the gears inside his skull burning out in stinking puffs of smoke. All things considered, I think Cyril might be your man, said Otis. You take that back, Virgil said tremblingly. Otis ignored him. It might not have been Cyril. Snatching 4 kids right out of their beds, quiet as a whisper, that'd be a tough job for a whole team of men. So, it could have been something else. What else could it be? The mother of the missing boys said despairingly. Charlie shot Otis an angry look. Nothing, said Charlie. It's not worth talking about now. We have to search the woods, he went on, not looking at the Reverend. In groups, Otis stressed. 4 or 5 people to a search party. And if we don't find them by mid-afternoon, we send a delegation out to get a proper search team, said Charlie. Helicopters, sniffer dogs, and whatnot. I second that idea, Brother Fairweather, said the missing girl's mother. Oh, please, let's do that. The fathers of the missing children nodded to each other. One of them went over and helped Ellen up. Another man hauled Ebenezer to his feet. There were no apologies. They couldn't quite bring themselves to do that, not in front of the Reverend. That small kindness rendered, the men and their wives headed toward the gates. Otis and Charlie followed behind them. We'll pitch in, Ebenezer called after them. Charlie accepted the offer with a nod. Ebb and Ellen began to make their way toward the gates too. The remaining worshippers stepped aside to let them pass. But you can't, Ebb heard the Reverend say. Only a few had stayed with Reverend Flesher: Doc Lewis, Nate's father, an unidentified man with the carbuncled face of a toad, and the cook. "The Lord will punish you," Flesher shouted. "Take heed, brethren, lest there be in any of you an evil heart of unbelief in departing for the living God." His voice rose to an impotent screech. His face knotted in rage. "The Almighty shall smite you for flouting the word of his earthbound prophet." "Oh, shut up, you twat," Ebenezer muttered and kept going. 32. Micah and Minerva arrived back at Little Heaven with dusk coming on. In the waning light they could see torches burning between the trees. "Not again," said Minerva. "Please, no." Their return had been remarkably uneventful. When the morning sun washed over the Preston school, the field lay empty. Maybe the creatures had an aversion to daylight because they were nowhere to be seen. Micah and Minnie hiked through the day, talking little, and made it back in time to hear the shouts ringing out from the woods surrounding the compound, names being called in hoarse, frightened voices. They walked through Little Heaven's main gates, which had been left unguarded. Was everyone out in the woods? A generator chugged sluggishly, powering the overhead spots, but Micah couldn't help noticing that the bulbs flickered, blinking out for half a second before burning again. His eye roamed over the compound under the faltering lights, settling on the windowless bunkhouse that the boy Eli had been held in. Neither Cyril nor Virgil was occupying the guard post. He walked over. A busted padlock lay near the door. He turned the knob. The door opened into a small room. The smell was foul. The bed was empty, but there was a gluey stain on the mattress. "How bad do you figure things are?" said Minerva, joining him. Micah said, "Bad." They dropped their packs off at their bunkhouse. Their weapons they kept. Finding nobody about, Micah wandered to the edge of Little Heaven while Minerva changed into fresh clothes. The children's playground sat forlorn in the dusk. Micah sat on one of the swings and watched the torches bob through the forest. The sky was the red of a blood blister, the sun's final rays pooling behind the trees. He had never been scared of nightfall. Even as a child, he'd welcomed the darkness. But bad things tended to happen at night in Little Heaven. Those same terrible things might happen in the day, too, soon enough, but at least they would be able to see them coming. Ellen Belhaven appeared on the other side of the fence. Her clothes were smudged with dirt and sap. "Hey," she said to Micah. "Hey." She entered through the gates and sat on the swing beside him. Her eyes were encircled by dark rings like washers. A goose egg sat high on her forehead. "Were you hit?" Micah said. She nodded. Rage flared inside him. She put a hand on his shoulder. "I'm fine," she said, and related the morning's events. Micah closed his eye and rocked on the swing. "How many this time?" 3 children. 2 brothers and a little girl," Ellen said. "And Eli's gone again, too. We've been searching all day. I'm worried." "Yes." "I can't see things getting any better." "No." "This isn't about Nate anymore. We should all get out, every person here." "There was a chance we could have, but now, the kids." Ellen nodded. "We can't leave without them. It would be," she sighed, "hate to use the word, but it would be unchristian of us." "The Reverend?" "I don't know how much power his word holds anymore," Ellen said. "People are scared, Micah. Really, really scared." Micah felt that fear seeping out of the woods, where all of Little Heaven was searching for those kids. He could almost smell it coming out of Ellen's pores, too. He had known that fear himself, years ago. It was kindling in him again now. Fear finds a home in you. That was a lesson Micah had learned at some price. It finds the softest spots imaginable and sets up residence. That place behind your knees, where the nerves bundle up, buckling them. Inside your lungs, pinching the air out of them. Within your head, spreading like fungus. Fear will make you abandon those you care for, even those you claim to love. The people you tell yourself you'd save, sacrificing your body for theirs if it ever came to that. And hypothetically, yes, you would. At least in those dream scenarios we all concoct. The burning houses, the crazed gunman. You'd risk that heat or take that bullet. In a man's fantasies, he always does the right thing. But sometimes a man must face the absolute reality of his fear, and he'll discover that terror can chew him up and turn him into something else, a monster of wrath or of cowardice. That man finds himself inhabiting the skin of a total stranger, except not really. It is the creature he becomes in the pressure cooker. Fear can warp a man, turn him into a repellent specimen whom he never thought he could be, not in a million years. Micah knew. He'd seen it. He'd lived it. In the summer of 1953, a month before the war ended, Micah had found 2 American soldiers torturing a Korean POW. The incident was being overseen by Captain Luther Beechwood, Micah's commander. Beechwood was the classic Southern dandy, the sort of man whose father drank sweet tea on the porch of the plantation manor where his forebears had had their slaves whipped in the dooryard. The POW was a kid, 18. He was strapped to a chair with baling twine inside an isolated shack on the edge of their encampment. The soldiers were busily cutting pieces of skin off his chest and arms. The POW's trousers were soaked with blood, and snot was bubbling out of his nose. "We're just letting some air into him, Private," Captain Beechwood told Micah. The soldiers were from Micah's unit. One was Lyle Sykes, fat, suffering from trench foot. He had a furtive and raddish air despite his girth. He was the sort of soldier whose skull you considered clandestinely putting a bullet into out of the sense that he was somehow more dangerous than the enemy. Declan Hooper was the other man, a good egg. Micah was not surprised to see Sykes at the scene of this atrocity, but Hooper was a shock. A sack sat at Captain Beechwood's feet. Inside, Micah caught the gleam of wire cutters, a hammer, some nails. The air was hot inside the shack, filled with the reek of blood. Micah said, "This is not to code." Micah was 20. He had grown up rough, and by then had done some rough business himself. But what was happening in the shack had nothing to do with the war. Micah understood that Beechwood and the other 2 men could have easily done the same to a U.S. soldier if they thought they could get away with it. "Private Shagru," Beechwood said in his plummy southern twang, "this man has information of a vital nature. We are simply endeavoring to extract it." Micah regarded them. Sykes, beefy and beady-eyed. Hooper, looking like a boy caught filching dimes from his mother's purse. But what Micah recalled powerfully was a personal dryness. His own fear leached the moisture out of his eyes and nose and mouth, his veins running thick, as if his blood had been mixed with flour. "You cannot," he said more firmly. Beechwood smiled. "We are, and we will." With that, Micah hit his CO in the face. Beechwood's nose cracked, and he fell back with a squawk. The Korean soldier moaned. Hooper and Sykes came on next, clouding Micah with closed fists. Micah fought back, but one of them clipped his chin and sent him crashing to the ground. Beechwood had recovered by then. They all put it to him, stomping his skull with their heavy mud-caked boots. "Enough," Beechwood announced, panting. "We'll kill him. Can't get away with that." They dragged Micah to the brig where he was imprisoned for assaulting his commanding officer. 1 month in a lightless cell, fed bread teeming with lice. By the time he got out, Captain Beechwood and the others had shipped out. He never knew what became of the Korean soldier. Once home, Micah nursed fantasies of hunting Beechwood down and doing to his former commander what Beechwood had done to the Korean. But Micah's tendency to square the scales was not so strong then. And anyway, some part of him understood the impulse. The 3 of them had been scared deep in their souls. Fear manifested in terrible ways, especially during wartime. It shows a man the face he didn't know he had. Later, Sykes and Hooper might have been remorseful, Hooper especially, waking with nightmares about what they had done. Beechwood, probably not. All men are built to different tolerances. Put in identical straits, they react differently. And those who act rightly, despite that crawling fear, cast shame upon those who cave into it. Quite simply, you never really know what type of person you are. Micah understood that now. A man can never tell which side of the line he lives on. He will exist forever ignorant until that moment, ruinous and unflinching, when he is forced to confront his hidden inner self. "Did you get everything from the camp?" Ellen asked, snapping Micah back to the present. Off Micah's nod, she said, "Any problems?" "We saw something." "What?" "Some creatures," was all Micah could say. "Animals?" "Not quite." He could tell she was about to launch into a barrage of questions about their encounter. Tiredly, he held up his hand to stop her. "They could be dangerous," he said. "That is the key point. They may have followed us back, or they have been here all along." "Did they attack you?" He shook his head. "Not yet." Not yet? How could he frame it? That those things had seemed more like prison guards than attack dogs? He didn't want to talk about it. Or about the Preston school, either. Both he and Minerva felt it would sow deeper fear within a group that was already crippled with it. Ellen said, "I made something for you." She reached into her pocket and came out with 3 small glass balls. "They're eyes," she said. "I made them in the glassworks." "You did not have to do that." "Nobody has to do anything, Micah. I did it because I wanted to. I tried to match the shade." She peered into his eye. "I think I got pretty close. Go on, try one." He took one from her palm. It looked like a marble, except with a credible human eye structure at its center. He reached for his eye patch, then hesitated. "It is not pretty," he said. "I don't imagine so." She feathered her burn scar with the fingers of her free hand. "At least yours can be covered up." He took the patch off. His empty socket had some lint in it, same as what collects in a belly button. He swabbed it out and tried to pop the glass eye into his socket. It wouldn't fit. "Wait a sec," said Ellen. She went to the pump and returned with a bucket of water. She dipped the eye and handed it back. The wet eye still didn't fit. It was too big. She handed him another one. "They're slightly different sizes." He dipped the second eye in the water. This one slipped past his eyelid and into his socket. He could feel it bumping around. "Too small." "Aha, it's like the 3 bears," she said. "Porridge too hot, porridge too cold." She held up the third and last eye. "Let's hope this one's just right." Micah winked. The second eye popped out of his socket. He tried the last one. It fit pretty well. "Let's take a look," Ellen said. It's drifting left. I'll center it." She put her finger on the eye. Micah felt it move. "There," she clapped. "Perfect. You look like less of a desperado now. You can get a square-jawed job after this, a cashier, a bank teller." Now Micah smiled. "Those would suit me fine." He could picture it. The little house in the burbs, the white picket fence, the 9 to 5. Ellen was part of it too, a goofy fantasy, but still, he could see it. "Can I ask?" he said, touching his face, the spot where Ellen's was burned. She faced away from him. Had he spoken out of turn? "A bold ask, Mr. Chagru," she said. She remained silent for a spell. Then she faced him and said, "When someone can no longer scare you into doing what they want you to do, well, let's just say they resort to other tactics." She pumped her legs and started to swing. Her eyes did not leave his own. "You don't know how bad someone is sometimes," she said, "because at first, none of that badness is evident. It's all goodness, or if not outright goodness, then at least nothing especially cruel. That's my problem. I like guys with an edge. But there's edge, and then there's edge, and when I was younger, I couldn't tell the difference. My sister's the same way." She pumped her legs harder. The swing carried her up and down. The hinges squeaked. "So when you finally see that badness, Micah, you're kind of wed to it. That badness doesn't want to let you go. And it gets angrier and angrier that you won't bend to it the way it thinks you should. It's pissed that you aren't scared of it anymore, so it tries to make you scared again. any old way it can. Said a voice behind them. Hey. Micah craned his neck to see Ellen's nephew, Nate. Ellen dragged her feet through the dirt, bringing the swing to a stop. What are you doing here? She said. Isn't someone watching you kids? I snuck away. Ellen said, God, Nate, someone has to know where you are at all times. Nate sawed his forearm across his nose. Sorry. Ellen went over to him, hugged him fiercely. The boy didn't protest. I'm sorry I didn't say anything this morning, he said, when they dragged you and the other man out of your house. Like what? Ellen said. What could you have said? Nate breathed in and let it out in a shivering exhale. He mumbled something too garbled for Micah to understand. What did you say? Said Ellen. I said I saw them last night, Eli and Elsa in the Red Hills. The story poured out of the boy. He told them that Eli had come back last night. Nate had seen the 4 children daisy-chained together, hand to hand. Something about flute music from the woods. That detail raised the short hairs on the back of Micah's neck. Nate's last sight of the children was of them dancing around some enormous shape that the boy could not name. Do I sound crazy? Nate asked when he was done. Ellen said, No, you don't sound crazy, not at all. Micah did not know how to take Nate's story, though it was clear the boy believed it. But then the thing he had glimpsed at their old campsite the other night wasn't believable either, and it had been real enough. Did you tell your father? Micah asked. The boy's chest hitched. He didn't see anything, or, I don't know, maybe he couldn't. He said I was imagining it, that there was nothing. Ellen hugged Nate again. We believe you, Nate, okay? Nate sucked back snot. He had nearly cried, but then he hadn't. We're going to get out of here, Ellen said. This place, Little Heaven, we're done with it. We'll take as many people as want to go with us. Your dad, too. Hike back, get in our car, and drive someplace for a burger and fries and a chocolate milkshake. A real pig out. Sound like a plan? Uh-huh. How about it, Micah? Sound like a good plan to you? Whether it was a good plan or not, Micah wasn't sure she should promise the boy anything. Otis and Charlie appeared at the fence. Their faces were etched with defeat. Good to see you back, said Otis wearily. No further troubles? No, Micah told him. Glad to hear it. Like the new eye, too. It humanizes you. Hey, Ellen chided. He looked plenty human before. Otis's shrug was noncommittal. Charlie and I are leaving tonight with Terry Redhill. Time to get the police, get some real help. We should have done it days ago, I guess. We're taking the truck, Micah, said Charlie. Fastest way. Will you come with us? 33. 45 minutes later, they were set to depart. Darkness bled over the compound. The search had been called off. Only the Rasmussens were still looking. They had broken away from their search party, moving deeper into the woods, just like the Rathbones had done, and the Rathbones had never come back. The remaining denizens of Little Heaven assembled to see the pickup truck off. They were worn and fearful, their faces showing little hope. The Reverend was nowhere in sight. Charlie and Otis sat in the cab of the truck, Terry Redhill in the bed. We'll drive to the river, Otis told everybody, speaking over the idling engine. If it's running low enough to cross, we'll take the truck over. If not, we hike the rest of the way. Charlie spoke next. We can make it down in 3 odd hours in the truck. If we have to hike, maybe a day. We'll tell the police. They'll send helicopters and sniffer dogs, the whole shebang. Charlie's wife and son stood beside the truck. Both looked worried. Maud Redhill hopped up on the tailgate and gave her husband a kiss. Her eyes were bloodshot and her face blotchy, as if she had been crying nonstop for hours. Please be careful, she said. I've already lost enough today. Not lost, Terry said. Just missing. We'll find them. God will see to it. Are you sure you won't come? Charlie asked Micah. Micah approached the truck. He spoke low so nobody could hear. Those things. They might have followed us back. Otis bit his lip. "You think so?" Micah said. "There is a passing chance." "How many?" "I could not tell you." "Do you think they'll attack?" Micah met Otis's question with a shrug. Charlie and Otis conferred. The truck's diesel engine ticked along, blurring out their voices. "Here's the thing," Otis said finally. "There may be more of those things out there." He pointed down the road they would be driving. "And if we don't get past them and down the hill, well then, everyone here is in real trouble." "What about Minerva and the black fellow you came with?" Charlie asked. "That one seems a pretty icy character." Micah glanced over his shoulder. Minerva stood 50 yards back from the group. Ebenezer leaned against the door to their bunkhouse, much farther away. "Couldn't they do something if those things tried to get past the gates? I mean, if you go with us now?" Charlie said. Micah figured they could, if compelled to. Minerva, for sure. Ebenezer was a 50-50 proposition, but if those abominations invaded Little Heaven, Ebenezer would have to fight them as a matter of survival. "We need you," Otis said simply. Micah glanced back at Ellen. She stood beside Nate, their shoulders nearly touching. She nodded, as if to give permission. "Give me that scatter gun," he said to Charlie. Charlie handed an Ithaca pump action through the window, along with a box of shells. Micah hopped up on the bed beside Terry Redhill. He distributed the shells between his pockets, then jammed 2 into his mouth, storing them in either cheek. He looked like a chipmunk hoarding nuts. He slapped his palm on the roof. "Go." They set off down the dirt path. Dark lay heavy between the trees. Otis flicked on the high beams. The firs shone whitely under their light, as if they were composed of bone instead of wood. Terry Redhill crouched in the bed beside Micah, a big man with a thick red beard. Pinpricks of sweat stood out on his forehead. The truck prowled along at 5 miles an hour. The chassis juddered over rocks and stumps. Drool collected in Micah's mouth. He removed one shell, spat, then jammed it back in. It was a trick he'd learned during the war. The company sniper always kept one cartridge in his mouth. "It's the quickest way to get at it," he'd told Micah. "Always have one bullet in your mouth for when you really need it." Little Heaven receded. Otis flicked on the dome light as he nudged the truck down a steep slope. Its knobby tires stuttered over the shale, differential squealing. Micah and Terry leaned against the cab as the truck tilted downward. The headlights pointed directly at the road, throwing the fringing forest into inky blackness. Micah saw it before anyone else, but even he caught it too late. It flared from the left-hand side, his bad side, streaking out of the trees and hammering into the truck. A huge shape rocked the truck on its axles, the driver's side wheels temporarily leaving the ground. Micah tumbled into Terry Redhill, who barely managed to stay in the bed. Charlie let out a muffled shout. Otis hit the gas as the truck slewed sideways, fishtailing toward the pines. Micah cast a glance through the cab's rear window and saw the driver's side door was dented inward. Otis's femur was punched through the fabric of his Carhartts at mid-thigh, a spike of bone shining deliriously white in the dome light. Otis's face was bleached and greasy with shock and, with the calm observation that always came to Micah in times like this, he could see that Otis's foot was pinned to the gas pedal. The truck accelerated and struck a knotty pine. Micah was thrown against the cab. He ricocheted back, skidding across the bed until his head hit the tailgate. Terry Redhill fell over the side of the truck with a hoarse squawk. The engine cut out, its tick-tick dimming into the nothingness. Out of that enveloping silence came other sounds, grunts and howls and brays and hisses. Terry Redhill stood up woozily. His face was bathed in blood from a cut running slantwise across his forehead. "What's that?" he said dazedly. "Was—" Micah didn't get a good look at the thing that killed Terry Redhill. There was some mercy in that. It darted down from the trees, part snake, part bird or bat or some winged creature at any rate. It carried with it the ripe stink of death. Micah did catch a glimpse of eyes, a dozen or more bunched like grapes within the runneled ruin of its face, or one of its faces, all staring with bright, malignant hunger. It flapped down with a sort of breezy insouciance, not at all predatory. as if it had merely happened upon Terry Redhill by accident and decided to do what it did to him. It enfolded Terry, somehow lovingly, Terry's head specifically. Those sheer, dark bat-like wings wrapped around his skull in a suffocating embrace. Was? What happened next was hard to explain. The scene was chaotic, the light thin, the air swimming with diesel fumes from the ruptured gas tank. Micah was aware of the smallest details, the oily taste of the shotgun shells in his mouth, the thin fingernail paring of the moon through the trees. He experienced the following events with senses that were super-attuned in some ways and dulled in others. Later he would suspect his mind had done so automatically, shielding him from things that would have driven him mad on sight. The thing that was wrapped around Terry Redhill's head began to flex, to constrict. The whip-like cord upon which it had unfurled from the tree thinned with tension. Terry issued terrible, choking sounds that were muffled by the stinking flesh draped over his face. Flesh so sheer Micah could see the man's pain-wrenched features. Those muffled chokes quickly became squeals. The thing tensed, every part of its awful musculature quivering. Then it torqued, spastically. It reminded Micah of a man struggling to open a stubborn jar of strawberry jam, that moment when the seal finally gives. This was followed by a wet, ripping note. A fan of blood jetted from Terry Redhill's neck with incredible pressure and painted the side of the truck. The thing ascended into the tree again. It took Terry's head with it. The whole thing happened in a matter of seconds. Terry's body stood there for another moment, blood fountaining from the raggedly severed neck before collapsing to its knees like a penitent Pentecostal. Headless Terry fell forward and struck the truck with a hollow bong. Something rushed from the trees at Micah. He caught the briefest inkling of its shape. A trio of timberwolf heads thrust from a long and eelish body, rippling with legs of all different sorts. He raised the shotgun and fired as it hurtled Terry Redhill's corpse. Buckshot tore into the thing, ripping away gobbets of flesh. The impact steered it off course so that, instead of hitting Micah flush, it glancingly struck him, one of its claws or teeth tearing across his rib cage to leave a sizzling note of pain. He fell, his skull striking the tailgate and shooting stars across his vision. The thing carried over the truck bed, a horrifying freight train of legs and snouts and snapping jaws. Micah staggered up and took aim as it retreated, pumping the Ithaca and firing 3 shots. The muzzle exploded with flame, illuminating the woods in brief flashes. A chunk blew off the thing's hide, splattering the side of a ponderosa pine. It squealed and reared, the sinuous segmented movement of a snake sitting up, its spinal cord popping like chained firecrackers as it moved deeper into the forest. Much else lurked there in the trees, slavering and snapping. "Otis! Oh God, Otis!" Charlie was trying to haul his friend out of the truck. Charlie's nose must have broken when his face collided with the windshield. It was squashed off to one side, blood painting the bottom of his face. But Charlie was focused on Otis, who was trapped. The crumpling door had not only broken his leg high up, it had also pinned his foot. Otis's face was tallowy with shock. Slick balls of sweat rolled down his cheeks. The pain was such that he'd vomited. Under the fritzing dome light, Micah could see chunks of that evening's hastily eaten meal on his shirt. "Otis!" Charlie hauled on his friend's arm, too terrified to be gentle about it. "We got to get out!" Otis's eyes rolled back in his skull. A ludicrous half-smile graced his face. Micah had seen it before. Pain, shock, and adrenaline can put a man in a beatific dream state. "Come on!" Charlie jerked Otis, who shook like a rag doll. Blood shot from the compound fracture and spritzed the dashboard. Something thumped off the truck's roof and bounced into the bed. Terry Redhill's head. Terry's lips had been bitten away. Such clean, straight teeth, Micah thought with dreamy panic. He must have had a good dentist. And his eyeballs had been sucked out. Half of his scalp had been peeled back like a stubborn toupee. From the rear of his skull to the front, gravity folded it down as Micah watched, a vein-threaded red curtain draping Redhill's ruined face. Micah fired up into the tree from where the head had fallen. He heard a rippling shriek up there. He saw something, latched around the trunk 30 feet up. A jumble of parts, long and arachnid, a sight a human mind couldn't even summon in a nightmare. Seeing its shape in the muzzle flash, Micah felt as if someone had levered the top off his skull and whispered directly into the twitching gray matter a terrible secret that he would have to live with the rest of his life. The thing unfurled with effortless grace, its blood pattering down on the truck as it scuttled farther up the tree. Micah spat the saliva-coated shells into his palm and plugged them into the shotgun. He hopped over the bed. He could die here, in a second, a minute, or any time between. That fact bestowed an eerie calm within him. This was the world as he'd found it. His only option was to deal with its new parameters. "Charlie!" Micah shouted, grabbing the man's shoulder. Charlie turned to face him. His face swam with mindless fear. "He is stuck," Micah said. "We must free his leg." Charlie's mouth opened and closed like a fish dying on land, but he nodded. Okay. Micah handed him the shotgun. "They are everywhere." He climbed inside the cab through the passenger door. It was hot and tight and perfumed with blood and diesel. The windshield was spiderwebbed where Charlie's head had struck. Micah glanced past Otis out the window where shapes were massing some 20 yards off. "Otis, sit tight," Micah said, as if the man had any other choice. "This is going to hurt." Otis issued a garbled note that Micah took as one of recognition. He crawled down into the footwell. Wires hung from the busted fuse box. He wormed past Otis's right foot, shoving it rudely aside. Otis screamed as the pain shot up his leg. Micah didn't apologize. There was no time. He squirmed forward until he was able to close his hand around Otis's boot, pinned under the buckled metal. He wrapped his fingers through the bootlaces and yanked as hard as he could. Otis screamed afresh. Micah couldn't summon much force with his body at a bad angle, one arm partially trapped under his chest. But he was redlined on adrenaline, and this helped. Otis just kept on screaming. "Let it out, friend," Micah thought. "Maybe it'll keep those things at bay." One hard wrench succeeded in popping Otis's heel out. Micah let out a small cry of delight as Otis's boot slid from the crimped metal. He just had to crawl his fingers in a little farther and yank his toes out now. Charlie screeched. The shotgun boomed. Something crashed through the windshield above Micah. The dome light dimmed. Next, something was inside the cab with them. Micah felt its weight, heavy as several anvils, pressing down on the steering wheel. It poured itself through the shattered glass, thick and black and alive with horrifying industry. In Micah's fractured view, it resembled nothing more than a ball of parts, the most dangerous and vile bits of every beast and bird and reptile that had once inhabited these woods. Teeth and claws and fangs dripping venom, and eyes. Oh, Christ, all the eyes. Some of those eyes spotted Micah. Parts of the thing's lunatic anatomy oriented on him, hissing and rasping, darting down. But he was under the steering wheel, which provided a barrier. He could see things squirming around the wheel, their mouths inches from his face. One of the thing's limbs hit the horn. It blatted on, a high, curious note. The thing was more interested in Otis. He'd stopped screaming now, face to face with it. Otis's lips trembled as he called out, oh so weakly, for his god. Then the thing attacked. Otis might as well have walked into a garbage disposal. His face was shredded, legs jittering crazily as he was torn to bits. Blood burst forth and sheeted down, a veritable waterfall of the red stuff splattering Micah's face. Micah heeled himself across the footwell toward the passenger door. He heard Charlie scream as he pumped the shotgun. "No, no, 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 no!" Boom! The cab filled with noise and light and smoke. Micah's hearing cut out from the blast, his skull filled with a tinny ringing. The thing attacking Otis jerked as the buckshot riddled it, but it didn't stop. It hardly mattered. It had torn the first 3 inches off Otis's head, which now stopped at his ears, a clean cliff of red meat and cartilage, his jaw hanging cockeyed on a strip of sinew. Charlie fired again. The thing squalled and retreated, shimmying out of the hole in the windshield. Micah levered himself out of the cab and staggered back, slumping into Charlie. The thing that had killed Otis was sprawled across the truck's hood, 12 feet long, thick around as a trash can. It scuttled backward, its movement more insectoid than animal, claws screaming on the hood. Micah grabbed the shotgun from Charlie and fired. The first shot blew a hole in the thing's face. The next shot went into its chest. The thing slumped off the hood, still thrashing and not even close to dead. Micah turned and started back toward Little Heaven, then tripped over Terry Redhill's corpse where it slumped against the truck. He went down, snuffled dirt, and spotted the gun tucked in Redhill's waistband. He grabbed it and gave it to Charlie. "Go!" Charlie was staring at Otis, at his friend's dripping carcass. "He is dead, Charlie. Now, or we are dead too." Dazedly, Charlie followed. Micah pulled shells from his pocket and thumbed them into the shotgun. The truck's horn blared on and on. He and Charlie staggered away from the wreck. Its taillights winked in the dark. Micah noted the rip in his shirt, a 5-inch slit across his ribs, the meat flayed open. The two of them scrambled up the slope to the main road. Little Heaven was 500 yards off. They hadn't even made it half a mile. Charlie stumbled. Micah grabbed his hand. Charlie was in shock. Even having glimpsed those things the other night, Charlie could not wrap his head around what they had done to Terry Redhill and his dear friend Otis. "Partner, it is happening," Micah thought as he hauled Charlie on. The road peeled away from the trees, bathed in creamy moonlight. The night bristled with sounds, but they had dimmed to a low and satisfied purr. "Otis," Charlie mumbled. "Oh no, Otis." Something streaked out of a dogwood thicket behind them, a liquid ripple of movement. It passed behind Micah almost soundlessly, an enormous bird zipping low across the earth. He tried to look at it, but a warning klaxon went off in his brain, "Danger, Will Robinson," that kept his head from making the necessary revolution. Charlie grunted like a man who'd been punched in the gut. His whole arm dropped 3 feet. He'd fallen again. "Come on, Charlie," Micah said. Charlie wouldn't get up this time. Micah had to haul Charlie across the ground. Charlie's fingers tightened and cut off Micah's circulation. "I got you." Charlie wasn't so hard to pull now. Light as a feather, in fact. Must be the adrenaline kicking in. Little Heaven was getting closer. Micah would haul Charlie back and make new plans. A daylight run when they could see the fuckers coming. Charlie's fingers began to relax. Micah clenched his own and pulled him another 5 feet before Charlie's belt got hung up on a root or some other snag. "Jesus, Charlie, help me." Micah turned to look. Charlie wasn't there. The bottom half, anyway. His body had been torn apart at the hips. His legs were gone. Micah couldn't see them anywhere. Charlie's guts spilled out of his chest cavity, long ropes with a whitish-blue sheen that trailed 10 yards behind him until they blended into the gloom. His face was set in an expression of awestruck shock, eyes wide open, lips peeled back from his teeth. "Come on," Micah said stupidly. "It will be okay." He pulled until Charlie's halved body became unstuck from the snag. He kept hauling Charlie mindlessly, his brain stuck in a time warp where Charlie was still alive. Charlie's remains made a graceless burping sound as another knot of intestines drooled out and unraveled across the cracked earth. Micah's strength was deserting him. He was now using the shotgun as a cane. "Okay, we are going to be okay, Charlie." "Let him go, Micah. He is dead." With a moan, Micah did. Charlie's arm flopped to the ground. Micah staggered on. Fuck the things that had killed these men. Micah would murder them all and burn their carcasses until the air went black with their smoke. A dozen or so people were clustered at the gates of Little Heaven. The truck's horn continued to blare. Seeing Micah alone, Maud Redhill let loose a desolate wail. She was joined by Charlie's wife. Charlie's son only stared at Micah open-mouthed, not yet gripping what had happened. He was too young to understand that, yes, everything really could go to shit just this quickly. The gates closed once Micah had shuffled through. His face was wet with blood, Otis's or Terry's or Charlie's. He had no clue. He crumpled to his knees as 24 eyes stared at him, waiting on some kind of explanation. "It is death out there," was all he could manage. Maud Redhill flung herself on him. She grabbed double handfuls of hair and yanked viciously, snapping his head side to side. Micah let her do it, too tired to fight back and feeling that she deserved her wrath. "Bastard!" she screamed. "What did you do to them? What did you do to my Terry?" Somebody finally pulled her off. Maud Redhill's sobs spiraled up into the night. God did not hear her, or if he did, he kept his peace. The devil had come to Little Heaven. Part 5. Journey to the Black Rock, 1980. 1. They passed through several villages unseen and unheard, skirting settlements like coyotes on the lope. The long walker carted Petty Chagru swiftly over great distances. She wondered what had become of the preacher back at the carnival. How badly did the townspeople hurt him? The long walker hadn't even seemed all that delighted when those men started to beat the preacher down. It had actually looked bored. The long walker carried them up a hillside and across the narrow spine of a ridge. Petty could not help but notice how the plants wilted wherever the thing passed, a trail of death. The ridge fed down to a grassy valley, a faint prickling of light between the trees. They came upon an isolated shack, smoke spindled from a flue in its roof. Firelight cut between the chinking of its logs. Skins were tacked to hide stretchers near the door. The long walker's posture was loosey-goosey, shoulders rounded forward and head hanging between its shoulders. Its fingers twitched at the ends of its hands, as if in search of some more spirited pursuit. "Is someone out there?" came a man's voice from inside the shack. "I can hear you." From inside there came the popping of knots in the fire. After that, the unmistakable cocking back of a shotgun's hammers. "I will ask once more, then I must assume you mean to cause harm. Who the hell is out there?" Finally, the long walker opened his mouth. Its terrible, skull-spanning mouth. In the moonlight, Petty could see its insides, the soft, pulpy flesh of a toothless infant. "It is your mother, Cedric Finnegan Yancey," the long walker cried in a voice that could not be its own. It was the shrill tone of a woman. "Will you not come out to greet me?" Silence. Then a trembling voice. "That ain't you, Ma. You're dead, God rest your soul. You've been dead 8 years now." "And whose fault is that?" the long walker said, its lips spreading in a corrosive grin. "Who left his mother when she was just getting sick? Whose departure quickened his mother's path to the grave?" When the man finally replied, it was in a tone of disbelief. "What devil lurks past my door?" "Devil?" the long walker laughed. "Devil? Ha! My own son, flesh of my flesh. Come outside, boy. Apologize to your mother, for your sins are plentiful, as we both know. The whoring we may set aside, for what man has not fallen afoul of the pleasures of the flesh? But to leave your own mother, who cradled you and kissed your scraped knees, to leave her alone to die? This, my son, is a sin most unforgivable." "They sent me to Nam," the man shrieked. "I was given no choice in the matter." "I died in a pain greater than you could imagine." The long walker spoke in a crooning sing-song. "My body rotted from the inside. The sawbones cut my tits off, the same tits you latched to as an infant to suckle and bite. Yes, bite, for you were a cruel nurser. Where did the doctor toss my diseased old tits? To the dogs, for all I know. Nobody was there to speak for me. My husband dead, my ungrateful son gone and run off. I screeched and bled night after night. Nobody cared. Nobody came to help me." "Please," the man's voice was choked, pleading. "Ma, please." "My cunty rotted out, Cedric," the long walker said matter-of-factly. "Everything that had gone off inside me came right out, slicker than snot on a doorknob. But it was slow. It took months. I lay there for hours in my own shit and ruin. I died alone, all alone." A thundering boom! A ragged hole punched through the shack door, splinters spitting in every direction. Lead shot whizzed past mere inches from Petty's ear, so close that it sent her hair fluttering. The long walker advanced. The door opened without it even touching the handle, as if blown open by a mammoth gust of wind. The Long Walker's body expanded, the flaps of its duster billowing, then shrank again to fit through the doorway. It dragged Petty inside with it. The shack was lit by a kerosene lantern, a fire guttered in a potbelly stove, animal skins cured on the walls. The man was big and self-sufficient by the looks of it, with a graying beard. He was jacking shells into his double-barreled shotgun as the Long Walker came in. "Oh, God," the man said, dropping his gun. "Oh, no." He curled up in the corner and covered his face with his hands and shook. He had lived in these inhospitable woods with the howling of wind and wolves, yet he had been reduced to a child at the mere sight of this thing. "Go away," he pleaded. "Please just go away." The creature seemed even bigger within these confines, its milky skull brushing the roof. A coldness wept off its body, particular to creatures that live at the bottom of the ocean. It crossed the shack, passing the man where he sat mewling, to a tool rack on the wall. Knives and other sharp implements for the fleshing, puncturing, and skinning of animal carcasses. The Long Walker selected one, seemingly at random, but Petty could tell that this thing never acted randomly. Its every gesture served some terrible purpose. The knife was fingerling thin. The blade was pitted and rusty, but its edge was sharp, and it became keener, more glittery when the thing took possession of it, as though the Long Walker's touch conferred a deeper refinement of its purpose. The Long Walker ran the edge along its fingers. The blade slit its tissue cleanly, but no blood welled. Its flesh was flawless porcelain, clean through to whatever bone might have lurked at its core. "Vivisection," it said. "Is this word familiar to you, my pet?" Petty shook her head. The Long Walker flirted the blade over its fingertips. "Oh, yes," it said. "Sometimes it is the only way." The Long Walker hunched before her with its arms hugged round its knees, the knife's tip touching the oiled dirt floor. Its posture did almost nothing to change the sweeping size of its body. Its eyes were very strange indeed. To Petty they resembled Christmas tree ornaments, but darker, more secretive, and she could see things moving behind them, their shadows held by the lamp. To know something, to truly know that thing, you must open that thing up. The man continued to moan. More than anything in the world, Petty wanted to run away, to run and keep running, even if that meant she would be alone in the woods. She had an overwhelming sense that the Long Walker was going to show her things soon, open her eyes to wonderments she could go several lifetimes without ever knowing. The only way to understand anything is to see what makes it tick. The Long Walker exposed its toothless gums. Tick, tick, tick. It held the knife by its handle and let the blade swing side to side like the pendulum on a clock. To see how things fit together, yes? To expose the soft and delicate parts. "You already know how they fit together," said Petty. The Long Walker shook its head. "Each is subtly different, my pet, and it is these subtleties that intrigue." She could see that it was excited for what was to come. Its skin jumped with anticipation, yet mixed in with that excitement was a strain of deep tiredness, as if it had done this exact thing so often that the act had long ago surrendered any enjoyment. Seeing this, Petty felt a weird pity for the thing. Wretchedly, the man asked, "Am I in hell?" The Long Walker hung its head between its shoulders. The knife moved from one of its hands to the other, never stopping, as if the blade was white-hot to the touch. "Hell is a box," it said to the man. "Yes, it is. Hell is a box, not much bigger than your own body. It is dark inside the box and cold, but the encasement is thin, so thin that you can almost convince yourself that you can break out if you only tried. You cannot feel anything inside this box, but you can hear and sense to a certain extent. Outside of that box is everyone you ever loved, all the people you have cared for and who care for you, and they are in agony. You cannot touch them. They are screaming, calling for you. Your name is always upon their lips, and you cannot go to them or comfort them in any way. And that is your hell, friend. Hell is a box." The knife's handle danced along its knuckles, a neat trick. The shadows thickened, and the lamp's light bled low. "What I have for you is not hell," the Long Walker told the man. "But for a brief while, it may feel something like it." 2. They drove east in the lightning day. Micah had rented a Cadillac Coupe de Ville. White leather seats, mahogany dash, AC, crimson trim, quadraphonic stereo system with an 8-track player. Its big-bore V8 purred. It wasn't the sort of vehicle he would normally drive, but it suited his doomsday demeanor. No use saving for a rainy day when your days were numbered. "You never moved far away, did you?" Minerva said from the back seat. Micah said, "It is where we settled. Ellen wanted it." "That close? Practically living in the shadow of it?" Micah said, "Somebody had to." They followed the road, letting it pull them back to the source. It felt almost like driving back through time, the last 15 years washing away, putting them right where they had been, except they were older and more worn out and much more frightened than they had been all those years ago. They drove in silence for the most part, not listening to the radio, even though the car speakers were top of the line. The odometer clicked off the miles to grinder's switch. They arrived early in the afternoon. They pulled into the same gas station where they had stocked up on provisions 15 years ago. "I'll wait here," Ebb said, stretching his bum leg out in the back seat. "Get you anything?" Micah asked. "A few bottles of Yoo-Hoo, for consistency's sake." Micah stepped into the store with Minerva. It looked remarkably as it had, apart from the addition of 2 video game cabinets beside the newspaper racks, Asteroids and Pac-Man. Micah watched the little yellow character like a pie with a wedge cut out of it, racing around its maze. Waka 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 waka. What was the point? Oh, God, he was old. A fogey. Petty had asked for an Atari system not long ago. Micah said he didn't want to see her wasting her time, but it was the duty of the young to waste their time, seeing as they had so much of it. The man behind the counter was the same from years ago. He looked roughly 1,000 years old. He wore dentures that pushed his lips apart, and his nose had been broken since Micah last set eyes on him. Micah bought Ebb's Yoo-Hoos, some wooden matches, a jar of peanut butter, and a loaf of Wonder Bread. The clerk totaled up his purchases sullenly and put them in a paper sack. Minerva bought a quart of Dr. Pepper and 2 Milky Ways. They returned to the car. Micah drove to the cut. The old trail was still there. Micah popped the trunk. They unloaded their gear, a rifle, sleeping gear, a lantern, and flashlights. Minerva handed Micah his backpack from the trunk. Its weight surprised her. "What you got in there, Shug? Pet rocks?" They shouldered their packs and made their way through the long grass to the head of the trail. They had to move slower on account of Ebenezer's limp. The sun hung above the western hills, shining with a dull glow that cast no shadows. The air was still, but a sweet breath came from the woods rowing the hillside, a mild note of camphor. The twittering of birds, too, only a few, but at least some animals were about. The path followed a gradual rise. They could spot no signs of the old fire. Everything was thriving, in fact. Minerva twisted the cap off her Dr. Pepper. Ebenezer broke into a commercial jingle as he limped along. "I drink Dr. Pepper, don't you see?" he sang in a redneck twang, "as it's the perfect taste for me." "Whatever you paid for singing lessons, it was too much," said Minerva. The two of them needled each other simply to hear themselves talk, anything to push away the silence, which had become heavier as they forged deeper into the woods. They stopped for a rest. The woods did not quite feel as hostile as they had 15 years ago. Had they actually hurt the thing back then? Micah could not credit that. He wasn't sure something like that could be injured or killed, because he was unsure if it was truly alive. But more than that, it just seemed so ineffably old that whenever Micah turned his mind to it, which was not often because even his thoughts scared him, notions of it ever dying seemed farcical. Something like that existed outside the bounds of time and scale, outside human bounds anyway, and those were the only measurements he could apply. "Are we ever going to talk about that part of it?" Minerva said. She must have read something in Micah's face. "What part?" said Ebb. "Whatever happened down there in the dark." "With the—" Ebb started. "Yeah, the—" Minerva trailed off. It was hard to say what exactly they had been given. Wishes? Is that what happened? Had they been granted wishes like the old story about the genie in its bottle? "The monkey's paw," Ebb said. Minerva nodded. "You read it?" "A few times," said Eb. "Seems rather apt." "But what?" Minerva grimaced, her brow beetling. "What did we ask for? I don't remember saying anything. More just something kind of bubbling up from way down inside me. Something I must have wanted real bad. And that fucking thing granted it." "Mine's not so hard to figure," Eb said. "I wish to see the face of God." Ebenezer wiped his nose on his sleeve and took a sip of Yoo-hoo. He stared at them imploringly, as if hoping the other two would understand, intimately, in their marrow, knowing the way he knew. Ebenezer had been so desperately scared. Those moments in that place beneath the world had nearly broken him, or had broken him in a way he was unable to unravel or give voice to or properly grapple with, like a green stick fracture of some invisible bone, a vestigial one, the bones we all had as children that fused and changed so that, as adults, we have a different number of them in our bodies. That phantom bone went snap. The cleave was clean and flawless, as if a surgeon had done the work with a bone hammer. And that little bone was unhealable. It was forever broken, the jagged ends grinding together inside his mind. Looking back, Ebenezer was unsure that human minds were built to cope with any of what happened down there. He felt no shame thinking that, either, as he did not believe humans were built to come to grips with anything that existed beyond their conventional means of reckoning. When humans experience something that challenges their fundamental belief of the world, its reasonableness, its fixed parameters, well, their minds crimp just a bit. A mind folds, and in that fresh pleat lives a darkness that cannot be explained or accounted for. So they ignore that pleat as best they can, it and the darkness it holds. But it's always there, always seeking redress. "I wanted to see the face of God," Eb said again. "I must have. I was not a religious person, as you both know. I killed for money. But in that moment, all I wanted to know was that there was something larger than myself up there, a benevolent God to protect me, if not my body, at least my immortal soul." The men turned to Minerva. She spat into the nettles. Why even speak the words? They must know what she'd asked for. "I will never be killed by the hand of a man." Minerva could not say that was her exact wish. She was still unsure, then as now, as to the precise compass of her desires. But look at her now. The past 15 years, the sharpening, that most terrible gift. She could kill and not be killed, even by her own hand, much as she might now pray for death. What worth were those prayers? She had made a deal with something as powerful, if earthbound, as any god. Perhaps it was a god of some sort, a dark one, an ancient one. But yes, she must have wished to be cleansed of the fear and anxiety she had once carried into life or death encounters. As Micah had said years back, she was not cool in the cut. Her hands always took fright, fluttering like startled chickadees. Minerva figured that was what the vile thing had dredged up. It found that flaw in her, one that shook her straight to her core, and whispered, "Oh, my lady love, my dove, I will make it all better." And it had, hadn't it? As sure as eggs is eggs. But it had played a dirty trick, too. Well, fuck a duck. You couldn't expect a thing like that to play fair, could you? The light was fading between the firs. An owl hooted from a low bough. "And you, Shug?" Minerva said. "What did you get?" "Only everything I asked for." They hiked until dusk. Ebenezer hissed every time he set his foot down. Minerva felt no sympathy for him. A shape broke through the trees ahead. They checked their strides, approaching cautiously. A solitary shack. Smoke spindled from its chimney. The door was ajar. Light from a pot-bellied stove threw flickering shadows across its interior. From inside, there came an ominous sound. Minerva envisioned someone sitting on a whoopee cushion filled with thinned lard, a wet, spluttering. "We don't have to look," she thought edgily. "We can walk right on by." Too late. Micah towed the door open. His eyes fell upon something inside. His knees buckled. He leaned heavily against the door frame. The spluttering sounds were much louder with the door open. In the firelight flickering through the door, Micah's face was drawn and haunted. He drew a shuddering breath, then stepped into the shack. Ebenezer hesitantly followed and quickly saw whatever Micah had beheld. "I can't," Eb said, shaking his head violently. "Oh, Christ, no, I can't. I cannot. Borne on a sudsy foam of dread, Minerva advanced to the door. She didn't want to see either, but she couldn't not bear witness. The cramped shack reeked of blood. The stove, a folding card table, pelts tacked on the walls. Something hung among those pelts, much larger than the coyote and the muskrat skins, oh yes. And it was still moving. A paralyzing chill spread down her back, as if liquid nitrogen had been injected into her spinal column. A man was tacked to the wall. His bare feet kicked weakly 6 inches above the ground. He had been opened up, his chest split down the middle, starting at the level of his clavicles. The skin was peeled back in quivering wings that had been pinned to the log walls with pelt tacks. The silver skin and fascia and yellow adipose tissues had been flensed away with clinical skill. Whoever had done it had great facility with a boning knife. The man's arms and legs had been slit down their middles, the skin peeled back to reveal the shining bone of femur and kneecap and humerus. Humerus? Minerva thought, her mind taking a sickening lurch. There's not a damn thing humorous here. Hey, yo! Give me a rim shot, Doc Severinsen. The flesh was slit back from his nose in petals, the strips tacked to the wood. The musculature of his face twitched, his eyes massive without anything to cover them. They peered around with a vaudevillian shock that forced a cascade of giddy giggles to bubble up in Minerva's throat. It was the only way to get rid of the chest-splintering pressure building up inside of her. It took a moment to grasp the final horror, the source of that spluttering. The man's neck had been slit, but he was still breathing. The man's lungs heaved, forcing breaths out, the air bluffing from his severed windpipe. Minerva watched the erratic beat of his heart through the naked bones of his ribs. His innards still pushed stubborn shreds of food along. What infernal sorcery was keeping him alive? Was it the same that kept her own heart beating every time she tried to off herself? She grabbed a hatchet from the wall rack. She took 2 steps toward the man and brought it around in a wicked arc. It buried in the man's neck, widening the slit. His body thrashed, blood spraying. She pried the blade out of the wall and swung it again and again until the man's head was completely separated from his body. It hit the floor and rolled under the table like a lopsided bowling ball. Minerva stared at Micah, breathing hard. Her face was flecked with blood. Merciful, Micah said after a span. Noise from under the table. The man, no, the head, was laughing. The gibbering sounds of lunacy you might hear at a nuthatch. That laughter unseated something in Minerva. It filled her with panic and sorrow and, yes, rage. She kicked over the table and swung the hatchet at the giggling head. The blade cleaved the skull dead center, splitting the bone. There came a hiss as pressure forced a chunk of gray matter through. Minerva threw the stove open and hurled the head inside with the hatchet still embedded in it. The head continued to howl laughter, and the pitch ascended as its lips began to melt. Minerva slammed the stove door. Fire flared behind it. There came a small explosion as the juices inside the man's head heated up, blowing out part of his skull. The giggling ceased. They gathered outside. Ebenezer collapsed against a fallen log. How? He asked helplessly. It's the work of that thing. Minerva was doubled over, breathing in huge gulps. The big thing, the piper, whatever you want to call it. The smoke rising from the chimney now had a meaty smell. I don't know if I can go through with this, Minerva said. I thought I could, Shug, but I understand. I'm scared. I understand. Later, Micah walked from the fire they had stoked a ways from the cursed shack. He stared through the trees in the direction of Little Heaven. They weren't far now. It would all come to an end of sorts. He was ready for that. He had one last fight in him, and if he had to, he would fight alone. Petty was his blood. In the end tally, neither Minerva nor Ebenezer owed him a debt. Their ledgers were clean with him. But Petty, yes, he owed her. A parent always does. He stared into the formless dark, and a memory molded itself within it. Petty was young at the time, 2 or 3 years old. This was before Ellen entered her endless sleep. But that day she wasn't with them. It had been Micah and his daughter alone. He'd been working in the paddocks when he spotted a caterpillar, a big brown one wriggling along, doing its caterpillary thing. He called Petty over and drew her attention to it. touch it," he said. "It is fuzzy." Micah simply wanted her to feel the soft, bristling, undulating little carpet of fuzz that is a caterpillar. Pet put her finger on it and pressed down. She wasn't big in human terms, but to a caterpillar she was gargantuan. The caterpillar curled into a ball. He snatched Pet's hand away. "Gentle." She gazed at him with no comprehension. Micah thought the caterpillar would be okay. It had just turtled up defensively. It would uncurl once the threat was gone. But the wind picked up and blew the caterpillar across the boards, light as a dried seed pod, in a way that told Micah the life had drained out of it. It happened so quickly. A thing was alive, next it was dead. Petty lost interest and ran off after her ball. Micah stared at the caterpillar a long time. It was the first thing his daughter had killed that he was aware of. Micah had guided her to the act. And yet life went on. It always did. Pet was chasing a ball. The birds were singing. The horses nickered in their stables. You tell yourself it's just a caterpillar. The world's full of them. Which is true. But the world is full of us, too. And any of us can be lost. Or taken. At any minute. Micah thought about endings. Some were abrupt, like the way that caterpillar's life had ceased. Some took longer, and you could see them coming from miles off. In so many ways, Micah wanted it to end. He felt every one of his years. He was old and bone-weary. His body ached. His mind was plagued. Everything he loved had been ripped from him, and he deserved it. Guilt and regret were different qualities, yes, but still tightly wed. You could not outrun your past. Your history was a lonely hound pursuing you over field and fallow, never resting, always hungry, tracking you relentlessly until one night you heard its nails scratching at your door. "I am coming, Pet," he thought. "Please, just hold on a little longer. If I can, you can." Part 6. The Devil in the Rock, 1966. 1. Nate was still awake. Everyone else was asleep. Only a few hours had passed since the one-eyed man had come back. He and Mr. Redhill and Mr. Fairweather and Mr. Langtree had gone off in the truck to get help. They hadn't made it far. In fact, they were still within earshot when Nate heard Mr. Redhill start to scream. He thought it had been Mr. Redhill anyway. It was too dark to see, the truck too far away by then, and anyway, when people scream, even full-grown men, they all tend to sound the same. That wasn't something Nate would have guessed, but he could say so now. Only the one-eyed man had returned to Little Heaven alive. Now Nate was in the mess hall with his father, the 3 outsiders, and Ellen. She had told him to use her name, so she wasn't an outsider to him anymore. A bigger group was over in the supply warehouse. A few stragglers were standing watch at the gate. After the one-eyed man came back, a lot of people tried to get into the chapel. Sanctuary was the word Nate had heard. But the chapel was locked. The Reverend wouldn't answer his door either. What did it matter? Nobody cared what the Reverend had to say now. It's about time, Nate thought. He had never really liked Reverend Flesher. He reminded Nate of a door-to-door salesman. He spread out his wares on your living room rug, and they weren't much good, all scuffed and cheaply made, but he pressured you to buy them anyway. Nate was glad the Reverend had lost some of his control. Nate could say that now, couldn't he? Sure, he could say or think almost anything. And that was a scary thought. Everyone had questions for the one-eyed man, too. A lot of those questions had been screamed into the one-eyed man's face, and they were less questions than accusations. He didn't answer any of them. It was as if whatever had happened out there had temporarily melted his brain. That was a scary thought, too, because the one-eyed man seemed tough. Steel-belted, his mom would say. If whatever had happened out there was bad enough to do that to him, Nate figured it had to be really bad. One thing was for sure. Nobody wanted to step past the gates. The only thing they could do was take cover and wait until morning. Everyone was praying that whatever was in the woods, the things that had killed Mr. Langtree and Mr. Fairweather and Billy and Elton's dad, wouldn't enter Little Heaven. It was whispered that they must be afraid of the lights. But with the gasoline dwindling, who knew how much longer the lights would stay on? Now everyone had split up and made their way either to the warehouse or the mess. The watchers at the gate had whistles in case they saw anything. Nate's dad wanted to sleep in the warehouse with Maud Redhill and the others, but Nate wanted to stay with the outsiders. He trusted them. Plus, they had more guns. His father gave him a look, but said that God would abide. So they settled in the mess hall. The Englishman was appointed as first watch. The adults quickly fell asleep, even the Englishman. Someone might as well have slipped a knockout drop under their tongues. But Nate couldn't sleep. Something awful was happening, had been happening for a while now. Maybe it had been happening since the moment the Reverend stumbled upon this spot in the woods, driven here by the voice of God. What if he'd followed the wrong voice? Sacrilege to think it, his dad would say. Well, maybe his dad was dead wrong, too. Had all the adults been wrong? Was building Little Heaven their biggest mistake? Even the strongest adults could be misguided, guys like Mr. Fairweather and Mr. Langtree, who Nate was pretty sure were both dead. Dead. Before tonight, he had never felt the coffin-nail finality of that word. He had lost 2 goldfish and a hamster, Mr. Pips. That was his only experience with death. His mother had flushed the fish down the toilet, a burial at sea, she called it. Mr. Pips got buried in a shoebox in the backyard of a house they had been renting outside Portsmouth. Nate felt bad at losing them, but their deaths had been quick. He woke up to find the fish floating in their bowl before his mom scooped them out with a little skimmer. Mr. Pips died over the weekend when he was away at his dad's place, so Nate only saw him inside the box, which his mom had padded with cotton batting. They hadn't screamed like the men had earlier tonight. He had never heard the fear or the wretched bewilderment that their screams had held, either. Fish and hamsters just went glub-glub or squeak-squeak, and then, Nate guessed, they died. So it was different. Humans died in worse ways, or at least Mr. Fairweather and Mr. Langtree and Mr. Redhill had. Nate wondered if those men could walk it all back, the decision to join Reverend Flesher's congregation and come here to Little Heaven. Would they do it? But it was too late. You can't relive your life. You couldn't hop into H.G. Wells' time machine and zap back to the site of your bad decisions and make a better one. If the decisions you made were stupid ones, well, it wasn't just you who suffered. No fact seemed clearer to Nate than this. Adults were as often wrong as right. And what choice did their kids have but to follow along? Wasn't that your job as a kid, to tag along and not make noise? And a kid has to believe that those added years should equal added wisdom, right? H.E. double hockey sticks, no. Adults could be stupid when it came down to it. When the rubber hit the road, as his mom would say. His mother, who had been stupid herself, getting locked up in jail when Nate needed her most. He hated being mad at her and angry at his father for his weakness. But his parents' mistakes had led him here. It dawned for the first time how difficult, and perhaps how fearful it was to be an adult. And Nate was suddenly and selfishly afraid not only for himself now, but also for what it seemed he might become. Nate got up. The one-eyed man snored and rolled over. He actually had 2 eyes now, even though one of them was glass. His shirt was torn, his wounds clumsily covered with duct tape. The black man was slumped in his chair. Nate thought about shaking him for abandoning his responsibility, but he seemed to be the sort of person who might punch a boy in the face for waking him up. Nate walked to a window. The compound lay motionless under the security lamps. His eyes flicked left, then flicked right. The air soured in his lungs. He tried to back away from the window, but his legs locked up. His old playmates. They were back. The 4 of them linked together, hand to hand. Their skin so pale it was nearly translucent. Could nobody else see them? Eli Rathbone was at the end of the chain this time. Eli couldn't stand. The others dragged him carelessly, the way a toddler might haul a teddy bear by its arm. His body bumped over the ground. He was so thin, a collection of driftwood lashed into the shape of a boy. Nate could see his hip bones. He never knew how bones might look, really, because they were always covered in enough skin. The only skeletons he'd seen were the cardboard ones hung in the windows at Halloween. But Eli looked too much like those skeletons now. They approached him quickly. In a heartbeat, they were at the window. Nate tried to call out, but his lips were frozen. A wire ran through his entire body from the tip of his head to his pinky toe, and that wire tightened, paralyzing him. Go away, was all he could think. Oh, please, just go. Elsa was naked. They all were, but Elsa was different. Nate had never seen a naked girl. Boys, sure. A lot of boys were eager to show their penises to whoever. But girls' bodies were a riddle Nate hadn't yet solved. Elsa was wasted, but with a big tummy, like those starving children in Life magazine. Her tiny breasts were deflated like balloons found behind the sofa 3 months after the party was over, all wrinkly and saggy. Her Her vagina, as Mrs. Edwards used to say in sex ed class, was a stiff trench between her legs, covered in delicate hairs that had gone gray to match the hair on her head. All the kids' hair had gone gray. No, white, the shocked white of a fright wig. That, along with their bony bodies and pruny skin, made them look ancient. These young old things dancing to the jangly notes of a flute. They paraded past the window one by one, grinning at him. The skin of their faces was lined and crepey around their jaws, but pulled tight around their sockets so that their eyes bulged out. Their teeth were gray as tombstones. Their pupils were a shade of black that didn't exist in nature and blown out to cover their whole eyeballs. Eli was last, and worst. Nate could see his skull. His skin had worn through at his temples, wearing down the way your toe wears through a cheap Kresge's sock until there's only a few fiber fluffs left. His lips were gone. They hadn't fallen off or been bitten away, but had thinned out to the point where they weren't really there anymore. His gums peeled back from his teeth, which were way too big. They looked like the molars the dentist had pulled out of his friend Gregory Betts's mouth. The dentist gave them to Gregory in a little glass jar, and Nate was amazed how long they were, with the buried roots visible, like fangs. Eli pressed his face to the window. The other kids helped prop him up, like a lifeless puppet. The plastic stretched to flatten his features. His face projected inward, threatening to rip through. His mouth stretched into a grin. His eyes were dark and huge. They reached through the plastic somehow, horrid, swallowing, hunting for something soft inside Nate's chest. "Come out," said a voice in Nate's head. "Come out and play." Oh no, nope, no way. That was the last thing on earth he wanted. And yet, his arm jerked. He had no control over it. He tried to scream, but all that came out was a wheeze. He reached toward Eli's face. Eli's grin stretched even wider, so big that Nate was sure Eli would eat his fingers through the plastic, grind up his skin, and chomp his knuckles, and keep on moving down his arm. And Nate was even more terrified he would want to keep feeding Eli, helplessly shoving his hand and then his wrist into Eli's mouth. He flung his gaze away from the window. His father was sitting up on the floor, watching Nate. His face was bathed in sweat, his eyes huge wet discs. "Daddy," Nate mouthed. "Oh, Daddy, please." His father nodded curtly, as if he had just received some bad news. Then he pulled the blankets up, his eyes still bugged out and his hands trembling, lay down, and rolled over into a little ball. Nate's fingers made contact with the plastic window. His head whipped back to see he was touching Eli's face through the plastic. Eli's skin was cold and hard, as if Nate had touched stone. He moaned and shut his eyes. "Oh, please, please, just don't make it hurt too much and don't make me into one of them." Then the pressure went away. When Nate looked, Eli was gone. Nobody was at the window. He sagged to the floor, shivering uncontrollably. The tips of his fingers were still cold. Would they ever feel warm again? He glanced at his father, still rolled on his side, pretending to sleep. A wave of hatred rolled through Nate, so black it made him woozy. "Coward," he thought. "Chicken guts, faker." Rattling from the mess, back in the kitchen. "No," Nate thought. "No, no, no, no. The cellar." He raced through the swinging galley door. A security lamp shone through the lone window. The kitchen countertops gleamed. The stink of rancid grease hung heavy. A trap door was set into the floor at the far end of the kitchen, next to the fridge. The door led down to the cold cellar, which could also be accessed through a set of doors outside. Nate had watched the cook swing those doors open and hump sacks of flour, rice, and potatoes into the storage area. He would bring them up through the trap door as needed. The outer doors weren't locked. Only 3 places in Little Heaven always had locks: the chapel, the reverend's quarters, and the windowless bunkhouse. The trapdoor rattled again. Nate jumped. His skin felt too tight all of a sudden, as if it were about to split down a hidden seam. The trapdoor was held down under 2 chains lashed to the ring bolt. When it rattled, the chains rattled too. Nobody heard it except Nate. The trapdoor opened, just a hair. In that heart-stopping slit of darkness, Nate saw their faces, all 4 of them clustered under the door, peering out at him. "You're cute," said the Elsa thing and giggled. It was no longer the voice of a child. It was a choked and sewagey gurgle, the sound that burbles up from a clogged drain pipe. "Come with us," said Eli. "Come and be meat." "It will be neat," said one of the Red Hill boys, laughing at the silly rhyme. Nate could smell them, ripe and fruity, the stink that wafts through the car vents when you drove past days-old roadkill. He said, "No." Eli grinned, his mouth stretched so wide, almost ear to ear, the smile of a shark. Flies buzzed through the trapdoor, fat, sluggish ones that landed on the kitchen window and blotted out the moon. "It wants you," Eli said. "It wants you all." Eli began to laugh. The others joined him. Cold nausea swept over Nate. He hated them. Not Eli and Elsa and the Red Hills, though they had never been very friendly to him. But whatever they had become, they were disgusting and lewd, and it made his soul sick to look at them. Before he knew what he was doing, Nate rushed at them. "Stop! Stop!" his mind chattered, but he was as mad as he'd ever been. They were bullies before, and they still were. You had to stand up to bullies or you would spend your whole life in fear. You would grow up to be a man like his father. Nate leapt and came down on top of the trapdoor. It banged down hard. He stood there a moment, seesawing his arms, fear rising in him like a fever. What was he doing? Was he crazy? "Go away!" he shouted. "Leave me alone!" He felt like raising his arms in victory, washed in a giddy sense of triumph, until the door popped up with a sharp bang, rattling the chains and spilling Nate onto his ass. He yelped and dug in his heels, trying to crab walk away from the... A withered arm shot out through the trapdoor and snatched his ankle. "Eat, kill, swallow, eat, hurt, kill, eat, chew, kill, eat. Shk!" Nate reared back, screaming and clawing at his skull. Something had leapt into his head the moment those fingers closed around his ankle. His mind had been covered in choking oil that blotted everything out. Everything except a powerful, uncontrollable urge to break and hurt other living things. He was in the kitchen again. The trapdoor was shut. The skinny outsider woman was next to him. She held a huge butcher's cleaver. Her lips moved, but Nate couldn't hear her. His head was fuzzy. It had felt as if a giant worm or leech had fixed its mouth around his brain, inhaling it into its black guts and transmitting its alien thoughts into him. They were the crudest, the most awful feelings imaginable, of eating and chewing and ripping and just hurting scared, helpless creatures before eating them. The skinny woman stabbed down with the knife, impaling something on the tip. A child's hand. Black blood oozed from its severed wrist. She flung the knife and hand away. It skittered across the floor and jammed up under the fridge. "You okay?" she asked. He could hear her now. There were 5 icy blots on Nate's bare ankle where those fingers had touched him. Nate managed to nod. Whatever had invaded his head was gone now, but coldness continued to seep over his scalp 10 times worse than an ice cream headache. The one-eyed man came into the kitchen, followed by Ellen and the Englishman. "What happened?" "One of them was grabbing his leg," the skinny woman answered the one-eyed man. She stabbed a finger at the Englishman. "What the hell happened to you?" The Englishman wiped sleep drool off his chin. "I'm sorry. I don't know how. You fucking moron," the woman said. "One of who?" said Ellen. "Who, Minnie?" "The children," the skinny woman said in disbelief. "The boy Eli. Jesus, I've never seen anything so awful." The one-eyed man approached the trap door. Nate said, "No, please don't open it." The man pushed him out of the way and lifted the door a few inches. The skinny woman pulled Nate to her chest. The man took another knife off a magnetized rack above the sink, unhooked the chains, and went into the cellar. Nate waited for him to start screaming. 30 seconds later, he came back. "Empty, but the outer doors are open." "What happened, Nate?" Ellen asked. The experience seemed too huge and horrible to talk about. The children's dead eyes, the force taking over his mind. The one-eyed man crouched beside the severed hand. He touched one finger with the tip of his knife. The other fingers jerked. Nate began to cry when he saw that. Sobs ripped out of his chest, these loon-like whoops. We're all dead, Nate thought, or worse, death might be better. He glanced over the skinny woman's shoulder and saw his father hovering at the kitchen door. He waved at Nate. Apologetically or just confusedly, Nate would never know. "Did you see anything, Reggie?" Ellen asked. Reggie paused, then shook his head. "I was asleep like all of you. Didn't see a thing." He swallowed and said, "We need the Reverend's guidance. He will tell us." "We don't need shit from him," the skinny woman spat. Nate glared at his father. "I hate you." The fury of Nate's thought zipped through the air and slammed into his father. Nate saw his dad flinch from the psychic pain of it. He went back through the swinging door, leaving Nate in the kitchen. 2. The Reverend awoke in the chapel covered in blood. He had been biting his hands while he slept. He'd worried divots of flesh out of his palms and wrists and woke up sucking on his own blood. Amos was sleeping in the chapel sacristy in the credenza. He felt safe in there, curled into a ball with the doors shut. He let his hatred collect into a little hard ball, too, nursing it on his own black bile. His flock had abandoned him. All but a few, the stupidest and most useless ones. After all he had done for them, the bastards, cunts. He imagined stealing into the mess hall and finding the largest knife to slit all of their Iscariot throats. Or, if not all of them, then those who had instigated the insurrection. He pictured grabbing Otis Langtry's hair, drawing the skin of his neck taut, and sawing through his treacherous windpipe. Reaching into Nell Conkright's mouth, gripping her eelish tongue, slicing it out at the root and laughing as the blood splashed his chest. Pinning Charlie Fairweather down and carefully slitting his eyeballs, pushing on them until the gooey centers burst through the slit like peeled grapes. Yes! Nothing would be finer. But of course he could not. He was physically weak, always had been. His gift was to make people do his bidding through guile and honeyed words and his command of the good book. Or it had been until now. He was powerless, a declawed kitten. His most trusted lieutenants had instigated a rebellion against him. It made him boil with rage. And now, if his understanding of the situation was correct, it was too late to kill them himself. Langtry and Fairweather were dead. He'd watched the scene out of his window, the one-eyed bastard returning alone. Then his assault at the hands of Maud Redhill. Good. It was perfectly fine that those traitorous scum were dead. His only sadness was that he couldn't have watched the life drain out of them personally. He heard something out in the chapel. Amos crawled out of the credenza. His blood sang and his skin prickled all over. He walked out of the sacristy into the chapel proper. The voice beckoned him. He walked between the pews. Musical notes came from all around him, but from inside him, too. Something was there in the chapel with him. But the doors and windows were locked. It was Christ's sanctuary. Yet it was here. A presence. Something with a massive weight and gravity that sucked at the deepest part of him. His soul, just maybe. "Hello?" he said childishly. "Up here." His gaze ascended. Something lurked in the apse, in the shadows above the crucified Christ. It seethed in that arched vault, a dark mass that shifted and breathed and chittered. My God. Amos Flesher's heart fluttered. His insides went to water. Oh, no, the thing spoke in his mind. Not God, child. Of course not. It never had been. That understanding arrived with a thunderclap. What he was hearing now was the same voice he had followed to the spot all those months ago. Not the voice of God, but a different one. A voice of chaos and blood. A voice that hummed like flies sometimes. Other times it sounded like a worm of limitless length coiling around and around its own infinite body. And Amos was fine with that. Yes, he was. The fact rested easily in his head. A gear locked in place, spinning contentedly on its axis. The thing in the rafters of the ruined, befouled chapel gibbered and giggled. Amos saw only a hint of its true shape. It was enough. It spoke to him in a familiar voice. You have been fiddling with your dirty stick, haven't you? Amos was unsurprised to find he had an erection. It tinted the satiny material of his pajamas. Idly, he reached under the waistband and began to pull on his cock. It felt nice to milk it, like an itsy-bitsy udder. Yes, he said stupidly. Fiddling and fiddling and fiddling, the thing crooned. Amos pulled with greater force. He was going to make a mess. Back at the orphanage, he hated doing that. He would tease himself to the point of release, then grip it and squeeze so his seed wouldn't spill out, so hard that blood vessels burst on the head of his penis. But he wasn't worried about that now. He pulled on it real hard, just like the soft-brained Finn used to do to his own thick mongoloid dick. Amos yanked so forcefully that the skin ripped down the shaft, though it didn't hurt at all. In fact, it felt wonderful. The air touched the ripped flesh with a pleasant tingle. He wasn't thinking of anything remotely sexual. Instead, he envisioned that his body had turned into an enormous mouth, with teeth the size of bricks, snapping and chattering around inside the locked orphanage, chasing screaming kids and grinding them up, breaking their bones and pulping their soft flesh and cracking their skulls between his mammoth molars like walnuts and— "What do you want?" he asked feverishly. "You know what," Sister Muriel said. And Amos did know. The voice wanted what it had always wanted, what it had brought Amos out here for, the sweetest fruit of Little Heaven. Amos began to laugh. It started out as effervescent titters, but soon became throaty, then booming. It was not entirely sane, that laughter, but then Little Heaven was no longer a sane place. Amos wanted to obey the voice, more than he'd ever wanted to follow the tenets of God. The Creator was a stodgy old bore. God stifled the true nature of man. The voice spoke directly to that nature and asked that Amos do nothing more than give vent to the brutality that had long lurked at his core. "Give it to me," Sister Muriel, or the thing that was speaking in her voice, called down to him. "Give me what I want, and I'll give you what you need." But as Amos was a physical weakling and at heart a coward, he would have to be crafty. Well, crafty he could be. A plan was already flying together in his head, the pieces slotting flush. "Yes." His voice floated up into the poisoned chapel as Christ stared down impassively from his cross. "Yes." 3. Ebenezer was up at dawn, heading out of the mess hall and across the square. Micah called after him, but Eb didn't bother to acknowledge his hail. Eb stopped at a shed and grabbed a red toolbox. The box rattled against his thigh as he strode across the compound to the front gates. The sun was rising over the trees to lighten the woods. A few hollow-eyed Heavenites stood watch. "Good morning, chappies," he said to them. "Open up. Daylight's wasting." He was tired of these corn-pone, Bible-bashing troglodyte shitbirds. They could go eat a bucket of elephant testicles for all he cared. A big old pailful, as these buffoons might say. Yuck, yuck. Crass, yes, but he had not reached the end of his tether. If he was going to die, so be it. But not among these ingrate yokels who would drag his soul into some hillbilly purgatory where he'd be forced to listen to washboard and jug band jamborees for all eternity. Hell would be preferable. When the morons didn't move, Eb lifted the latch himself and pushed the gate open. He was whistling a Cockney tune. His hair had gone frizzy and was tangled up with shreds of dead leaves and maple keys. He would kill, quite literally kill, for a hot shower and a bottle of Luster cream shampoo. Sunlight washed the access road, touching the body of Charlie Fairweather, who lay 300 yards off. Well, half of Charlie by the looks of it. Poor bastard. 2 motorbikes were parked past the gates. One was an old French Matisse with a 350cc 2-stroke engine. The other was a newer Japanese model. Micah caught up with him. His posture wasn't threatening, only curious. "What are you doing?" "Leaving, good chum," Eb said. "Hitting the lonesome trail, in your Yank parlance." He snapped open the toolbox, which he had stocked the day before for this very eventuality. He retrieved a can of 2-in-1 oil. He lubricated the chain and the suspension rig on the Matisse, straddled the seat, and bounced up and down to work the oil into the shock absorbers. Minerva hung back at the gates, watching him. Micah said, "Think you will make it?" "A bike is more nimble than a truck. It's perfect for this terrain." "You think you're going to leave us with our asses hanging out, huh?" Minerva called over. Ebenezer spoke to her over Micah's shoulder. "I'm taking a sabbatical, milady. Much to your dismay, I can only guess. I promised to send a postcard." Minerva pulled Ellen's pistol from her waistband, cocked it, and held it to her thigh. Ebenezer could only smile. "Will you shoot me in the back?" Minerva cocked her head as if to say, "Try me." Ebenezer's smile widened. "Your aim is suspect, my dear. I'll take my chances." He bent over the bike to check the timing gear. Someone shouted, "Hey, what the hell you think you're doing?" Ebenezer turned. Hooray, if it wasn't Virgil, the more dunderheaded shit-kicker of the Reverend's gruesome twosome. "Hey, black boy, that ain't your property. You ain't gonna—" Virgil's voice drilled into Ebenezer's ears, unlocking an old memory. As a child, he and a friend had queued up for a showing of Crossfire starring Robert Mitchum at the Granada Theater. They had saved up all week, but when they reached the wicket, the ticket seller told them, "No Negroes allowed." He said it casually, almost apologetically, an existential apology for their bad luck to have been born black, a stain that would doom them the rest of their lives. So Ebenezer and his friend snuck in through the fire door and sat in the empty balcony section. But before the newsreel even finished, an usher found them. He clouted Eb on the ear with one fat fist. "Sneaky little tar babies," he'd hissed and chased them down the stairs. They ran out the emergency door closest to the movie screen. The sunlight hit Eb's eyes, dazzling in its intensity. He turned to see the white people in the front row rearing back at the sudden light, their faces pale and marbly as cheese. They looked like terrified vampires at the moment Van Helsing let the sunlight into their coffins. Eb and his friend dashed down the alley to the street. The usher pursued for a block or two, but he was a porker, and he faded fast, heaving on the cobbles, shaking an impotent fist. Afterward, Eb sat on the curb outside the sweet shop, nursing his swollen ear. He had a powerful urge to go back and hurt that usher. In his young mind, he pictured a very sharp, long knife. He saw himself pinning the usher's hand down by the wrist and cutting deep between the webbing of his fingers, halfway down his palm, so that when the flesh healed, the man would be left with these tangly, freakish witch fingers, long and spidery, with almost no palm to speak of. But Ebenezer hadn't owned a knife and lacked the will to steal one. Ebenezer now thought of that afternoon because Virgil looked an awful lot like that usher. He wasn't nearly as fat, but he was stalking toward Eb with the same goatish belligerence, his eyes squinted in vaporous idiocy. Ebenezer reached into the toolbox and selected a heavy wrench. "What the fuck you think you're doing, you uppity nig?" Ebenezer threw it. The wrench spun end over end, tomahawk style, and poleaxed Virgil spang between the eyes. Virgil went down on one knee, looking like Al Jolson singing the crescendo of My Mammy, then staggered up and tilted off in a new direction toward the trees. His forehead was split open, blood pissing out. Eb curled his hand around an old spark plug lying in the toolbox and walked over to Virgil. He swung his fist in a tight arc, clouding Virgil on the back of his head. Virgil grunted and fell face first into the dirt. Ebenezer turned him over and punched him in the face, hard, and again, and again. Virgil's eyelids fluttered, and blood leaked from both sides of his mouth. "Eb," Micah said. Ebenezer turned. He could feel the warmth of Virgil's blood freckling his face. Micah said, "Lay off." "Cheerfully," Eb said. He rolled Virgil over, grabbed the man's gun from his waistband, then walked back to the bike and tossed the spark plug into the toolbox. Virgil lay still with blood bubbling out of his mouth. "Those things in the woods, Eb," said Micah, taking no interest in the downed man. "They are fast." "I saw them before, Micah, back at the campsite." "No, these ones are different." Eb sighed. "What choice do we have? No phone, no telegram, no carrier pigeons, no smoke signals. Someone has to get out of here. Who does it hurt if that someone is me?" Micah said, "You coming back?" "No," Eb said evenly. "Why the hell would I? But I promise I'll call the authorities. I'll have Johnny Law dispatched here post-haste." "If you make it." "If I make it." Micah considered this. "Give us some time. We can help." Micah went away with Minerva. Ebenezer spent the good part of an hour tinkering with the bike. Doc Lewis and another man showed up meanwhile and dragged Virgil off. Virgil's boot heels left shallow rails in the dirt. The sun skinned above the trees. Shapes shifted in the bad light of the woods. The electric tang of dread lay heavy in Eb's mouth. Micah returned with Ellen and two male followers. Both men carried compound bows. "Ellen made these." Micah held up a globe of paper-thin glass with a hole in the top. The men filled each globe with gasoline, now a precious resource, and lashed the globes to hunting arrows with duct tape. "We will try to hit a few," Micah said. "At least you will see them coming." Ebenezer duct-taped Virgil's gun to the motorbike's handlebars. He kick-started the engine. The motor coughed, sputtered, then buzzed to life. "You better make that fucking phone call," Minerva shouted over the engine. "I'll miss you most of all," he shouted back to her. The men notched arrows in their bows. Ellen lit the gasoline in the glass bowls. Micah hefted the Tarpley rifle. Minerva had Ellen's .38 pistol. "We'll lay down cover," she said grudgingly. "Race like your ass is on fire." Minerva and Micah jogged 50 yards ahead. The shapes in the trees were massing now. Ebenezer gunned the engine. The bike buzzed louder. Those wine-swilling Frenchies made one hell of a motorcycle. "Ah, well," Eb thought. "Who wants to live forever?" 2 arrows arced over his head. One hit a tree, whose trunk went up in a furious cone of fire. The other arrow hit one of the creatures, which shrieked as flames burst over its body. The fire clawed all over it to showcase its enormous and baffling size. "Go!" Micah shouted. Eb opened the throttle. The bike took off like a scalded cat. He raced between Minerva and Micah, bike screaming, tachometer in the red. The bike bottomed out in a rut, the chassis kicking up sparks. He shot past Charlie Fairweather's corpse. Charlie's eyes wide open, his dust-covered intestines resembling floured sausage links. 2 more arrows arced overhead. Something went up 50 yards ahead of him. A lunatic combustion that threw the woods into momentary relief. Noises from all angles, a cacophony of screeches and howls. Something charged from his left-hand side. He cranked the bars to the right. Micah's rifle cracked. The thing skip-tumbled away, a good chunk of its anatomy obliterated by the blast. The tires hit a rut. The bike wobbled, threatening to spill him off, but he recovered and rose up off the seat as the bike launched out of the rut on a bad line. The wheels spun, engine whining, before he slammed back down. His skull hammered the handlebars. He pulled his head up, woozy, seeing stars. He was riding straight at the trees. An abomination loomed out of the woods, the skulls of many animals smashed together, the bone humped and carbuncled like a walnut, with a horrible mouth splitting its surface. Ebenezer dropped one leg down and wrenched the bars hard, spinning a tight 180. He gunned the throttle, and the bike reared up as something snagged at his shirt collar, slitting the material and leaving a burning line of pain down his back. He catwalked the bike away from the trees, shifted his weight to bring down the front tire again, and slewed onto the path. Blood was trickling down his back. He shot past the pickup truck and caught a flash of blood on its windows, and a headless body slumped against the tire. Sweat dripped into his eye. He blinked, and when his vision cleared, he saw something in the firs to his right, 40 yards ahead. It kept rising and rising in a crazed mass of limbs, like a living totem pole. It slumped forward, falling like a tree, but much faster, more like an enormous whip being cracked. It slapped down on the path, sending up a stinking puff of dust. This terrible skinned rope, studded with red-rimmed eyes and mouths full of teeth gnashing with mindless hunger. Eb jerked the handlebars, popping the front wheel up, and hurtled the thing like a speed bump. The tires burred over its body, sending up the stink of burned rubber. For a heart-sinking moment, Eb was sure the thing's teeth or claws would puncture the tire, leaving him to flee on the shredded rim. But the rubber held, thank Christ. The path widened and ran flat. The shapes between the trees began to thin. He sensed movement from behind, things blundering and crashing through the bush, but he was moving faster than them now. "Ha ha!" he thought joyously. "Run, run, just as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the bloody gingerbread man." A shadow fell across his shoulder. He caught the decayed smell of his pursuer. He glanced back in time to see something swooping in from above. Its plated wings were fanned out, a fearsome 10-foot span of vein-threaded blackness. He swerved to avoid its predatory strike. Its wings flapped directly overhead, the air filling with rancid white dust like the powder off a moth. It latched onto his ear. Its talons were blunt but incredibly powerful. It was like getting pierced with ballpoint pens. The creature flapped its enormous wings. Eb's ass lifted a few inches off the seat. He screamed as the thing tried to muscle itself skyward. It raked his head with other claws, these much sharper, slicing his scalp open. Eb clung desperately to the handlebars as the thing rose up, clutching his ear like an angry schoolmarm. One hand was pried off the bars, his fingers barely holding on. His screams intensified as his panic hit maximum intensity. Then, with a fibrous, zippering tear, part of his ear was gone, ripped right off the side of his head. He barely felt it on account of the adrenaline washing through his system. He dropped back onto the seat. The shocks groaned as the bike bottomed out again, spraying a fan of gravel. There came a pressurized hiss as blood sprayed from the wound, flowing around his jaw and down his neck. The thing screeched and wheeled through the air in front of him. This huge black thing, part bat and part buzzard and part snake, but larger than those creatures by far, with a segmented tail that winnowed to the stinger of a scorpion. Egg ripped the pistol off the handlebars and fired. The second bullet hit its chest. The thing was blown backward in midair, body crumpling as it crashed into the roadside nettles. Ebenezer tossed the gun away. This was his chance, maybe his only one. He could hear them behind him, a murderous stampede. He opened the throttle. The bike whined in protest. Fingers of black smoke trailed up from the transmission. "Come on," Ed thought desperately. "Just a few more miles, little pony." The path dropped steadily downward. He maneuvered the bike over small dirt moguls and shale slides, laying off the throttle and letting the momentum take hold. Casting a glance back, he saw nothing. The engine was so hot that it baked the flesh of his calf, but the little Matisse didn't overheat or conk out. If he made it through this, Ebenezer would never speak ill of the French again. The side of his head throbbed where part of his ear had been wrenched off. He touched the wound and recoiled as blistering pain shot through his skull. Christ almighty! Well, at least he already wore his hair long. Blood leaked down his forehead from the shallow cuts in his scalp, but he didn't feel faint yet. He rode until he hit the creek. Its bottom was covered in water-polished stones, as one might find in an ornamental aquarium. He gussied the bike down the banks and into the shallows. Water hissed off the engine. He gingerly nosed it forward. The rear tire stuttered over the smooth stones. The bike slid out from under him, but he was able to hold it up and goose the throttle until the tires caught again. The motor almost cut out at the deepest point, water rising up to the base of the gearbox, but Eb powered it through with a few quick punches on the throttle. He geared up the far bank and let the bike idle. He wanted to switch it off and let it cool down, but he wasn't sure it would start again. He was not being pursued. That he could see. He swung the bike around and continued down the road. At some point, the path bled into a clearing. The grass ran waist-high on either side. In the afternoon sunlight, he could see Ellen's car parked at the cut. "Holy shit!" He slapped the side of the bike the way a cowboy might the flanks of a trusty steed. "We made it!" He was 50 yards from Ellen's Oldsmobile when the bike's engine rose to a pained squeal. Smoke poured from the transmission compartment as the gears stripped loose. The bike sputtered once and died. Ebenezer pushed the bike to the car. He laid it down reverentially. "Thank you," he said to it. "Thank you so much." The car keys were still tucked under the bumper where Micah had stashed them. He slid the key into the lock and sat in the driver's seat. He gripped the steering wheel. He stared at himself in the rearview mirror. His skin was grayish, a pallor it had never held before. The top quarter of his left ear was gone, blood dried down his neck. He was not fit for human eyes. But he was alive, goddammit. Alive. He pumped the gas pedal and cranked the key. The engine caught with a magnificent roar, that 8-barrel engine rumbling. He backed into the tall grass, swung the big car around, and drove away from the cut. He unrolled the window and let the cool air play over his face. "Free at last, free at last," he hooted. "Good God Almighty, free at last." 4. "You figure the bastard made it?" Minerva stood at the fence with Micah. It had been hours since Ebenezer had left. Micah said, "Think so." Minerva was pretty sure he had to. The devil's own luck, that prick. Little Heaven was chilly in the late morning. Skies hung with the threat of rain. The compound was quiet. The things in the woods seemed content to remain where they were so long as everyone in Little Heaven stayed put. "We got to find them, Shug. Or try, at least." "The children?" "Yeah, Shug, the children." Micah said, "We have not heard the last of the Reverend." "What do you think he's up to?" "Something," said Micah. "He will commune with God, or so he will tell his flock. Then he will make his move." Minerva looked at him, sucked at her teeth, and glanced away. "It's still weird." "What is?" "You, with 2 eyes." "One is glass." "Really? The old one didn't grow back?" She frowned. "Sorry, I'm ill at ease." Minerva hooked her fingers through the fence. The sun fought through a bank of clouds and shone down on the woods. They appeared empty. The things could be clustered closer to the road, disregarding the northern flank of Little Heaven. The massive rock formation loomed over the trees. Her fingers tightened. "I think we're going to die here, Shug." Micah didn't reply. She hadn't expected him to. She closed her eyes. She saw the children clustered together under the kitchen trap door, their faces white as gaslight. She opened her eyes again, not wanting to see them anymore. Any clue where they went? Micah angled his chin at the black rock that rose at a blunt angle against the sky. The two of them walked back to their bunkhouse. The grounds were unoccupied. Everyone was inside, out of sight. Ellen and Nate were inside. Nate's father was not. Minerva grabbed her backpack. She checked the loads on Ellen's pistol. "Where are you going?" said Ellen. "To find the kids," said Micah, arranging his own pack for travel. "What about those things?" Ellen said. "We're going north, toward the rock formation," Minerva told her. "They don't seem to be gathered out that way." "But what if they are?" Minerva gave her a grisly smile. "It'll be a short trip." "Why?" said Nate. "I mean, I saw those kids. I don't think... They may not come with you. It won't let them." "What do you mean, it won't let them?" Minerva asked. "That's what Eli said when he came up through the door," the boy told her. "It wants you," he said. "It wants all of you." A chill fled down Minerva's spine. If we don't know what we're up against, we stand a much worse chance of surviving. "But don't you think Ebenezer will send for—" "I have no fucking idea," said Minerva, cutting Ellen off. "I don't trust that shithead any farther than I can throw him. Sorry for cursing, kid." "I want to go," Ellen said. Micah shook his head. "Someone needs to stay. Keep an eye." "Why me?" said Ellen, pissed. Nate clutched her hand. "Please don't go." "Okay," Ellen said after a pause. "We'll stay." "We won't be gone long," Minerva promised. "Just be careful," Ellen said, looking at Micah. They set off in the early afternoon. Nobody saw them leave, or if so, they made no effort to stop them. What would be the use now? Micah snipped the fence at the farthest edge of Little Heaven with some bolt cutters he'd found in a supply shed. He and Minerva slid through the gap, entering the woods. The trees were thin, with no discernible trail through them. Minerva had a pistol. Micah went unarmed. A gun felt trivial in his hand now, a useless toy. They stumbled upon a path of sorts, a band of desolate gray stripping through the woods. Not a thing was living along it, not a tree, a shrub, a weed. It was as if a scouring fire had burned across the ground, leaving only powdery ash behind. The path wound toward the black rock, which Minerva could glimpse through gaps in the trees. An unsettling sight, a sheer cliff of blackness so dark it swallowed the sunlight. The woods were silent. They were not being trailed. They kept their own counsel. Minerva could tell that Micah was exhausted. His encounter with the things that had left Otis and Charlie and the red-bearded man dead had sapped his energy. His stride was labored, but his pace was remorseless. Minerva felt weary, too. It was like living in the shadow of a dormant volcano. You never knew when it was going to erupt and spew molten lava all over you. Clouds rolled in, rain pattered down. A steady trickle soon grew to a sheeting downpour. They found shelter under the firs. Minerva became aware of the powerful funk of her body. How long had she gone without bathing? She thought back to her last shower in a motel bathroom a few hours' drive from Grinder's Switch. The yellowy water spraying from a calcified nozzle. The mildewed shower curtain with a pattern of bow-tied ducks. How much would she pay to take a shower right now? $1,000? $10,000? The downpour lasted 15 minutes. The rain turned the ash into a slurry that clung to their boots. They walked until the sun began to fade. They rounded a bend and it came into view. The black rock. The trees petered out, becoming more stunted and palsied. The surrounding landscape was as sandy as a desert. It was monolithic, a giant, rotted tooth pushing up from the red sand. It was a mile distant, but Minerva could feel its forbidding magnetism gripping her already. She was a lead filing dragged toward its brooding shadow. "You do not have to come," Micah said. "Like hell I don't." 5. "You're one dumb bunny, Virgil Swicker." Virgil's mother used to say that. His own mother, who was so damn smart she got knocked up 8 times by 5 different daddies. So damn smart she couldn't wring a shaved nickel out of any of them in child support, so she and her brood lived in a salt-box shack on the edge of the Mojave Desert, sucking on sand. A real smarty-pants, his ma. but she had him dead to rights. Virgil was dumb. He was just smart enough to know it, which was a pretty sad place to pin the tail on that particular donkey. If he had been just a little dumber, if he could have killed off a few measly IQ points, he probably wouldn't have been able to grasp how witless he was, and then it wouldn't have bothered him so much. What a kick in the teeth, huh? One thing about knowing your limits is you learn how to operate within them. Virgil Swicker had learned early on that his lot in life was being a follower. He felt safest behind someone else, looking down at that man's heels. A leader needed smarts and fire and drive. All a follower ever needed to know was where to line up. Virgil had left home at 15 to little fanfare. His mother could barely care enough to wave goodbye from the stoop. He hitchhiked to San Francisco and lived on the streets, eating out of dumpsters behind chinky restaurants. He was a big kid, and nobody had raised him right. He started rolling drunks, and that went well for a while, before this one rummy wheeled on him with a switchblade. The guy was nimble with that blade, too, even 3 sheets to the wind. "I'm over from Stockton, motherfucker!" he kept screaming, as if that should mean something to Virgil, as if laying your hands on a wino over from Stockton was a capital crime. That Stockton trash maniac opened a big slash under Virgil's armpit and chased him down the street, laughing like a schoolboy. Tee-hee-hee! If the nutsoid hadn't tripped into a gutter, he would have caught Virgil and stabbed his eyes out. After that, Virgil mooned around the tenderloin like a kicked dog. There were times when he thought about buying a knife, or maybe a gun. That bastard with the switchblade wouldn't have been so high and mighty if Virgil had stuck a pistol in his face, bet your ass on that. But he couldn't afford either of those items. It was in the depths of despair that a single ray of sunlight brightened Virgil's world. That ray had a name: Cyril Neeps. They met on a bench in Union Square. Virgil was puffy and scabbed, his teeth loose and his gums from eating dumpster fruit. Cyril was tanned and fit and had this way about him that said, "Hey, world, get a load of me." He seemed the kind of man who could do anything he wanted with his life, and Virgil was instantaneously awed by him. "What's your story, fella?" Cy had asked without much interest, investigating the cracks of his teeth with a cinnamon-flavored toothpick. Virgil had hemmed and hawed for about 15 seconds before Cyril laughed great big, sucked a shred of meat off the tip of the toothpick, and said, "You're dumb as a box of rocks, ain't you?" "I guess so." Cyril clapped him on the back. "Hey, no big whoop. You probably didn't spend enough time in your mama's belly. You came out like a cake that's still mushy in the middle." "I guess." "Here, have a toothpick," Cy said, unwrapping a fresh one. Virgil was overcome by this small charity. "That's right, dummy," Cyril said cheerily. "Use the pointy end." There was nothing cruel in the way he said dummy, just stating a fact, which Virgil guessed was true. Cyril would call him dumb in many flavorful ways as the relationship went along. Dumb as a bag of hammers, 3 bricks short of a load, squirrel-headed, pudding-brained, not the sharpest pencil in the drawer, drooling fucking mongoloid when he was running hot. Sometimes Virgil would go red in the face when Cyril said these things, but he never argued. He just wished Cy had the good manners not to mention his dumbness, the way you shouldn't call attention to the fact that a kid was missing his hand, or was blind, or something like that. It was mean pointing out defects. But then Cyril wasn't really a nice guy. But he was smart, a whole lot smarter than Virgil. Granted, that was a low bar to clear. But Cyril had command, presence. When he walked into a room, people looked up. If they looked up long enough, they would see Virgil trailing in on his heels. Virgil helped Cyril stick up a few gas stations and a Chinatown grocer. It was dead easy. Cyril laid his hands on a gun. They wore pantyhose over their faces. They made good money, too. $50 here, $37 there, all in cash. Untraceable was the word Cyril used. Still, they got pinched. Bad luck was all. They both did a hitch. 2 years, sentences reduced due to prison overcrowding. After they got out, they returned to the Tenderloin. Virgil tried to sell his body to the wafy mincers and 9-to-5 types who trolled the park for rough trade. But Virgil looking how he did, there weren't many takers. Cyril was tired of him by then, Virgil could tell. He wanted a real partner, someone to help him become the criminal big shot he knew he could be. Someone a damn sight better than shit-a-brick Virgil Swicker. But Cyril never did find that running mate. Maybe because he wasn't such hot shit, Virgil secretly thought. One day they wandered through the doors of Amos Flesher's church. Cyril thought they might steal a chalice or something and pawn it. Instead, they met the supremo creepster himself, old Reverend Flesher with his greasy muskrat pelt hair. Flesher had bumbled out of the whatever the fuck you call it, his dressing room where he put on his goofy church clothes. He saw them skulking around. "You looking for something, fellas?" He had an aw shucks way about him, but Virgil could see that was a sham. This was a guy who could spot an angle in a circle. "Give me all your money," Cyril said mock-jokingly, but with that ever-present flint in his eye. The Rev cocked his head at them. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a flashy roll, a wad of cash. What was a man of God doing with a pimp roll? He peeled off a few 20s and handed them over. "The Lord provides," he told them. "Why don't you come back later? I might have a job for you." The Rev saw something in them that he could use, and so it transpired that they came here to Little Heaven, to butt-fuck nowhere, to nursemaid a bunch of religious freakos. It wasn't too bad at first. The Reverend promised them plenty of dough. It was easy work. They would have been happy to keep the churchy fuckos in line, really crack the fucking whip, but the Rev's followers never fell out of line. So most of the time he and Cy sat around with their thumbs up their asses, feeling antsy. They had plenty of ammo, so they shot their guns off in the woods. But after a while, there wasn't much to shoot at. Virgil hated it. Nothing but trees and dirt clods and people mumbling prayers. Cyril was madder than a wet hen, too. Little Heaven messed with his brainwaves, he said. They tried brewing hooch to stabilize Cyril's bummed waves, but that plan went tits up. Then things got weirder. Voices in the woods, shapes, some even claimed. But nothing you could point a finger at and say, this is messed up. Just a feeling. Everyone started acting hinky, especially the kids. It was sort of like that movie he'd watched at the Presidio a few years back, after filching some coins out of a blind beggar's cup, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, as if the whole damn camp had been taken over by pod people. Virgil half expected to find a bunch of oozing, cracked-open pods down in the kitchen cellar. Then the outsiders showed up. Virgil hadn't minded so much, because at least there was nothing much weird about them. They came from the world of streetlights and restaurants and roller disco rinks, from the real world. But soon after, things got unreal, when that kid Eli came back looking like something in the woods had sucked the life out of him. And then Cy went missing. Virgil was terrified that he'd run off home without telling him. Just took off in the dead of night. Hasta la vista, Virg. I'll see you in the funny pages, old buddy, old chum. And then just this morning, that fucking nigger cunt went and stole a motorcycle. When Virgil went to stop it, he got a goddamn wrench chucked at him. It hit him so hard that he tasted metal on his tongue, and his skull rang like a church bell. Before he knew it, the rotten pig-fucker was beating the living daylights out of him, and not a damn one of those religious bumpkins stepped in to stop the long-haired spook. They just let the prick wail away. Go ahead, you thieving foreigner. Beat the tar out of a goddamn honest American. Virgil had woken up in Doc Lewis's quarters. His forehead was so swollen he looked like a caveman. His eyes were puffed to slits. That wouldn't have happened if Cy had been around. He would have shot that black bastard dead in his boots. But Cy wasn't around anymore, and it broke Virgil's heart. Presently he got out of his bed in Doc Lewis's bunkhouse and went outside. His face hurt like hell. He walked the fence. Nobody was around. The long-haired English faggot had taken off on the motorbike, he figured. Virgil hoped he'd gotten ripped apart by the things in the woods, that they ate his stringy black ass like beef jerky. Serve 'em right. Clouds gathered overhead. The rain started as a light drizzle and built to a torrent, fat drops drumming on the warehouse roofs. Virgil let the downpour soak him to the skin. As a young boy, he used to stand at the edge of the desert on scorching summer days, watching chain lightning skate over the hillsides, waiting for the rain to come. There was a great relief when those swollen clouds finally split open above him. He watched the forest. Maybe he should run, too. There was another motorbike, right? He ought to get the hell out of here before things got any worse, and something or someone was standing between the trees. Virgil squinted through the sheeting rain. He was still woozy from the beating that jigaboo had laid on him. For an instant, he pictured a gaggle of witches, these old crones with sagging, papery skin and cruel twists of mouths, shuffling between the tall, dark pines clung with eldritch skeins of moss. Witches Or perhaps just creatures who dressed to look like witches, but who were in truth more ancient and evil than any witch. But no, it was just one person, a figure standing motionless in the shadowy canopy of the woods. "Who's out there? Who?" Whatever it was, it came forward fast, spooky fast. One moment it was 50 yards off, and the next it was right there, a few feet from the fence. It was Cyril. Looked like Cy anyhow. Except the eyes were off, and the way he stood there, kind of creaky looking, like his bones were all busted under his skin. He looks like somebody already dead. This was Virgil's trembling thought. His old pal Cy was dead as a doornail, except that little nugget of information hadn't sunk into his decayed head quite yet. Virgil figured it would have come to a shock to his dear friend. "Everything okay, Cy?" Cyril smiled. His teeth were gray, like the dead tooth in his grandma's mouth with a copper wire around it. Except every one of Cy's teeth was gray. You'd think he had painted them with lead or something. "Fine and dandy, Virg." "Well, good." Virgil swallowed. Rain washed down his throat. It tasted bad, like water a corpse had sat in for days. "Where you been?" "Oh, out and about." That was another worrisome thing. Cy's voice was funny, too, wet and rattling, as if stuff was coming loose inside of him. "I thought, geez, you're going to call me a dummy, but I thought maybe you left, Cy. You couldn't stand another minute and skedaddled." "Aw, hell." Cy hawked back and spat. The oyster of congealed phlegm just kind of fell out of his mouth, like a dead slug, and dribbled down his boot, black as clotted oil. "You think I'd leave all this happy horse shit?" "Sure, no." Virgil tried to smile, but the muscles of his face didn't feel like they were working so hot. "You bet." Right then, Virgil felt like running. Yep, turning tail and sprinting away from his old buddy Cy. His heart was bappity-bapping inside his chest, and there was a tightness in his crotch, as if a hard little balloon were swelling up behind his bladder. "They all ought to pay, don't you think?" "Who's that, Cy?" Cyril motioned at little heaven with his chin, the pitiful hole of it. "Everyone. All these fuckers. Pay for disobeying the Lord." Since when did Cy give two shits about the Lord? "Well, now, I don't really see how they've—" "Shut up, squirrel head," Cy said. Virgil zipped his lip. "Shouldn't they pay for what they let happen to you? That fairy nig beating on your head like a bongo drum while they all stood around with their dicks in their hands." Virgil caught a smell coming off his compadre. He nearly gagged. It would be rude to puke on account of Cy's reeking so bad. A strong sense of unreality washed over Virgil. He felt lightheaded, like when he used to huff gasoline in Mission Dolores Park. "They could have stepped in, yeah." "Bet your ass, buckaroo," said Cy. "Now let me tell you. Clean the shit out of your ears, dim bulb, and listen up good. The Reverend's got a plan." Virgil smiled dozily. "Is that so?" "That's a fact, Jack. All you got to do is exactly what he says. Figure you can manage that, or will following simple instructions make your fool brain squirt out your ears?" "Oh, come on now, Cy." Virgil's thoughts were swimmy and remote. It was as if his brain was trying to sprint away from him, away from little heaven and everything that was happening. But where could it go? It was trapped in his stupid skull, just like Virgil was trapped here. "Can you help, Cy? I'd feel a lot better if you were helping. You always were the brains of the operation. Yeah, Virg, I know. Lord knows I do. But not this time. You're on your own." "Why?" "Because I can't anymore." "Why?" Virgil repeated stupidly. Cyril opened his mouth. Virgil took an instinctive step back. The inside of Cy's mouth was all black, but things were moving in the pit of his throat. Bugs, it looked like. But it couldn't be. Roaches scuttling over one another. Virgil said, "Oh." Cyril shut his mouth. He had begun to drift away from the fence back toward the woods. Virgil couldn't see his feet moving. That was odd, wasn't it? "I hid a gun in our bunkhouse," Cyril said. Actually, he didn't say anything. His lips were shut, but Virgil could hear him just fine. A long, blade-like insect, a centipede, slid out of Cyril's nostril. It curled around the rim of his nose, its legs skittle-scattling and antennae twitching, crawling between his eyes and up his forehead, to vanish into the tangled nest of his hair. Virgil did not scream, but if his throat hadn't been so dry all of a sudden, he surely would have. "Look under the bed, Virg. Take the gun. You'll need it." Cy kept on floating back toward the trees. To be honest, Virgil couldn't say he was all that sad to see him go. Cyril's body knitted into the gloom of the woods. A few minutes later, the rain stopped entirely. Virgil walked through the muddy slop to their bunkhouse. The gun, a Bulldog .38 revolver, and a box of ammunition were stashed under the cot, in a hole dug under the clapboards, just like Cyril had said it would be. Good old Cy, always looking out. Virgil stuck the pistol into his waistband. Then he crossed the square to the chapel and knocked on the door. The Reverend answered. He didn't look so hot. His hair fell over his forehead in greasy strings. He stunk like a polecat in July. "Come in." He smiled, a gruesome sight, his eyes flicking edgewise. "We have much work to do." Reluctantly, with the same dread a man might feel stepping into his own casket, Virgil Swicker went inside. 6. Ebenezer fled the ruin of Grinder's Switch and hit the interstate, gunning the Oldsmobile's engine hard as he piled up the miles between himself and Little Heaven. The big-bore engine sent a soothing vibration through the whole car. He flicked on the radio and caught the Sonics singing The Witch on KIOT 102.5, spinning platters without the chatter out of Albuquerque. The blood on his scalp and ear had coagulated and turned crusty. He stopped at a Texaco station and cleaned himself up in the bathroom. The gas jockey had looked like he was going to withhold the lavatory key, but something in Eb's demeanor convinced him to hand it over. When Eb emerged, he looked somewhat presentable. He got on the road again and pulled into a roadside diner sometime later, a bubble of polished glass and steel made dull by the constantly blowing dust. He could see a few people inside at the counter or sitting in padded booths. A pie case revolved at the end of the counter. Huge, 3-inch thick wedges peaked with meringue or whipped cream. He wiped the drool off his lips and considered his state. He was in no shape for public viewing, not without having to answer a lot of questions. What he needed was a motel room, a bath, and to sleep in a real bed for roughly 15 years. A payphone stood near the diner's entrance. He flipped open the car's ashtray and found a crumpled dollar bill, plus a few dimes and nickels. His back was welded to the upholstery with sweat. He peeled off the seat like a giant Band-Aid and made his way to the phone. "Truth or Consequences Police Department, do you have a crime to report?" Eb cleared his throat. "I do, yes." The line clicked, a series of buzzes, then a man picked up. "Detective Rollins speaking, what's the problem?" The man sounded as if he was expecting an elderly woman to tell him that her cat, Mr. Buttons, was stuck up an elm tree. Yes." Ebenezer was unsure how to proceed. He should have rehearsed. "I believe something's happening in the woods and hills up past the town of Grinder's Switch." "That's so, buddy? What kind of something we talking about?" The detective sounded fat. Eb pictured him leaning back in a wooden chair while an electric fan stirred the squad room's humid air around. He saw rolls of flab cascading down the back of Rollins's neck to his too-tight collar, balls of sweat rolling down his forehead to dampen his caterpillar eyebrows above a pair of small piggy eyes. "I was hiking around that area, and I came across—" "Where are you from, partner? You don't sound local." "I'm English, if that matters." Rollins's voice grew hard. "What matters is what I say matters. We clear on that part?" "Crystal." "Well, go on, tell your story. I don't got all day." Ebenezer gazed through the dusty window into the diner. The waitress, an old battle-axe named Flo or Marge or Betsy, no doubt, was gawping out at him. The pie case spun enticingly at her elbow. "I was hiking in the hills," Eb said tightly. "Came across a camp, a survivalist setup. Little Heaven, I believe it's called. Have you heard of it?" "Nope." The detective popped the P in the way that conveyed his total boredom. "Yes, so about 30 or 40 of them, living on their own in the woods." That's not a crime. Weird, but not a crime. Right. Well, I think some of them might have died. He heard a loud screech, the sound of Rollins pulling his chair closer to his desk, perhaps. His voice was suddenly bright with interest. Go on. I don't know how it happened, or what happened. All I know is that— What did you see? Rollins said. A body, maybe more. Some dead bodies. You sure? How close did you get to them bodies? You positive whoever it was wasn't just sleeping, or knocked out, or— Sleeping? No. Dead. Dead how? I beg pardon? How were the bodies dead? Bullet in the head? Knife? What? What use was it to tell the man the truth? That Charlie Fairweather and Otis Langtree and the big red-headed bull had been savagely dismembered by beasts beyond the sheriff's wildest imaginings, creatures that would wreck his tiny, suet-ingirded mind? Ebenezer sighed. I don't know. They're just dead. Either you believe that or you don't. You shit-kicking fathead, he thought. A grumbling exhale from Rollins's end. The chair squeaked as his body settled back into what Ebenezer assumed to be its original, uninterested posture. You know it's a federal offense to transmit wrongful information to a law enforcement officer, don't you? Ebenezer shut his eyes and rested his head against the phone booth. He should have practiced his story. I'm not lying, officer. What's your name? Julius. Uh-huh. Julius who? Julius Thriftwhistle. Well then, Mr. Thriftwhistle, why don't you haul your ass down to the station and fill out a report for us? Then we can get to work sorting your story out. Ebenezer wasn't going to any police station. Not in his state, not at all. They would ask for his ID. They might even run his fingerprints, and that would be very bad indeed. Ebenezer and the authorities were on less than jolly terms with each other. Why don't you tell me where you are and I come to you? Pretty sure I heard a big truck blast by a minute ago on your end, so I guess you're at a payphone along the Eb hung up. Bloody hell. That had gone poorly. He gazed into the diner. Pure, undiluted Americana, bright linoleum and shiny chrome, and the smell of delicious starches fried in oil. After a momentary debate, he pushed through the door. A bell tinkled. A father and mother and their young daughter sat in one booth. A traveling salesman type occupied the counter. Pearl was dishing up them victuals. He sat on a padded counter stool. He flipped through the miniature jukebox mounted beside his elbow. He slid a nickel in and punched B6, Stand By Me by Ben E. King. Eb was surprised to find a black man's song on the jukebox. The waitress approached with an obvious lack of enthusiasm. You okay, misser? Pronounced it as misser. Eb smiled winningly. It probably didn't help. Tip-top, my dear. Thank you for inquiring. She set her order pad down and watched him carefully, the way you'd watch a small but vicious dog that had slipped its leash. What kinds of pie do you serve? Sweet potato, blueberry, lemon, shoe-fly pie. Shoe-fly? It's a northern thing, she said. Molasses pie. Our baker came down from Pennsylvania Dutch County. He brung the recipe with him. Molasses, Sounds like treacle pudding. I ate that as a child in England. Flo clearly did not give a tin shit what Eb had done back in Mary Ole. She tapped her pencil on the order pad, wanting him to eat, pay up, and leave. How much? 40 cents. Sold. And a cup of coffee you could stand a spoon up in, if you please. We don't make that kind of coffee. His smile widened. I'll take whatever you've got. Eb closed his eyes and dropped his skull to the countertop. The ceramic was cool on his forehead. Lovely, such small pleasures. He ruminated. What were his options? He could keep going. That was good, and it suited his temperament. He'd promised them he'd call the police. Well, he had. That shit-kicking detective gave him the gears, all because Eb had a funny way of talking. He wasn't going to the police station. He'd wind up in a cell. What more did he owe, for Christ's sake? You're scared, Ebenezer. It was his aunt's voice in his head. His Aunt Hazel, dead nearly 2 decades now. But Hazel practically raised him. Eb's father did what plenty of rot-ass fathers did, went out for a bottle of milk and a pack of Mayfair cigarettes one fine afternoon, and never showed his face again. Not even to bring that tossing milk home. His mother was a sensitive type, prone to bouts of the nerves, as they were known in those days. As such, his rearing fell mainly to her older sister, Eb's aunt, Hazel Coggins. Hazel was unmarried. "Men are as useful as a chocolate teapot," she was fond of saying, and worked at the local butcher shop. A big, handsome woman, and a dab hand with a cleaver. She could draw and quarter a hog faster and cleaner than anyone. Hazel was a hard woman. Eyes, body, outlook. Life was eat or be eaten, according to her, and better to be hunter than prey. But as a primary school student, Ebenezer had too often been prey. The first form boys would surround him in the sandlot after school, 8 or 10 boys, all of them white, to throw insults and, soon enough, fists. When Ebenezer returned home bloody-nosed on a 3rd consecutive day, his aunt took action. She was still wearing her butcher's apron, wet at the hem with hog's blood. She took it off, wadded it up, and, while Eb struggled, pressed it over his mouth and nose. "Smell it!" She shoved it into his face as he choked on the sodden fabric. "Are you a hog, boy? Are you meat?" She let him loose. He sucked in a great breath and stared at her warily, suspecting she'd spring on him again. "Or are you made of sterner stuff, Ebenezer?" she asked. "You have to be, or you'll never make it through this life." "What do I do?" he asked her. "Tomorrow you fight back, until you can't stand, if that's how it must be." She took his face in her calloused palms. "If you bend to them now, if you let them cow you, then you'll get used to the feel of the yoke around your neck." The next day, when his tormentors assembled in the sandlot, Ebenezer said, "Well and good, lads, let's tussle." He had nobody on his side. His teachers must have known of this abuse by now, but none of them stepped in. If nothing else, this solidified in Ebenezer the fact that his lot in life was to be a man alone, and if his isolation was to be an ever-present part of existence, he'd better learn how to function within that cold circle. The first boy who rushed at him was a fat and beery-faced son of a local banker. Ebenezer curled his hand into a fist and struck back, and he was shocked to discover he was quicker and much more powerful than his antagonist. The boy's fist struck him with the sting of a mosquito bite. Meanwhile, his own fist hammered into that porky, satisfied face with a meaty smack. The boy reeled away with a strangled cry. Ebenezer pressed his advantage, throwing venomous punches at the boys ringing him. Even the boys who had never struck him, who had only thronged him for the sport of it. "You trifle with the bull, you get the horns," he'd thought, swinging vicious roundhouses at the wide-eyed white faces flocked around him. In time, the boys began to hit back. He was hammered hard repeatedly. But this time, instead of turning tail, he'd hit back again and again, giving almost as good as he got, and relying on his ability to continue sucking up punishment while his adversaries lost their gumption one by one and fled. That night he'd staggered home. His eyes were swollen shut, his nose broken, several knuckles crushed. He did not go to school for days. His aunt nursed him back to health. Even she seemed amazed at the punishment he'd taken. But when he returned to school, the torment ceased. "You will never be scared again," Aunt Hazel said proudly. "You'll never be the hog." And he hadn't been. From that day forward, he'd been the butcher. That had persisted until the night, only days ago, when he'd seen the boy with the slug-gray eyes all covered in roaches. Then, for the first time in over 20 years, he'd felt the blade on his neck. He was the hog again, his heart filled with that quailing, weak-kneed fear he'd fought so hard to push from his soul. "You were scared, Ebenezer," his aunt spoke inside his head. "Come clean." Of course, this was true. As scared as he'd ever been in his life. That stuck in his craw. He realized it now, many miles from the seat of that fear. He did not like being made to feel scared. More to the point, he was disgusted to find that flaw still dwelling within him, one he'd fought so hard to dispel, but that fear had returned. Surely it was natural, considering what he had experienced. Still, he could not live with it, nor with the abandonment of his compatriots, which left an unaccountably large hole in him. Minerva and Chagru and the woman and the boy were not his obligation, were they? Lord, no. Yet he felt now as if they had been a part of something together, however awful, and he couldn't believe he had come around to this way of thinking. But by God, he owed. Bigger than that, though, was the fear. He had been chased off by it. He had allowed himself to be cowed by whatever lurked in the woods surrounding Little Heaven. And that simply would not do. The pie plate clattered next to Ebenezer's ear, breaking his reverie. A fork clanged down beside it. A mug of coffee touched down next, hot droplets sloshing over the rim and burning his scalp. He lifted his head. There it was, the shoe-fly pie, dark with a flaky crust. He picked up the fork and meticulously cleaned the tines with a paper napkin from the dispenser. Then he flicked the fork away sharply. It pinged off the steel coffee cistern, picked up the pie with his bare, blood-stained hands, and shoveled it into his mouth. Eb ate the thick wedge in 5 wolfish bites, barely chewing, just stuffing it in until his cheeks bulged, then swallowing with a sinuous motion, like a snake devouring a gerbil. "Christ on a dirt bike, Flo, that's some good pie," he roared with such force that bits of filling sprayed from his mouth. "Shoofly, you don't bother me." He pushed himself up and rocked back on his heels. He took a big swig of coffee, burning the top of his mouth in the process, shouted, "Ye gods, Myrtle, that's some hot joe," then pulled the dollar bill from his pocket, smoothed it out over the counter's edge, and set it down primly on his empty plate. "I shall tell my friends of this place, Darla," he informed the startled waitress. "I'll sing its praises to the high heavens. Come for the pie, I'll tell them, but stay for the delightful fucking hospitality." The woman in the booth covered her daughter's ears. Her husband, a square-jawed clodhopper in dungarees, appeared as if he might make something of it, but he took a good look at Ebenezer and must have figured his daughter would hear worse in her life. "Good day to you," Eb said, booting the door open, "and God bless." Later that afternoon, Ebenezer pulled into Jimmy's gun rack. It was closed. Either Jimmy had knocked off early, or folks around here didn't purchase elephant guns past 4 o'clock. Either way, Eb's task would be much easier with the shop empty. He knocked on the front door. No answer. He knocked harder in case Jimmy was asleep in the storeroom. When that got no response, he walked round back. No car. He returned out front and drove the olds around back. The mesa stretched away behind the shop, nothing but miles of sand, studded with scraggly cacti. The delivery door was locked, but not with a deadbolt. Instead, steel collars were attached to the door in the cinder block wall, clasped with a heavy padlock. Eb popped the trunk and peeled back the floor upholstery. The scissor jack sat atop the emergency spare. He grabbed the jack handle, a 2-foot steel rod, and approached the door. He threaded the handle through the shackle U and levered his body against it. "Come on, you old slapper," he grunted, putting his full weight on the jack handle. The lock popped. The jack handle swung up and cracked Eb in the forehead. He staggered back, dazed, and fell on his ass in the dirt. The lock fell to the earth. The door swung open, and boom! The heavy steel door blew open like a screen door caught in the wind, slammed the shop's brick wall, the knob chipping the cement, and ricocheted back. Ed staggered up and peeked around the doorframe. The inside of the door was shredded with pockholes. A Mossberg shotgun was parked 5 feet within the entryway, strapped to a mount of welded steel. Copper wire was wrapped around the trigger, the trailing end looped through a series of metal eyelets along the ceiling to a hook on the door. "Jumpin' Jesus Christ, Jimmy," Eb whispered, shaken. "Some might call that excessive." He eased past the homemade booby trap and into the storeroom. He flicked the light and gazed over the halogen-lit interior. There didn't appear to be any other nasty surprises, not obvious ones anyway. He grabbed a Beretta 12-gauge pistol-grip shotgun and 10 boxes of shells. To this he added a pair of Colt M1911s, 100 rounds of ammo, and 6 spare clips. He stashed everything in the car trunk, then went back inside. He shed his shirt and pants. His chest and arms were cut, but apart from his ear, the damage was superficial. He donned a camouflage hunting outfit he found in the main showroom. Then he went back for the flamethrower he'd pointed out to Micah when they had first come into the shop. He hefted the canisters. Something sloshed inside the left one. Jellied gasoline. The right one would be full of nitrogen propellant. He found a few other items, a Bowie knife, a flare gun, some stout rope, and a Zippo lighter in a desk in Jimmy's office. The lighter sat next to some cigars. Once he identified them as genuine Cubanos and not the trick exploding kind, he slid 2 of them into the chest pocket of his spiffy new hunting outfit. He muscled the flamethrower into the Oldsmobile's back seat. He considered leaving a note for Jimmy, telling him his store had been looted by the forces of good. But he did not do this because he was not an especially good person and felt no compulsion to lie about it. He did close the back door, the least he could do. Ebenezer followed the highway until he found a deserted access road. He drove a mile down it and stopped. He opened the trunk, loaded the guns and the spare clips. A scorpion sunned itself on a flat rock nearby. He got into the car and drove back to the head of the access road. A big store sat on the side of an otherwise deserted stretch a few hundred yards off, Big Al's Bargain Village. He swung into its parking lot. The dusty bay window showcased the store's wares, blenders and fondue pots and tennis rackets and sterling silver tea sets. Al's got everything under the sun, the display boasted. A 17-inch Magnavox TV was broadcasting an episode of The Andy Griffith Show. Bug-eyed Barney Fife was giving Opie advice. Someone was always giving Opie advice. The carrot-topped weedy idiot. Eb closed his eyes and rested his head against the glass. "Are you really going to do this?" he asked himself. "Are you that much of a damned fool?" He pictured those monstrosities skulking through the woods. He recalled the charnel stink wafting off that one that had swooped down and aggressively relieved him of half his ear. He didn't owe any of them a Christly thing. It had been a business arrangement, nothing more. He'd fulfilled his end of the bargain, hadn't he? "Can I help you, fella?" A fat man in a seersucker's suit stared at him from the store entrance. Big Al his own self, by the looks of it. He had the flat-hanging, shiny red face of a carnival barker, but he didn't look all too impressed to see a black man in a camouflage outfit mooning around his display window. "Just reflecting on life," Eb said. "That's so, Alec Guinness?" Big Al bit his thumbnail. His teeth crunched on the calcified enamel. "Does that reflection include a desire for mid-quality consumer goods?" Ebenezer smiled. "I guess not." "Then I'll kindly ask you to fuck right off." Ebenezer laughed. "And the horse I rode in on, yes?" "That's about the size of it. I don't need your nose prints all over my glass." Still chuckling, Eb walked back to the car. Big Al glared after him. Eb slid behind the wheel and fired up the olds. Eve of Destruction was playing on the radio. He cranked the volume knob and peeled out of the lot, heading back in the direction he'd come. 7. Darkness had nearly fallen by the time Minerva and Micah reached the rock. They stopped 20 yards from its southern face. It was black as obsidian. Its outcroppings were sharp as cut glass, impervious to the scourings of wind and rain. Its sheer face climbed nearly 200 yards before reaching a flat apex. Micah wondered if there was a route to the summit, and if one existed, did they really want to see what was up there? They circumnavigated the rock, working eastward. They kept their distance from it, walking through the clingy sand that carpeted the slope. The sun's dying rays washed the woods, but they did not lighten the monolith itself. It was as if the sun's light was consumed by it. It took half an hour to cut around its eastern face. The monolith was carved sharply, its angles nearly as neat as those on a skyscraper. The new face rose even more sheerly, a black mirror that, instead of reflecting, swallowed the reflections of anything set before it. The sun set behind the firs. The woods were quiet. The only sound came from the rock itself, a low, bristling hum, as if, behind its edgeless face, trillions of flies were filling its core with the seethe of their industry. "This place is terrible," Minerva said, standing off Micah's shoulder. Micah could not disagree. It was dreadful to encounter such spots, places that appeared to have experienced horrors that, while unseen and ages old, were still trapped there, held by whatever malignancy had minted them. But there was no visible evidence. No sacrificial altar, no open graves or moldering skulls mounted on pikes, just the implacable rock and the fearsome chill it gave off. They came upon an entrance of sorts, an inverted V in the rock face, about 20 feet tall at its apex. Darkness crawled out of it. It gave off a more profound cold, too. Micah's forearms broke out in gooseflesh. He removed a flashlight from his pack and shone it into the cleft. The beam gave no indication how far in it went or where it might lead. "Think the kids are in there?" Minerva said. Her voice was tight with strain. "We could keep walking around the hole." "This is the place, Minnie." "Yeah, feels like it." The cleft was 5 feet wide at its base, but it narrowed quickly. They had to duck to get inside. The cleft gave way to a cavern carved through the rock. The flashlight picked up a scattering of pebbles on its uneven floor. Mineral deposits jagged down from the cavern's ceiling. They were 2 feet long, skinny as soda straws. These weird rock icicles. One raked the top of Micah's scalp like the scrape of an emery board. The rock was wet here, with a popcorny appearance. It resembled a vast, exposed brain. The tunnel was set on a gradual decline, almost too imperceptible to discern. The air was stale, with an alkaline undertaste, the taste that comes up off hot pavement after a storm. Micah swept the beam over the walls and ceiling, which was no longer carbuncled, but instead perfectly rounded, as if it had been smoothed with a grinder. Their breath filled the cramped space, creating vibrations that flitted against the sensitive apparatus of their inner ears. A sly squirming noise emanated overhead. Micah stopped. Minerva ran into his back and let out a squawk. He pressed a finger to his lips. The squirming was wet, unctuous, lush. He swung the beam up to the cave ceiling. Minerva dry-heaved in revulsion. The ceiling was covered in a seething mass. Eelish creatures, each roughly 3 inches long, carpeted the rock. They were pale yellow, the color of margarine or the fatty tissue of an excised tumor. Their pencil-thin bodies were belled at one end and tipped with a flagellate tail at the other. Thousands of them squirmed on the rock above. "Olms," Micah said quietly, "a kind of salamander. They are not native to this part of the world." The creatures massed into large balls the size of grapefruits. The balls quivered pendulously, threatened to fall and splat on the floor or on their upturned faces. "What the hell are they doing?" "Breeding," said Micah. They moved past the olms, deeper into the cavern. The flashlight swept over something. Micah registered it the next instant and swung the beam back. A hair barrette, dull pink, the sort of thing a girl wore. The little Rasmussen girl, for instance. The cavern narrowed until they had to walk single file. Minerva grabbed a hold of Micah's belt loop. The blackness pushed back at them, almost a physical presence. If he shut off the flashlight, or if the battery suddenly died, Micah imagined it slipping over them, inside of them, sliding around their eyeballs and between their lips, a predatory darkness, seeking something to feast upon. He stumbled and set a hand on the wall to steady himself. The rock was not cold to the touch, at least not this deep inside the monolith. It was warm and slick, like the flesh of a sleeping giant. The floor dropped away 5 feet ahead. The flashlight beam picked up motes of dust swirling in a mammoth darkness. "Hold up," said Micah. They had reached the lip of a precipice. There was just enough room to perch at its edge. Micah shone the light down. The drop was nearly straight. Micah guessed it was a 30-foot fall. At the bottom was a basin with a 10-foot wide base. He could make out the mouth of a tunnel down there. It was more cramped than the cavern they had already traversed. The tunnel looked to be about 4 feet in height, 3 feet in diameter. It must lead deeper inside the rock. A rope ladder traveled down the face of the drop. The rope was sturdy but old, the wooden rungs worn smooth with age. Micah shone the light upward. The ceiling bellied a few feet above them. It was just the precipice, the drop, and the tunnel mouth below. "Who would put a ladder here?" Minerva said. Micah grunted. It wasn't a question worth contemplating. The ladder was here. That was the only thing that mattered. He kicked a pebble over the edge and followed it with the flashlight. It bounced off the rocks at the bottom of the basin and skipped toward the mouth of the tunnel. Micah's breath hitched, then whistled out on a near-silent note. 4 sticks, craggy and white as driftwood. 4 sticks were latched around the top of the tunnel's mouth. At least that's what they looked like on first blush. So much so that Micah's mind tried to immediately dismiss them as such. Except for their placement, how would sticks get to such a place? How would they find themselves lashed round a tunnel mouth so deep within this place? Maybe they were exposed roots, but if so, roots to what? What tree or weed could grow down there? And how would those roots push themselves out of solid rock? Then it dawned on him that those sticks were moving ever so slightly. They were vibrating minutely, in fact, the outermost stick lifting and coming down again on the rock, tapping almost like a finger. 4 more sticks materialized close to that first bundle. They crept out of the darkness at the tunnel's mouth and latched around its upper curvature. Micah stood frozen. The fingers were long and wiry, like insulated electrical cables. Well, isn't that odd? Dreamily, Micah wondered what they could be attached to. He tried to picture the wrists and arms, the body. Next, his brain went dark, his synapses dimming like a cityscape during a rolling blackout. Then came the sounds. They traveled up from the tunnel below them. The laughter of children, a charmless sound full of mocking malice. Come. A child's voice, but not exactly. More the voice of a child who had lived in this sunless place for a minor eternity. A child whose eyes were yellow as a cat's eyes, and whose flesh had the look of old parchment. A wizened and corrupted thing whose throaty chuckling drifted up from the bowels of the earth. Meet for the feast, the voice called. The strain of terror that entered Micah's heart at that moment was unlike any he'd ever felt, even worse than anything he'd experienced in Korea, though he had been scared an awful lot over there. But those were understandable fears about what war and the machinations of his fellow man could do to your body and mind. He was ripped back through time to a cold night in Korea when he'd been walking past the medic's tent. The flap blew open in a high wind. He saw a young soldier, still a boy, really, lying on a makeshift bed. His arms and legs had been blown off. All that was left were these rags of flesh that swung and drooped from the stumps of his legs, like thick moldering curtains. The boy wasn't screaming. The shock put him beyond all that. Micah had glimpsed the surgeon's eyes above his blood-spattered mask. They reflected a dull emptiness, as if he wasn't seeing the patient in front of him. A single word drifted out of that open flap before the wind blew it shut again. Mommy. One of those men had called out for his mother, and Micah was almost positive that it hadn't been the soldier's voice. The terror of war was a bodily one, the fear that you might die in the shit and muck, or worse, get blown apart and live, and have to continue on in a horribly reduced capacity. But at least it was a known horror, and your enemy was clear. He shared your same skin. But right now, those fingers curled around the rock, and the sound of that laughter, it was a rip in the everyday fabric, a glimpse in the roiling heart of something impossible to comprehend. Even those things in the woods were dangerous only to a point. They would rip you to shreds and make an end of you, tear your guts out like they had done to poor Charlie and Otis, who were beyond suffering now. Shug, Minerva said from someplace over the mountain and far away. Micah's eyes remained on those fingers. They tensed as if in preparation to propel the rest of its body forward, the way a spider pushes itself from its hidey hole. The legs coming first, spanning all around the hole, then the fat, black nut of its body surging forth. The laughter dried up. Then it returned even louder than before. Minerva gripped his wrist. Please. 8. Be penitent, be remorseful, be the father they need. Reverend Amos Flesher sat cross-legged on the chapel floor, a chapel built to his exact specifications and erected by his flock. For months he had sermonized from its pulpit. His people had received his words with the lamb-like docility he had entrenched in them and thus come to expect. But now their trust in him had been shaken. At first he had been angered by their treachery. His rage had been such that he'd pictured bashing their heads in until their skulls resembled broken, bloodied crockery. But then the voice spoke, and he listened. Now he understood that the best way back into his people's hearts was through atonement. He had to grovel on his belly. Be humbled, Amos, humbled before God and humbled by these ungodly circumstances. They will welcome you back into their hearts. He stood and walked between the pews. He inhaled the lemony scent of the wood wax. He had insisted upon the brand, as he had insisted on the tiniest detail at Little Heaven. He stood before the chapel window. Night hung over the compound. His face was reflected in the glass. His cheeks were furred with a 3-day beard, his eyes set deep in his sockets. No matter. He would feel so much better soon. He had been promised, hadn't he? All he had to do was fulfill his end of the bargain. And Amos would have help in this, he knew. It was in the water now, in the food they ate, in the air they all breathed. They were helpless against the forces marshalling against them. They were mindless insects. But then, in Amos's eyes, they always had been. They would come back to him, slaves to the sonar in their meek little brains that carried them to Amos, like ants back to a poisoned hill. He fixed his hair, setting it just so. He set his shoulders and straightened his spine, drawing himself up to his full height. A showman must always hold a sense of the moment. He walked between the pews to the front doors. His hands gripped the brass knobs, L imprinted on the left, H on the right. Showtime. He threw the doors open. Then he signaled Virgil to ring the bell. It tolled steadily, rolling over the compound and into the inhospitable woods. He spread his arms. "Come, my children," he whispered. "Come back to me." He watched them stumble into the square, single worshippers at first, but they were soon joined by entire families. They were fearful and bruised of spirit. Amos would salve them. It was his gift. His voice was their balm. His people stood before his chapel like frightened animals. Its beckoning light spilled over Amos's shoulders. He saw that light reflected in the eyes of his flock. "I stand penitent before you. I want to say that I am sorry," he said. "Truly I am." Nate was with Ellen when the chapel bell began to toll. Each ring shivered the bunkhouse walls. Nate went to the window. The Reverend was standing at the chapel door with his arms outspread. Ellen opened the bunkhouse door. She and Nate stepped onto the grass. The things in the woods hadn't been heard from all day, but it was night now, and that was always when monsters came out. People began to filter into the square. They looked so lost, Nate thought. A lot of them wore timid, hopeful smiles. They walked with their heads tilted forward and their fingers pointing back. They looked cartoonish, like Porky Pig drifting toward a pie cooling on a windowsill. They all had that same dozy, dopey expression. His father passed by. "You coming, Nate?" Nate gave him a flat stare. "Maybe later." His dad shoved his hands in his pockets. He tried to smile, but his face wouldn't cooperate. "Things will get better, buddy. You just watch. The Reverend will—" Nate grabbed Ellen's hand. His father saw it. He dropped his head and nodded once, a tiny bob of his head, then followed the others. "You don't want to go with him?" Ellen asked once he was gone. Nate shook his head. "I don't trust him." "The Reverend or your father?" Neither of them, Nate thought. "Come in, come," Amos said. "Enter the house of the holy." Nell Conkright, the leprous cunt, the scheming bitch, the sea hag, the whore, stopped at the chapel threshold. She licked her lips, as if physically hungry for everything that lay within, but she couldn't quite force herself through. She eyeballed Amos coldly. Amos waited. A bubble of tension formed. His heart rate quickened. Nell's husband stepped forward, brushing past his wife, entering the forgiving warmth of the chapel. Nell reached for him. He shrugged her off, with an inelegant, brusque move, as if wiping dandruff flakes off his sleeve. His eyes were focused inside the chapel, on Jesus up on his cross, where he suffered eternally for the sins of mankind. Nell Conkright gaped at Amos, that coldness giving way to a submissive helplessness. Amos smiled at her, mild as milk. Nell Conkright dropped her head and followed her husband inside. Amos knew right then that he had them, all of them, mind and soul. They were his to hold and hone, as they always had been. He tamped down a grin. His smile had begun to look manic lately. They came, some eagerly, some hesitantly, some even angrily, which was not wholly unexpected, but they all came. The spell had been cast, that old black magic. Amos stroked the odd shoulder as his worshippers filed in, laying hands on his people. He had to physically stop himself from squeezing too hard. If he did that, his hands might take on a life of their own, tearing at fleshy, spittle-wet lips, and gouging at eyes filled with gaseous idiocy. Bastards and bitches, traitors and heretics, scum, 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 scum. Most of them smiled at him gratefully, the way a whipped dog will still wag its tail when a cruel master pets it. When they had all come inside, Amos stepped outside the doors. The woods pinched in from every angle. The generators sputtered. They were down to their last few gallons of gasoline by now. The spots dimmed and flickered. Amos stared into the forest. He could not see anything, but he felt it. Something watching, something black and primitive, built of blood and old bones, breathing back at him, encouraging him. Oh, yes. That something, whatever it was, wanted him to succeed and would aid his efforts to make that success a reality. His silent benefactor. "Thank you," he said quietly to no one at all. Amos shut the doors and ushered himself to the pulpit. He basked in the warm, approving gaze of his congregants, whether it was approval of him or simply approval of this ritual, the chapel, the uncomfortable wooden pews under their asses once again, the biblical verses they would move their bloated lips to, like cows chewing cud, mattered very little to Amos. Whatever the cause, he soaked up their abject need like a sponge. "Brothers and sisters," he said, "the devil has come to Little Heaven." They made no noise at this. It was obvious, wasn't it? "I have been in deep palaver with our Lord these past hours and days," he said. "It has taken me to the edge of sanity. Sometimes, just for a moment, I felt it slip. Now, I'm going to be just as plain as I know how to tell you. I've never lied to you," he lied. "I never have lied to you. An evil has come down on our heads. An evil blacker than anything you could possibly imagine. It's out there in the woods. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Rev, wasn't it you who led us here in the first place? And yes, it was. Perfect, or as perfect as we can expect in this fleshy realm. I tried to give that perfection to you." His voice grew deeper and slightly wrathful. "I laid down my life for you. I have practically died every day to give you peace. And do you have that peace? Sister Conkrite, do you feel it?" "I do not," Nell Conkrite said, startled to have been called upon. "And you blame me? No, don't answer that. I know." His eye on the sparrow, sister. Amos set his finger below his eyelid and pulled down, exposing the bloodshot white. "Now, why and how did this evil descend upon us? We who are the chosen, our lives given to the pursuance of good and holy matters. But the devil, he is sly. He hunts for apathy and sloth and dines out on it. He peers deep into our hearts and finds the evil lurking there. It is his sweetest nectar, oh yes." The chapel began to warm. Sweat collected on the upper lips and foreheads of the congregants. Their eyes had that dull sheen Amos knew well. They were enwrapped. They were practically drooling. Amos smiled inwardly. He was going to make them pay for their disobedience. He'd make them squirm for what they had done to him, for scaring him and stripping his power away even for a moment. "I'm here to talk corruption, brothers and sisters, corruption of the spirit. The insidious sort, the corruption that rusts you from the inside out, from the outside. Oh, yes, once you let it in, ain't it the devil to root out? And I'm here to tell you, corruption wormed its way into Little Heaven well before those things in the woods showed up. Oh, yes, they just followed the stink of rotten souls, drawn like flies to a trash heap. How did that corruption get here, you ask? It was smuggled in the only way it ever can be. In hearts and minds and in souls. Your soul, brother." He stabbed his finger at Reggie Longpree, who flinched. "And yours, sister," stabbing that same finger at Nell Conkrite, relishing her agonized expression. "And yours, and yours, and yours." He slammed his palms down on the pulpit. His followers jolted in the pews. "A person's a fool who continues to say that they're winning when they're losing," he said, switching registers, turning calm. "First, I didn't want to see that poison. I wouldn't credit it. How could my own people, my chosen, welcome such filth into their souls? But I prayed that the Lord remove those scales from my eyes so that I could see clearly. And yeah, God did. And yeah, I did. Oh, terrible clarity. I saw the bubbling river of spite flowing through the heart of Little Heaven. The paradise I built for you. The paradise I nearly died finding for you. The paradise some of you have defiled through treachery and sin. Nobody spoke against him. He knew their secret hearts, who had stepped out on whom, who had stolen and lied and cheated and done villainy against their fellow man. That had always been the price of entry to join his inner sanctum. Tell me your secrets, my child. As God knows, so must I. They had all paid that price, willingly. Sister Redhill, stand up. Maud Redhill rose from the pew. Her husband dead, her boys missing. Her face looked washed out and used up, like burnt pot roast with a wig on it. Amos almost grinned at this mental image. What do you deserve, Sister Redhill? What do I? She parroted back bewilderedly. Deserve, sister. And oh, ain't that a slippery slope? When it stops being about what we can give to the Lord and our fellow man and starts to be about what we need, deserve in our hungry little hearts. So what is it, sister? Tell me true. After a while, the stupid bitch spat out. We deserve peace. We all came here for peace. And have we had it? No, not for some time, Reverend. And you blame me for that, don't you, sister? She started to twist, her hands knotted at her sides. Amos favored her with a death's head grin. Oh, yes, you do. You, and the person next to you, and the person next to him. All of you. Your hearts turned calloused against me, your prophet, your daddy, the one true mouthpiece of the Lord. You abandoned me and threw in with the outsiders. After all I did for you, he said furiously, flecks of spittle leaping from his lips. You ungrateful wretches! You will see, deceivers. You will see what you have wrought, all of you. He closed his eyes, becoming peaceful. Could I detach myself? Of course, yes, I could detach myself from all of you. Why not? He shook his head. No, 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 no. I never detach myself from any of your troubles. I've always taken your troubles right on my shoulders, and I'm not going to change that now. The eyes of his congregation shone up wetly at him. A powerful loathing ripped through his guts at the sight of their cringing, craven need, their faces looking like a bunch of stepped-on dog turds. You must wonder where I've been these last hours. Well, I'm going to tell you. Last night, at my lowest point, I heard a voice, he said. It was not the voice of the Lord. It was unspeakably cold, cruel. I followed that voice out into the woods. A low murmur flooded through the congregation. Was I scared, brothers and sisters? Yes. Did I go anyway? Yes, to protect you, my children. He let this sink in. I walked in a daze. I came to a small clearing. A creature stood there, a figure of pure darkness. The current of unease rippling through the congregation intensified. Amos let their fear ferment and ripen. He savored the dread that sat plainly on their faces, the sniveling children's faces most especially. Its smell washed over me, the stink of corpses in a charnel house. It spoke. Never have I heard its equal. Scabrous, sharp as a razor. It hurt just to listen to it. I asked what it wanted. It lifted one hand and pointed. But not at me. Oh, no. Amos let it sit. He withheld it. Tension mounted inside the packed chapel. Who? Said Doc Lewis in wretched agony. Who does it want? Amos pitched his voice at the perfect octave. Almost a whisper, but still loud enough that the peanut gallery could hear. The children. It wants your children. The congregation erupted. Mothers threw their arms around their snot-nosed offspring. Grown men whimpered in their seats like petrified infants. It wants your babies, mothers. It wants your sons and daughters. It wants to take them into the woods and, the mildest of shrugs, engage in deviltry. You can't let it take the children, someone shrieked. What did they ever do? Shouted Brother Conkright. The sins of the father, the Reverend gravely intoned. They were whipped into a frenzy, bug-eyed and quivering, all of them. The children were blubbering in their mother's arms. Oh, how perfectly fitting, thought Amos. It asked for the children, Amos went on over their donkey-like bleats. It said that if we gave them to it, the rest of us would be spared. A collective wail went up, shuddering the roof beams. Amos laid his head down. To the congregants, it might have looked as though their prophet had become overwhelmed. But he was smiling, and he couldn't let them see it. His body shook. Was he crying? No, he was laughing, hard enough to shed tears. He raised his head. Tears of mirth stained his cheeks, but his buffoonish congregants surely mistook them for those of sorrow. He set his face in an expression of sadness. Slowly, he let it change into one of steely resolve. Do you think I accepted its terms? Would I not have been justified considering your venomous behavior toward your loving prophet? Or should I turn the other cheek, as our Lord commands? Well? Well? They goggled at him, expecting something, watery eyes, drool-wet lips. They revolted him. He might as well have been sermonizing to a writhing mass of maggots. Brothers and sisters, I quaked. My soul was at stake. But I stared right back at that foul thing, and I said, no! He thumped his fist on the pulpit. No! No, you will not take our children. No! No! I will not let you have them, demon from below! His people broke into rousing applause, clapping so hard Amos was sure they'd break their spastic hands. Praise be! Someone shouted. Shelter us in your arms! Cried someone else. No! Demon, you will not win this battle! Amos thundered, for we have the Lord Almighty on our side. He is watching from his heavenly seat, and he will not let an abomination such as you take our most treasured prize. We raise our hands to the Lord, Maud Redhill screamed, her thick, suety face awash with tears. Daddy, we love you. We will fight you on the battlements, hellspawn, Amos said. Hallelujah, the congregation responded. We will fight you on the plains. Praise our prophet. Amos shushed them. Say peace, my children. Peace, they intoned. And finally, the hell beast said, I will have them. Then it was gone, leaving a sour note of brimstone. I then returned to little heaven. My task was clear. The lips of a worshipper in the third row moved in a silent plea. Help us, prophet. Amos could scarcely recall the man's name. Earl something or other. Earl or Merle. Earl or Merle was stumpy, with a prematurely bald, ovoid head. Earl the Pearl. Amos did not care about Earl. Earl was weak. They were all weak. They were broken and expected him to fix them. They were human trash. Wasted lives, wastes of skin. He was everything to them, and they meant nothing to him. There was not a thing worth harvesting from them anymore. And so the field had to be raised. In a way, what was about to happen would be the best thing for them all. He gripped the pulpit. What are you without me? He needed to hear them say it. Nothing, said Reggie Longpre, his voice clear as a bell. Nothing, went the echo. Amos said, without me, what meaning would your lives have? Not at all, spoke the people of Little Heaven. That's right. I'm the best thing you'll ever have. Wild applause. Nell Concrite shouted, Thank you for everything, prophet. You are the only. I am sorry for my trespasses. Sit down and be quiet, he told them all coldly. They sat at once, like some sentient organism of wretched servility. Amos signaled to Virgil, who wheeled in a cart from the vestry. On it sat a stack of plastic cups and 2 jugs of liquid, one red and the other purple. Virgil had used a lot of sugar, an entire bag, holy jeez. The Reverend said it needed to be real sweet. Why so goddamn sugary? Virgil wondered. He didn't ask. Followers did as they were told. Virgil had followed Cyril for years, and when Cy up and vanished, well, the Reverend was right there to fill the gap, and the good Rev, who was used to telling his followers what to do, never bothered to tell Virgil what he'd mixed into the Kool-Aid after Virgil had made it. Virgil used to drink the stuff as a kid. It was all his mother could afford. She mixed it so weak that it didn't quite cover the sulfur taste of the well water. Redneck lemonade, she called it. Virgil and his brothers and sisters would sit on the porch guzzling watery cherry Kool-Aid until the skin above their top lips was stained pink. He dumped in double the amount of sugar the recipe called for. The Reverend gave it a taste and said, "More." Eventually it stopped dissolving. No matter how much Virgil stirred, the sugar crystals just sat at the bottom of the jugs like beach sand. The Reverend took the jug into the vestry and closed the door. When he came out, it looked the same, but there was a slight chemical odor to the Kool-Aid. "Don't touch it," the Reverend told him. "It's for the children." Virgil wouldn't drink that shit on a dare. Just thinking about it made his teeth ache. "Now do the same with the wine," the Reverend told him. "You want me to sugar up the wine, too?" The Reverend sneered. "Did I stutter?" Virgil dumped a sack of Domino sugar into the sacramental wine. The stuff was pretty much unsweetened grape juice, not a drop of booze in it. If so, Virgil and Cy would have necked it long ago. He tested it. He just about got diabetes from a single sip. The Rev disappeared with the wine for a couple of minutes. When he returned, it also had a chemical tang, but different from the Kool-Aid. Now, on the Rev's cue, Virgil wheeled in the cart with the jug sitting on it. The people in the chapel seemed happy. The Reverend had trotted out the old dog and pony, put on a real whiz-bang of a show. Now they all wore the goony grins of lobotomy victims. "We will fight this abomination," the Rev was saying. "We will save the children. We will restore Little Heaven to what it was, the home of the chosen people." "Hallelujah," the crowd yelped. "We will beat back the scourge." "Hallelujah. I alone can do this. Praise you, Father." They linked hands and swayed in the pews like hypnotized cobras. "Come forward, all of you, and accept your offering," said the Reverend. "Wine for adults and juice for the children, as always." Virgil poured wine and Kool-Aid into the cups, only a few mouthfuls in each, just as the Reverend had instructed earlier. The worshippers stumbled up with those dozy grins pasted on their faces. They looked like moths flying into a bug zapper. They each took a cup and sat down. If they had children, they took cups of juice for them. The Reverend watched closely. Virgil noticed the bead of sweat on his nose and the way his fingers trembled. As Virgil poured, his gaze drifted to the window. Cyril was standing outside in the dark. His face was white as lard. He was grinning, but it wasn't dopey like those of the worshippers. More of a leer. Cyril pressed his face to the window. It went flatter than skin ought to. Virgil kept pouring, managing not to spill a drop. Cy's lips were moving, like he was speaking, but it didn't look like talking so much as chewing. Then poor Cyril's left eye burst, and a thick black runner leaked down his cheek, and... Virgil closed his eyes, hoping Cy would be gone when he opened them. But he was still there a few seconds later. Was Virgil the only one who could see him? The black goo running down Cy's face started to curl upward. It was then that Virgil realized his eye hadn't burst at all. His eye was already gone, and a centipede had been coiled up inside the empty socket. The insect scurried down under Cy's jaw, then up around his ear, before tucking itself back inside his socket, neat as a pin. "Groovy trick, huh?" Cy's voice chimed in Virgil's head. "Sure thing, Cy," Virgil thought queasily. "A real screamer." Soon the drinks were poured and everyone was sitting again. Their eyes had that docile glaze, the eyes of ritual junkies. The Reverend said, "We shall drink the purifying tonic of the Lord. The children first, then the adults, in that order. This is as he wishes, as your prophet wishes." The children raised the cups to their lips. Some of them coughed a little on account of the sweetness, but none of them spat it out. Watching them, Virgil understood. If Cyril asked him to drink that Kool-Aid, Virgil would have done it in a New York minute. That was what followers did, after all. No questions asked. Who would dare question the Lord? Why question fate? The Reverend leaned forward. A smile touched the edges of his lips. "Now you, my older children, drink to the very last drop." 9. Ebenezer reached Grinder's switch as the sun was setting. He wheeled the olds into the sundry store where they'd stocked up a week ago. The bell tinkled when he kicked the screen door open. The sick-looking shopkeeper who had told them how to get to Little Heaven stood behind the counter. Eb snatched a bottle of Yoo-hoo from the cooler. He drank it and dropped the bottle on the floor. He burped loudly, grabbed another one, and started to drink it too. "You think I'm running a food bank here?" the man said peevishly. Ebenezer held one finger up. "Hold on, I'll get to you." He tipped the bottle to his lips and drained it. He dropped it and grabbed a box of goobers off the candy rack. He ripped the top off and walked toward the counter, tossing chocolate-covered peanuts in the air and catching them in his mouth. "Remember me, my fine fellow?" The man squinted. "You figure I should?" "Oh, who knows? I'm sure you meet a lot of sophisticated people." The man was reaching for something under the counter. "You got some kind of mental problem, boy?" Eb dropped the box of candy and grabbed the man's wrist before it could clear the counter. He lifted the man's arm up and brought it down sharply on the ledge. The gun fell out of the man's hand, a .25 caliber pop gun with hockey tape wrapped around the butt. Ebenezer brought the man's bony wrist up and down on the counter again and again until something went snap. The man shrieked and fell, hitting his head on a box of Manila blunt cigars on a shelf behind the counter. "You knew," Eb said while the man mewled and clutched his broken wrist. "It was death up there, and you let us go anyway." "I don't know nothing, you black son of a bitch," the man whined. Eb hurdled the counter and dropped down beside the cringing wreck. He punched the man in the face quite hard. The man squawked. "There's more where that came from," Eb promised. Blood poured out of the man's nostrils and bubbled over his lips. "You mentioned a track machine." What? The man blubbered. "A track machine, you called it. Some kind of retrofitted tank." The man bared his teeth, then dropped his eyes and nodded. "Where can I find it?" "Why the hell would you go back?" the man said. "You got away, crafty prick." Ebenezer restrained the impulse to pummel the man into unconsciousness. "An address, please. And if you call the police after I leave, rest assured I will come back and slit your throat before they take me to jail. Are we understood?" "Yeah, understood." "Good. That wrist will heal up fine. You will be up and grease-monkeying again before you can say Jack Robinson." The track machine sat in a yard of a farmhouse along the western flank of Grinder's Switch. Eb parked a ways down the road and approached on foot. It was an honest-to-goodness World War II tank. The M2A1, or perhaps the M3, stripped to the treads. A bed had been installed over its back end, same as on a pickup truck, with wood slat sidings all around. The cab of a Ford pickup had been chopped down and welded to the front end. Ebenezer slunk through the long grass, climbed the treads, and stole a look through the driver's side window. The interior looked nearly the same as any truck, except instead of a wheel, a pair of steel steering rods protruded from the floor. The original roof had been removed, and a zippered flap installed, turning it into a convertible of sorts. It even had an automatic transmission. Ebenezer glanced at the farmhouse. The kitchen light was burning. This wouldn't be your garden variety thievery. He would need a few minutes to figure out how the track machine drove, which meant he could count on a visit from its owner. He tried the driver's door. Unlocked. God bless the trusting rubes who populated this scratch-ass town. He slid into the cab. Gas and brake pedals, same as a car. There was no wheel, which meant no steering collar, which was what he would normally break open to access the ignition wires for a hot wire job. He flipped down the visor. A pair of keys fell into his lap. People were stupid, hallelujah. The ignition switch was located under the seat, between his legs. He slid the key in. The machine rumbled to life. The enormous engine sent a shiver through his body. He popped the manual brake and pressed his foot on the gas pedal. Nothing. He frowned and tried the brake pedal. The machine trundled forward, so the brake and gas were reversed. Good to know. He pulled the rod on his left side. The rod on his right shifted forward automatically. The machine turned on its axis until it was pointed at the farmhouse. He caught frantic movement behind the drapes. He swung the machine around and set off in the direction of the Oldsmobile. The tank rampaged across the yard. The left tread hit an ornamental rock at the edge of the driveway. The machine tilted, throwing Eb against the driver's door as it scraped over the rock and hammered back down. "Oh, I like this." He pulled up beside the Olds. When he hopped out, he saw someone running across the field. Next, he caught a flash of something streaking across the ground toward him, much closer. He managed to scramble back into the cab the instant before a dog hurled itself against the door, growling and slavering. Eb pulled a pistol from his waistband. He could see the owner of both the dog and the machine drawing near. The man was carrying a pitchfork. Who did he think was stealing his property, Frankenstein's monster? "Get after him, Pepper," Eb heard the man shout. "Tear his trespassing ass a new one." Eb unrolled the window a few inches. He slid the barrel of the pistol through the gap and angled it at the leaping dog. The owner froze. "You wouldn't." "Oh, but I would," Eb said, "unless you bring it to heel." The man whistled sharply. The dog immediately quieted down. "You just stay calm, mister," the man said. Ebenezer shut the machine off and hopped out. The man could have been 40, but looked much older, his face prematurely ruined by drink, or too much sun, or simply life in Grinder's switch. Either way, he seemed to be taking the theft of his machine with good grace. That probably had something to do with the gun pointed at his face. "I just paid that sucker off," he said. "You wouldn't go stealing it from me now, would you?" His appeal to Ebenezer's better nature was uplifting, if completely misplaced. "I will be taking it," Eb said, "but I'll bring it back, as I have no use for this kind of contraption in my day-to-day life. And if I don't return with it, you can come find it in or around Little Heaven. You know where that is, don't you?" The man scuffed his toes in the dirt. "Guess I do, sure. Those people helped pay this great walloping beast off, didn't they?" "You could say. I'm going to toss my equipment in," Eb said. "Then I'll be off. If you and Chopper there play nice, I won't have to shoot you." The man jabbed his pitchfork into the lawn. "We'll be plenty nice, mister. And her name's Pepper, goddammit." Eb hurled the guns and flamethrower into the bed of the track machine. The gormless man and his dog observed with matching expressions of tight-lipped impotence. Eb wasn't 100% sure about the dog, but it did look quite pissed. "You planning on starting World War III?" Eb gave the man a look. "How many times have you been to Little Heaven?" The man shrugged. 4, maybe 5. "When was your last visit?" "Month ago, could have been." "Did you ever find anything strange about the place?" The man appeared to seriously consider this. "They take their faith a little too sincerely, if you ask me. Me and my wife go to church on Sundays, and Maggie, that's my wife, she bakes vanilla squares for the annual bake sale. But if someone said to me, 'Hey, Arnie, guess what? God needs you to live in the middle of the woods as a test of faith,' mister, I don't think the Lord much cares where we practice our faith." Eb nodded. "You seem a decent bloke. Steer clear of the place." Ebenezer clambered into the cab. He popped the manual brake, and the machine thundered off toward the trail leading to Little Heaven. 10. Little Heaven's cook, an old shipwreck named Tom Guthrie, was the first to start choking. His face went pink, then brightened to red as he clutched at his throat. The chapel quickly filled with the sound of hoarse gasps and the frenetic swinging of limbs. By the time Guthrie started coughing up blood, the rest of the adult congregants were either in paroxysms of their own or staggering around wide-eyed as their throats closed up to pinholes. Seeing it, Amos was relieved to note that he had selected correctly. He had considered weed killer, but had ultimately settled on drain cleaner. A wise choice, it turned out. Amate weed killer by DuPont. Better things for better living, through chemistry, read the tagline on its label. Effective against poison oak, sumac, and ivy. Charlie Fairweather had suggested they buy a drum of the stuff. Better to douse the grounds than have the kids scratching themselves crazy and having to run back to civilization for tubes of calamine lotion. Amos had snuck into the equipment shed yesterday and read the ingredients on the drum carefully. Ammonium sulfamate was the active chemical. My, that sure sounded dangerous. He put a handful of the coarse white crystals in a paper sack and took it to the kitchen, where he mixed it with sugared water. It sent up a powerful smell. He was unsure they would drink it, even with the sugared wine overlay. He cut a potato in half and doused its weeping flesh with the sugary weed killer. The reaction was mild, only a faint sputtering. It probably wouldn't do. After this dispiriting test, Amos rummaged under the kitchen sink. He found a gallon jug of drain cleaner. Sodium hydroxide. Ooh, that sounded promising. He read the warning label. Breathing difficulty due to throat swelling. Severe burns and tissue damage. Vomiting. Rapid drop in blood pressure. Loss of vision. At the bottom, do not administer vinegar or lemon juice. Will cause more severe burning. He mixed the cleaner with sugar water. It foamed up in a mad froth. The smell wasn't overpowering. He poured the mixture on a potato. It sizzled, reducing the spud to starchy liquid. Okie dokie, drain cleaner it would be. Amos stood at the pulpit as his congregants drank the toxic brew. Most did it in one gulp. A few of them grimaced, as if it was bitter medicine, then finished the dose. It wasn't so odd. He'd known rummies in the Tenderloin to drink sterno or hairspray, or worse. After the initial wave of choking commenced, Amos surveyed the crowd. Virgil Swicker's eyes were wide with shock. Amos clambered down amid the tormented wheezes of his worshippers and jerked the pistol from the waistband of Virgil's trousers. The gun was small but heavy. It felt thrillingly powerful in his hands. Virgil let him take it without issue. Bright penny. The flighty screams of the children peeled off the roof beams. Their Kool-Aid had been spiked with a powerful barbiturate. Nell Conkright suffered night terrors. She had confessed this to Amos years ago. Dreams where her children were eaten by fanged things right before her eyes. The doctor prescribed sedatives of increasing potency. The ones she took were powerful enough to put an elephant to sleep. He had instructed Virgil to liberate the bottle of pills from her bunkhouse, more than enough to do the trick. Amos only hoped it wouldn't put the children into slumberland permanently. The children shrieked as their parents shuffled about with their mouths opening and closing like fish, suffocating in the bottom of a boat. Their mothers' and fathers' eyes were full of childlike fear. Many of those eyes were completely bloodshot from the force of their vomiting, which they began to do uncontrollably shortly after swallowing the toxic vino. At first, their puke was the candy apple red of the cheap wine, but it turned increasingly thick and frothy, with the deeper red tinge of blood. Many of them were hacking up pulpy shreds of tissue as well. These spongy bits fell from their mouths in moist rags where they lay steaming on the chapel floor. "People!" Amos shouted. "You must drink the antidote! Take God's cure!" He reached under the cart and produced a tray of plastic cups filled with clear liquid. The congregants who heard his voice, the ones who weren't already thrashing on the floor, made their tortured way toward him. The first was Leo Gerson, a bow-legged man with a pock-marked face, which was now red, and his neck horribly swollen, as if someone had stuffed a thrashing cat down his gullet. He grabbed 2 cups, the second for his wife, who lay on the floor between the pews with her legs jutting into the aisle, her modest, unpatterned frock rucked up to display her enormous, yet still modest, white cotton panties. Gerson tipped the cup to his lips with hands that trembled so badly he spilled a mouthful down his chin. He turned back to his wife, but his legs abruptly went out from under him. He crumpled to the floor, spasming in pain. 7 or 8 other congregants drank from the cups. None of them noted the tang of white vinegar. By the time they glugged it down, Leo had managed to crawl back to his wife. The floor behind him was streaked with blood and fuming chunks of meat. The smell inside the church was utterly foul, the stink of acidified flesh. Virgil stared at Amos helplessly. What the hell did you do to them?" "I purified their souls." Nell Conkright stood in the middle of the aisle. Her face was an angry purple shade, her throat a distended bulge as if she'd swallowed a baseball. Her hubby, pious brother Conkright, was slumped over a pew. His buttocks were facing Amos, and the Reverend saw a dark stain on the seat of pious Conk's sensible trousers. Nell's 8-year-old daughter clung to her mother's leg, shrieking. Nell cradled the girl's face with gentle affection, as if knowing exactly what was happening. She coughed up thick, knotty structures from somewhere deep in her guts. Those structures wriggled between her lips like worms and hit the floor with moist splats. Her daughter continued screaming, but even then her eyelids were drooping. "Oh my God," Virgil said. "Oh my God." Amos grabbed Virgil's collar and shook him until his teeth rattled. "This is happening." He pointed the pistol at Virgil's chest. "Now is not the time to go soft. If you're not with me, Brother Swicker, I am afraid my use for you is incredibly limited." Virgil gawped at him open-mouthed. Numbly, he nodded. "Okay." "Go to the vestry and hold the door open. Wait for me there." Obediently, Virgil retreated. Amos turned to the congregation in time to see Doc Lewis staggering toward him, arms outflung as if in mimicry of some horror show boogeyman. His eyes bulged so far from their sockets that Amos could see their underswells pooled with blood. Lewis's lips were skinned back and his teeth gritted. He vomited but didn't open his mouth, so the bloody pulp came out his nose, twin jets of rope-like red. Lewis's hands closed around Amos's throat. His mitts were so big that they encircled Amos's beanpole neck entirely, fingers touching at the back. He squeezed with amazing force, considering he was choking to death on tatters of his own throat lining. His breath bathed Amos's face, rank as meat seared in stearic acid. His eyes looked comical, yet they were filled with swarming hatred. They were the eyes of a man who could see, truly see, for the first time. Lewis was steadily crushing the Reverend's windpipe. If Amos couldn't twist free, he was convinced the man's fingernails would punch through his skin and rip out his windpipe. Amos brought the pistol up. The barrel dimpled the underside of Lewis's chin. Lewis grunted quizzically, blobs of bloody tissue ejecting from his nose as he squeezed tighter. Amos pulled the trigger. The bullet tore Lewis's face open from bottom to top. It cleaved his chin, splitting bone and muscle, then blew his nose apart in fleshy wings, burrowed through the skin between his eyes, and bisected his forehead before continuing upward to bury itself in the chapel roof. The pressure on Amos's throat relented. He stumbled back, gagging. Lewis reeled in a drunken circle, blood geysering from his exposed nasal cavities, staring cross-eyed at the tragic ruin of his face. He sat down on his ass dejectedly and inelegantly, an infant taking a tumble. He gazed up at Christ on his cross, his eyes pleading, before his head dipped to touch his chest. He slumped steadily forward until his skull was resting on the waxed boards. Amos backed toward the vestry, giggling now, a shrill, loony note, as the congregants shuddered through what he assumed must be their death throes. The smell of blood perfumed the chapel. The temperature seemed to have zoomed up 20 degrees in the last minute. The children continued to scream. A few of them had lurched to the main doors, which were locked, in an attempt to get help. From whom? Who wasn't here? The outsider woman with the burn, the Reverend realized. Virgil said the other three had left the compound, but she was still here. There was also the very slim possibility that a few others hadn't attended. No matter, Amos would deal with them soon. He walked backward to the vestry, still facing the pews. He took it all in. His flock, the deceitful scabs, the filthy betrayers, were dying in wretched agony, coughing up scraps of their guts as their children lay on the floor insensate, or still clinging to their parents as they expired. God's will be done, he thought with tremendous satisfaction. Another man was tottering down the aisle toward him. His face was plastered with blood to the point that Amos could no longer identify him. "Earl the Pearl, is that you? Why the long face, Earl? Oh-ho, oh-ho!" Amos backed into the vestry and locked the door. He turned and saw Virgil sitting in the corner, shivering. Amos grimaced. He hoped the blubbering clog could hold it together until his usefulness dried up. Amos crossed to his desk and removed the claw hammer stashed in the drawer. Somebody hit the vestry door. "Earl the Pearl, don't interrupt," Amos said in hooted laughter. "Can't you see I'm busy in here? Make an appointment with my secretary." A pair of fists pounding, but as the seconds drew on, their force ebbed. Soon, nothing but a kittenish scratching could be heard from the other side of the door. First, Nate heard the screams, then the gunshot. He was outside the bunkhouse with Ellen. They had watched everyone file into the chapel. Soon after, they heard the Reverend sermonizing. Nate pictured everyone inside, eyes closed and swaying. Things might turn out okay, he thought. Maybe God really was watching over them again. Shortly after that, the screaming had started. Ellen went stiff. She grabbed Nate's hand. The shrieks inside the chapel ascended to a shrill peak and stayed there. Next came the loud bang. Nate wouldn't have been sure a year ago, but now he'd heard enough gunshots at Little Heaven to know that sound. "No," was all Ellen said. They stood in the chilly night, with the woods silent beyond the fence. Who was doing the shooting? His father was in there, and the Conkrights, whom Nate liked a whole bunch, and some others he guessed were decent enough. Neither Nate nor Ellen moved. Nate's legs were locked up. Someone might as well have bolted his knees together. Clearly something horrible was happening. Could he help? He yanked his hand away from Ellen's. "Nate!" she cried out, and stole toward the chapel. He crossed the square as if in a dream. The momentum was sickening, unstoppable. The screams intensified, pulsing against his eardrums. As he got closer, he heard other noises, choking, wheezing. He crept around the side of the chapel. The blood pounding in his skull made him dizzy. He had to brace himself on the wall so he didn't faint. A terrible pressure inside his head pushed against his eyeballs and nose so hard that he had to breathe through his mouth, which had gone dry, his lips glued together with pasty spit. He curled his fingers over the windowsill and peeked inside. When Amos opened the vestry door again, a blood-slick body slumped forward to hit his shoes. Amos roughly kicked it aside and passed down the aisle, pistol in one hand and hammer in the other. A strange light had entered his eyes, a mincing, eager refraction that had lain dormant for his whole life, really, apart from a few brief and secretive incidents where it had been allowed to glow brightly. There was nothing to stop it now. That light was free to stoke itself into a gleeful inferno. He high-stepped down the aisle over the twitching bodies of his worshippers. A few of the older children were still conscious, beating their fists weakly against the doors. The younger ones were already insensate. A hand manacled around his ankle. Amos followed it to the body of Nell Conkright, the rancid sow, lying face down next to her unconscious daughter. The flesh of her fingertips had been eaten away by the acidic vomit she'd hacked up. She was mumbling something, a prayer, a curse, who cared? Amos shook his ankle free in disgust. Then he set his foot on her shoulder and shoved her onto her back. Her eyes were milky, flecks of bloody vomit smeared on her face. Her skin sizzled as the drain cleaner continued to eat into it. She kept mumbling, even though most of her teeth had fallen out, her gums stripped back to the bone, her mouth sagging inward like an old pumpkin left to rot on a front stoop. "O ye of little faith," Amos whispered. "You did this to yourself, heathen. And to your child, too." The woman's face wrenched into an expression Amos took as mortal terror. She reached blindly for her daughter. Amos raised the hammer and brought it down on her skull. He'd never hit someone with a hammer, so he didn't know how hard he ought to do it. As hard as possible seemed wisest. But at the last instant he quailed, so the hammer impacted Nell Conkright's head with a flat smack, taking away a coin-sized blot of skin. She moaned and retched again. Amos gritted his teeth and flipped the hammer around to the claw end and brought it down again much harder. It punched through the top of Nell Conkright's head. Success. Now she thrashed and yowled. Amos felt the thrum of her body all the way up the hammer's wooden shaft. He wrenched the claw free and continued on. He did not notice the horrified face of Reggie Longpree's boy hovering at the window. Movement to his left. He marked someone crawling toward the doors. He expected it to be Bart Kennick or Shane Weagle, who were among Little Heaven's hardiest specimens. But land sakes alive if it wasn't Reginald Longpree. Reggie was near the exit on his bloody hands and knees, saying something too, though it came out all mush-mouthed. "Nate, I'm sorry," it sounded like. Amos stepped over a half-dozen bodies as if they were sandbags, making his way to the front. Only one boy was trying to open the doors now. Amos tucked the hammer under his armpit and cupped his hand over the boy's face and pushed hard. The boy groaned and fell, curling into a fetal ball. Amos unlocked the doors and threw them open with a flourish. "Monsieur," he remarked to Reggie, "you look as if you could use some fresh air." Reggie crawled past Amos, perhaps not even cognizant he was there. Amos took no offense at this, seeing as Reggie was likely blind from the cleaner burns. Sturdy old Reg made it all the way out the doors, struggling down the sway-backed steps onto the trampled grass. His palms slipped, and he sprawled on his belly. He wormed around on the ground. The sight filled Amos with revulsion. He stepped forward, set his foot firmly on the back of Reggie's neck, and shoved him down into the dirt. Then he cocked the pistol and... Ellen watched the chapel doors swing open. She caught a brief glimpse of the insides, bodies lying on the ground or slumped over the pews, before her attention was stolen by the sight of her sister's ex crawling out the doors. By the light streaming out of the chapel, she could see that Reggie was covered from head to toe in gore. He squirmed awkwardly, chest heaving, strings of bloody drool swaying from his lips. He clawed his way down the steps and made it a few more feet before collapsing. The Reverend followed Reggie out. He walked with a purpose, seemingly unhurt. He held something in each hand. Ellen watched, awestruck with horror, as the Reverend stomped on the back of Reggie's neck, forcing a sad bleat out of the servile mailman, then cocked the pistol in his right hand and fired it point blank at Reggie's head. The gun issued a sharp crack. The feathery fringe of hair at the back of Reggie's head, it must have been months since his last haircut, puffed up as the slug drilled into his skull. Reggie grunted softly, as if in mild disagreement with something the Reverend had said. The bullet corkscrewed through his head and made its exit above his wide, gaping eyes, blowing a window of bone out of his forehead. It looks like the box the little bird pops out of in a cuckoo clock, Ellen thought in a daze of fright. The Reverend leapt back, loosing a giddy shriek like a boy who'd gotten a jolt from his uncle's joy buzzer. Reggie's boots drummed the earth. Virgil Swicker emerged from the chapel doors. He stood transfixed with shock. The Reverend raised the hammer in his other hand and swung it into the broken bowl of Reggie's skull. Wet clots spattered his face. He hooted as he brought the hammer down again, his pompadour unraveling as he sweated through the pomade, his hair hanging in lank wings over his ears, like a hardcover book opened in the middle. Ellen did not move. She was physically unable to. The world fractured into shards, like an enormous mirror shattering, and behind it lay a black, hopeless place teeming with madness and suffering and death. The Reverend looked up. He saw her. He grinned. He raised the pistol and fired. The bullet zipped past her head. An instant later, she heard the pop. She turned and ran. The gun went off again. The slug drove into the siding of a bunkhouse 10 yards ahead. Ellen ducked, zigzagging. She flashed around the side of the nearest outbuilding, noticing an uncapped drum of weed killer sitting half-shadowed inside. Another gunshot. She flinched but kept running. Her mind buzzed. It was hard to think, to plan anything more than putting one foot in front of the other. The gates loomed into view. The woods were menacing, yes, but who was to say things hadn't become more dangerous inside Little Heaven now? She skidded to a stop at the main gates and wormed through the gap. The forest lay 100 yards off. She checked up, her shoes scuffling in the dust, then saw a shadow elongating around the shed and knew the Reverend was hot after her, trapped between the devil and the deep blue sea. After a moment's hesitation, she bolted. The woods reached out for her. Another shot rang out. Ellen hit the woods at a dead sprint, the temperature dropping as soon as she entered the canopy of trees. Her feet went out from under her. She crashed down on the carpet of pine needles. She got to her knees and cast a panicked glance behind her. The forest was too dark to make out anything beyond the 10 feet of trees and bush. She hoped to God those things might leave her alone, at least for the next few minutes. She peered through the trees at the compound. The Reverend stood at the gates, squinting into the trees. He pulled the pistol's trigger again and again. All he got was a dry click. He bared his teeth, which gleamed amid the bloody canvas of his face. He smashed the hammer against the gate in frustration, then set off toward the chapel. Ellen waited 30 seconds. She couldn't be sure the Reverend wasn't still watching. Perhaps he'd taken the time to reload the gun, but she couldn't just sit here. She crept out of the woods, but remained in the shadows of the trees. She slunk around the perimeter of Little Heaven to the woodpile, which was stacked 10 feet long and 6 feet high, covered with a burlap tarp. Her mind was still reeling. What the hell had happened? The Reverend had gone mad. That was the only certainty. Unless he had been crazy from the start, which was not entirely impossible to conceive. Her next panicked thought, Nate. Ellen could only hope that he hadn't seen the slugs driving into his father's head. She crept around the woodpile and slipped under the burlap tarp. The air was laden with the smell of pine sap. She crawled to the front and lifted the flap, peeking out. Her vantage provided a view of Little Heaven. She could see clear across the square to the chapel. Its doors open, light spilling out. The Reverend came into sight again. Ellen saw him speaking with Virgil. Then they went inside and began to drag bodies out. They didn't look like adults, too small for that. Had everyone been slaughtered? Ellen crouched under the tarp, her hands cut and bleeding. It didn't seem possible, and yet... What kind of devil would do such a thing? If only Micah and Minerva were here, they wouldn't let the Reverend get away with it. They would... Something crashed into the burlap, nearly knocking her down. She shoved herself back on her heels until her spine sat flush with the timber pile as something blundered around on the other side of the tarp. She stifled a scream, expecting a bullet or a knife or talon to pierce the burlap and shut her lights out for good. The tarp rose. Nate peered in at her. "Hey," he whispered. He crawled under. They hugged. Nate was trembling. They both were. "How did you find me?" she said. "I saw you running. I hid behind the big warehouse." "The Reverend didn't see me?" "Don't think so." "Did you see inside the chapel?" Nate let out a choked sob. "They're dead. The Reverend killed Nell Conkright. I saw him do it. They're all dead, I think." "Everyone? The grown-ups? The other kids? I don't know. Maybe not. I saw some of them. They weren't as bloody as the grown-ups." They lifted the tarp and peeked out. Virgil and the Reverend were dragging the children's bodies out and lining them up on the ground. "What the hell are they doing now?" said Ellen. Virgil was utterly lost. Never did he imagine it could go this way. He wouldn't have ever agreed to come to Little Heaven if he had thought, for even 1 second, that things could... Blood. More blood than he had ever seen. More than he thought bodies could possibly hold. "You look like 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag," Cyril had once told Virgil this after a string of hard-drinking nights. That had been Virgil's thought while gazing over the bodies in the chapel. 10 pounds of blood in a 5-pound bag. Where had it all come from? Some horrible magic trick. It was as if extra blood, buckets of it, had leaked through the chapel floorboards. And up through the ground came a bubbling crude, oil that is, black gold, Texas tea, to mix with the stuff pouring from the worshippers' mangled bodies. Virgil hadn't liked any of them to begin with. Shrill, goody two-shoes, the lot. He would happily take their money, but not their lives. They didn't deserve this. Nobody deserved this. "Brother Swicker!" Virgil turned to find the Reverend crossing the square toward him. The gun was pointing at Virgil's chest, his own gun. "Bullets," the Reverend said. "Do we have more?" Virgil stood at the chapel entrance. The smell of blood was hot and slimy in his nose. He wondered if this was what slaughterhouse workers inhaled all day, a mist of blood like the air on a foggy morning. How did the stench not drive them batshit? It wormed into his mouth and ears until he was drowsy with it. He wanted to crawl into the darkest space he could find, curl up, and close his eyes. "Bullets?" he said dazedly. "I think, The Reverend's face swarmed out of the night, so close that Virgil could see the oily blackheads on his nose. His features were alive with ticks and flutters, as if drumstick-legged locusts were trapped desperately under his skin. The Rev's arm swung in a big loop, and the gun cracked Virgil on the side of the head. He sprawled on the chapel floor, dimly amazed at the change in the short-assed fraudster. The Reverend now terrified him worse than Cyril ever had. "Up," the Reverend said curtly. "Up, up, up!" Virgil woozily heaved himself to his feet. His hand made contact with the cooling limb of a dead worshipper, and he cringed. The Reverend grabbed him by the collar. "We must hurry!" The Rev's breath stunk of bitter bile. "It will be here soon." "What'll be here?" The Reverend did not answer. His fingers tightened. "Bullets, brother. Now." Virgil wasn't sure he wanted to give the man more ammo. He got a sense the next round the Rev chambered might be earmarked for Virgil's noggin. But with the whipped dog servility that had been knit into his nature for years, he went into the vestry and got the bullets. His eyes fell on the shape of the Conkright woman with her brains bashed in. When he returned, the Reverend handed him the gun. "Load it." Virgil did as he asked. It was so much easier this way. Just follow instructions. Virgil always got into trouble when he tried to think for himself. Better to put it in someone else's hands. His mind relaxed as he thumbed the rounds into the pistol. The Reverend led, Virgil obeyed. Easy as peach and pie. He handed the gun back. The Reverend jammed it down the front of his trousers. He chuckled. "Look at me, Johnny Six Guns." Virgil managed a tinny laugh. It was kind of funny. The Reverend, with his fancy hair sweated flat as a pancake and hanging over his ears, with a Roscoe peeking out of his pants. He couldn't help noticing the Reverend also sported a huge erection. It jabbed against the tight material, hard and somehow blade-like. "Is that a gun in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me, sailor?" Virgil laughed again, a little hysterically. Man, life moved fast, didn't it? One day this, the next day that. Go with the flow, Joe. The Reverend wrapped his hand around the back of Virgil's neck and pulled him forward until their foreheads touched. "These next 20 minutes are the most important ones of your life. Do you understand?" "Uh-huh," Virgil said, not understanding at all. "If you stay the course, your reward will be infinite. Would you like that, Brother Swicker?" "Sure, I guess." The Reverend grinned. "Bless your pea-picking heart." The Reverend then went to the nearest child, a girl of about 8. He grabbed her ankles and pulled. The girl's dress hiked up. Her panties were wet on account of her pissing herself. The Reverend dragged her out the door down the steps. Her skull made a hollow bonk on each stair, and laid her on the ground not far from the fence. When he came back in, Virgil hadn't moved. The Reverend frowned. "Are you waiting for an engraved invitation?" Virgil hopped to it. It didn't take long, about 20 minutes, like the Rev said. At the end, the kids were lying side by side, all in a row. They were asleep, not dead, their legs twitching. Most of them had peed themselves, and they began to involuntarily shiver when the piss cooled on their thighs. "Yes, oh yes," the Reverend cooed. "We have done good works today." "Why?" The Reverend cut his eyes at Virgil. "Why what?" "Why, the kids?" "Because," the Rev said, "it has always been the children." The Reverend's headlamp eyes were staring into the woods. His body was motionless, as if he'd been frozen. Virgil stared in the same direction. Something was coming, just like the Reverend promised. No, not just one thing. Many. Virgil rubbed his eyes. He really did that, just like an actor in a movie who thinks he's seeing a mirage. It didn't make sense, was why. This all felt unreal, same as a movie. The shapes drew closer. Virgil saw them, but it couldn't be. There was something else behind those shapes, too, something larger, draped in shadow. Gooseflesh climbed the knobs of Virgil's spine and spread around his neck in a pebbled collar. His breath came in small, whiny gasps, like a hurt dog. "For you," the Reverend said to the shadowy thing. "All for you." Virgil's mind broke a little at the sight. Or maybe broke a lot. It was hard to tell with minds, because the world didn't change. Only the way you processed it did. Hey, just go with the flow, Joe. 11. Ebenezer piloted the track machine up the path leading to Little Heaven. The high beams illuminated the pines. The machine lumbered over stumps and downed logs, charging through the river without issue. He drove it with ease. The steering levers required only small adjustments. Not a single bug splattered the windshield. It then came to Eb. He'd been in the woods for days and didn't have one mosquito or black fly or tick bite. He set the brake and idled at the base of a shallow rise. From here, the path ran straight to the gates of Little Heaven with no aggressive turns or bends. He let out a shaky breath. Right, hop to it, my son. He unzipped the cab's roof. The sky was salted with muted stars. He stood on the seat and hopped over the front panel into the bed. Working quickly, he laid out the shotgun, the Colts, the spare clips. He strapped the clips to the front panel of the bed with duct tape. Then he cut 3 lengths of rope and tied them around the topmost slat of the panel. He fastened the shotgun and the pistols to the end of each rope, shotgun on the left side, pistols on the right. The guns hung from the ropes and clinked lightly against the panels, all within reach. He cut a longer length of rope and threaded it through his belt loops. He pulled one of the cubanos from his pocket, unwrapped it, and nipped the nub off with his teeth. He spat it out and flicked the Zippo and thumbed the flywheel and lit the stogie. A deep inhale, a cough, then he hopped down from the tailgate. The forest did not stir, but ahead, and not far either. He could sense them. The skin tightened up in his throat. He found a stick that looked like it might work and opened the driver's side door. He set one end of the stick on the gas pedal and wedged the other end under the seat. The engine growled. He tested to make sure it wouldn't jar loose, then locked the steering levers so the machine would drive straight ahead. He puffed on the cigar and blew a few smoke rings. It had been ages since he'd had one of these. Why in blazes had he quit? Lovely habit. He licked his lips. His mouth was dry as a wood chip. Ebenezer's entire life boiled down to the following few minutes. Well, hell, couldn't the same be said of any man? There was that handful of minutes that really mattered, and then there were all the other minutes that made up that man's life, and those minutes had led him here, hadn't they? That big clock in the sky was always ticking against fate. Fortune favors the brave, he whispered. Or does it favor the lunatics? Either way, Ebenezer, my son, you've got a coin flip's chance. He popped the transmission into drive. The track machine lurched forward. He swung himself over the front panel into the bed. He twisted the knobs on the flamethrower's canisters and heard a hiss. He lit the nozzle with the Zippo, a small blue flame like a furnace's pilot light. He shrugged the weapon over his shoulders. Steadying himself as the machine clattered up the incline, he tied one end of the rope around his waist to the wood slat on his left side of the front panel, then knotted the other end on the right side. He leaned back, testing the makeshift harness. He could sway his body a foot to the left or right along the rope, close enough to cut his guns loose if the flamethrower petered out. Ebenezer fired a flare into the trees ahead on his right. It traced a low orbit and dropped, sputtering into the woods 200 yards ahead. He reloaded the gun and shot another flare into the woods to his left. By their fitful glow, he could see things moving, their bodies crossing the flickering light in an agitated manner. He sucked on the cigar and cracked his neck to drain his sinus cavities. His heart was pounding, but his hands barely shook. He would kill them all, if possible, or he would die in the midst of killing however many he could. They would not scare him ever again. "That's my boy," he could hear his Aunt Hazel say. "My Ebenezer, he's no hog." "Get along, little doggies, get along," he crooned. The machine rumbled over the rise. The lights of Little Heaven winked in the distance. "Come on, you bastards." The machine rumbled ahead. The wrecked pickup came into view. The windshield smashed, some luckless son of a bitch's headless body still tilted against its rear wheel. The flares brightened in the wind that scoured the woods. They were there. Christ, he could see them now. Some large, some smaller, all of them hunched and ungodly. He charted the air above, concerned one of them might plummet from the sky, like the one that had mangled his ear. But they remained where they were. The machine charged steadily toward the gate. It stood less than 100 yards off, moonlight glinting off the gilded L and H. Ebb glanced behind him and saw nothing in pursuit. He had not really anticipated reaching the compound. He'd half expected to be ripped to pieces before reaching the gates, although it had tickled him to picture the track machine crashing through it, propelling his mangled corpse straight to and then through the chapel doors. But he was alive, less than miraculously so, and had to step lively now. He grabbed for the Bowie knife. The machine hit a dip, jostling him. The knife slipped from his fingers. Shit! He stretched for the blade as it clattered on the metal bed. The rope threaded through his belt loops prevented him from bending down any farther. The flamethrower dipped. The scorching nozzle brushed his leg and he let out a screech. The gates were 50 yards away. If he didn't cut himself free and get into the driver's seat, the machine would... His fingers closed on the knife. He sawed through the rope. When he was free, he shrugged off the flamethrower and clambered over the front panel, toppling into the cab just as the machine hit the entrance to Little Heaven, tearing through the gates like tinker toys. The iron squealed as they tore off their hinges, crumpling under the machine's determined progression. Ebb sat up, blinking a trickle of blood out of his eye. The machine was making a beeline for a utility shed. He didn't see anybody, but figured they should be awake by now, scurrying to the nearest window to see what fresh hell had invaded their midst. "It's the cavalry, you miserable sods!" He grabbed the stick, pinning the gas pedal down. It wouldn't budge. The machine hit the shed broadside, reducing it to matchsticks. He kicked at the stick until it snapped. With no pressure on the gas pedal, the machine slowed immediately. He stomped on the brake pedal. The track machine jerked to a stop. He crawled up into the bed and hacked the shotgun free from the rope. He swung around with it, ready to blast anything that had a mind to barrel through the gates after him. But the path was empty. Far off, the flares continued to gutter on the forest floor. He hopped off the tailgate. The spotlights flickered around the compound. Some were now going dead for several seconds before struggling back to life. Though he couldn't see well in the fitful light, Ebb could tell that nobody was out. A vague sense of dread zephyred through him. He'd come back. Jesus, what a fool. He palmed blood out of his eyes. It trickled steadily down from the cut on his head. His cigar had remained clamped between his teeth all the time, but it was snapped nearly in half. He tore off the dangly bit. A restless silence overhung the compound. He stared at the chapel, door open, lights weakly glimmering. A body lay on the grass 10 yards from the door, bathed in jumpy spots. He gripped the shotgun and headed toward it. Ebenezer's dread intensified with each step. The inside of the chapel came into view. Good Christ! His feet ground to a halt. The cigar slipped from his lips. What in the name of... Ebenezer? He swung around to see Ellen and the boy. Their shoulders were carpeted with wood chips. What happened here?" "He killed them," the boy said quietly. "The Reverend." "Everyone? Micah and Mint?" Ellen shook her head. "They left after you did, in the afternoon, to search for the missing kids. They went deeper into the woods, moving north, towards—" Ebb held up his hand. Micah and Minerva's whereabouts were of less integral importance than what the boy had just said. "The Reverend killed them? Who? How many? How did he—" "All of them, Ebenezer. His entire flock. In the chapel during the sermon." Ellen ran a trembling hand through her hair. "I'm not sure how he did it." "They threw up blood," the boy said hollowly. "He must have poisoned them," Ellen said. "You can almost smell it." Poison, Ebb thought. The madman poisoned his own people. Part of him wasn't terribly surprised. He'd sniffed a hint of lunacy in Amos Flesher the first time he'd set eyes on him. The itchy gaze, that switchblade smile. The line between prophet and lunatic was a thin one indeed, and his followers were just that. Every lemming off the cliff. He could see it happening. Yes, all too easily. "And you didn't attend the service," he said. Ellen shook her head. "I wouldn't have been welcome, and Nate stayed with me." "Tell me what else happened," Ebb said. "After he killed them, the Reverend came out of the chapel," Ellen said. "He shot—" She nodded to the body on the grass, but would not say who it was. Ebenezer could guess. Nate didn't look as if he'd been crying, though his eyes were compassed by swollen red flesh, as if tears were lurking close to the surface. But he was wise enough to know this wasn't the time to grieve the loss. That, or perhaps he was mildly glad his father was gone. Ebenezer didn't know the boy well enough to say. "After that, Flesher shot at me," Ellen continued. "So I ran, hid in the woodpile. Nate found me. The Reverend gave up trying to find us. Other things to worry about, I guess." "Other things?" Neither of them answered. "The children aren't dead. At least I'm pretty sure," Ellen told him. "They dragged them out of the chapel." "Who?" "The Reverend's hired man, the one you beat up this morning." "Virgil. He and the Reverend are the only ones left?" Ellen nodded. Ebb said, "So they dragged the kids out and—" Ellen and the boy exchanged a look. "Something came," the boy said, his voice nearly inaudible. "What was it?" "Out of the woods." The boy stared at his feet as if he couldn't bear to look at the chapel. "It took them, or—" "Or what, boy? For Christ's sake, what—" "Or they went with it willingly," Ellen said softly. "Anyway, they all went." "The children?" Ellen and the boy nodded, neither one meeting Ebb's eye. "It took the children," Ellen said. Something always wants the fucking children, Ebb thought. "And the Reverend and Virgil with them?" More nods. Ebb swiped a hand across his mouth. He felt hot, his skin clammy, first signs of the flu. "What took them?" They did not speak for some time. Finally, Ellen said, "It wasn't human. Or an animal," the boy said. "Or one of those things in the woods," Ellen said. "It was something else entirely." Ebenezer's hands clenched on the shotgun. The track machine's engine ticking down was the only sound in an otherwise still night. "Not human, he thought. "Well, there's hardly much surprise in that, now is there? Not a lot of humans left in these here parts. Outnumbered, outgunned, last of a dying breed. We've trapped ourselves in a killing jar, all of us for one reason or another. I may be the daftest of us all, because I escaped, only to fly back in. And something's pumping in the ether now." His shoulders slumped. What else could he do? In for a penny. Which way did they go? 12. They were on their way back to Little Heaven when it came. Minerva felt a dry electrical tang at the back of her throat that reminded her of those hot afternoons during her childhood when the sky would scud over with clouds. The taste of a thunderstorm gathering over the horizon. She checked up in the middle of the ashen path. "What?" said Micah. She flicked her head toward the trees. Micah got the hint. They moved quickly, hiding in the heavy dark of the firs 10 feet off the path. The notes of a flute drifted through the air, jangling, discordant, yet possessed of a rhythm that touched a hidden center in Minerva's chest, a second heart within the main organ. She didn't see much of it, only a flurrying of legs, the low-hanging branches, laden with needles, prevented her from viewing anything in its entirety. The first pair of legs were abnormally long and stork-like. They passed in a mad dervish, spinning and pirouetting and high-kicking like a court jester. The flute music intensified, sharp notes invading Minerva's skull and itching at her brain. Other, smaller sets of legs followed, pale legs streaked with blood, feet clad in dusty boots or buckled shoes with ruffled socks. They passed silently, only the crunch of their soles on the dead gray earth, their movements manic as they jigged and capered toward the black rock. Neither Micah nor Minerva moved for some time after the procession passed. Their breath rattled out of their lungs where they knelt under the trees. Micah's eyelids were squeezed shut. When he finally opened them, she saw a new hardness in his working eye. "We have to go back," Micah said. "I have to get down there." Her chest tightened. "Into the—" "That is where they will be." Minerva started to shiver. She couldn't stop. "Shug, I don't think I can." "I understand." "That cave," she went on, feeling the need to explain. "Those fingers, those noises. I want to help, I just don't think—" "I understand." She put a hand on his leg. His muscles jumped. "Do you have any clue what's down there, Shug?" In time, he said, "I know it is a bad thing, but then—" "Then what?" "I have done bad things too." "You're talking about human evil. It's different." He did not appear to agree. "We all owe, Minerva. We owe, and we are all paying every day. What else is life but the repayment? But them, what could they owe?" "Jesus, Shug, what is it you think you owe?" "They are children, Minnie, only children." "Yes, all lives are not equal. Some are worth more than others." She said, "I won't argue it with you." "You could return to Little Heaven." "I could, yeah," she said. "But I won't. I'll go with you, but I'm telling you right now that I don't know if I can follow you all the way down there, right to the bottom." Micah pressed a finger to his lips. Minerva held her breath. She heard it then, footsteps. These came from the same direction as the others had, from Little Heaven. 2 sets of legs passed this time. An agonized wheeze accompanied them, 2 sets of lungs heaving. Micah and Minerva waited until those legs had passed before crawling out from under the trees. Minerva pulled Ellen's pistol. Micah shone the flashlight up the path, pinning the backs of 2 men in its beam 50 yards ahead. The men froze. Slowly they turned. "Greetings, fellow travelers," the Reverend said with sunny good cheer. Bloody as butchers, the 2 of them. The good Reverend's hair was slapped on either side of his skull like a muskrat pelt. He was smiling, wide-eyed. Virgil looked like he was ready to burst out crying. The Reverend reached into his waistband and put something in Virgil's hand. He stood on his tippy-toes, whispering into Virgil's ear. "Kill them, my son," the good Reverend said. The weight of the pistol in Virgil's hand, a good weight, the weight of finality. Virgil could end it all now, for himself, the Reverend, the one-eyed wonder, and the skinny dyke bitch, end them all. Him, Virgil Quincy Swicker, he had that power now. Maybe that would be the best thing, better than following that abomination deeper into the woods. It was all Virgil could do not to put the barrel in his own mouth and pull the trigger. He wanted to do that. He couldn't get the image of it out of his head. Its enormous body with its flapper-dangly arms and long, cartoonish legs, its head and mouth and its horrible, terrible eyes. How the notes of its flute, a bleached femur bone it looked like, with holes riddled through it, roused the children from their drugged sleep. They'd all gotten up as one, linked hands, and danced into the woods following that horrific piper. Seeing that, something in Virgil gave over to the madness. He followed the piper into the woods, blood storming through his veins. It didn't even feel like he was walking, more like he'd stepped onto an enormous buried conveyor belt that was stubbornly pulling him along. At some point he stared up into a tree and saw, or thought he'd seen, a body glossed by the moonlight. Cyril's body, just maybe. Cy, his brother from another mother, spinning bonelessly, lifelessly at the end of a thick bough. Cy looked like some awful Christmas tree ornament hung by a giant malicious child. Seeing this, a trap door sprang open inside Virgil's head. Beneath that door was a stinking yellow room whose bristling and undulating floor suggested that something huge was moving quarrelsomely beneath it. Things had gone a little hazy after that. The minutes or hours slipped by until... And now here he was, in the woods with the Reverend and a gun in his hand. "Kill them, both," the Reverend's honeyed voice in his ear. "End them." Virgil was crying. The tears came easily. He barely realized it. When was the last time he'd really sobbed? As a teenager, when he'd found the body of a stray dog under the bushes in Union Park, kicked to death by some sadistic shitheel. He hadn't cried since. Never seemed a deep enough need. But he did so now. For the dead fools at Little Heaven, for their children who were fated for something far worse. For his buddy Cyril, who had been turned into a fucking tree ornament. And for his own dumb shit self, who didn't have the brains to see a way out of this awful muddle. The gun came up. He saw it there at the end of his arm, but it didn't feel like part of him. He pulled the trigger. It was as easy as breathing. It really was. The bullet creased the air inches from Minerva's skull. The pop filled her ears. Her own gun jerked up automatically. She fired. Virgil didn't go down. He was walking toward her, sobbing the same words over and over. "I'm sorry," it might have been. He was bawling like a baby. He shot again, missing his mark. Pop. She fired and also missed. Her hand trembled. "Stop it. God damn it. Stop shaking. Just stop." A bullet smashed into the ash between her spread legs. She couldn't stop the shakes. Virgil was walking and firing. He was half blind from crying, but it wouldn't matter. A few more strides and it would be pretty much a point-blank proposition. Her finger froze on the trigger. She couldn't. Micah snatched the gun out of her hand. Bang! Virgil's head snapped back in a mist of red. His body was flung with such force that his left foot was ejected from his boot. He rolled bonelessly to the edge of the path. He did not get up. "Shug, I'm sorry." A wave of adrenaline shakes rolled through her. She stared at her gun hand, the one that had betrayed her. "I don't know what—" She read it in his eyes. "You are not made for this, Minnie." There was nothing cruel in his appraisal. It wasn't a slight on her tufts or spine, simply that, in the cut, she couldn't pull the trigger, and he could. They walked over to Virgil. His big toe poked through a hole in his woolen sock. Merciless, what a bullet could do. There was no need to check for a pulse. The top of Virgil's head was missing. Everything above his eyes, which were still filmy with tears, staring blankly into the cold night sky. 13. "This is one blubbering ninny who's better off dead," was Amos's thought as he put the gun into Virgil's hand. The idiot's eyes were all swimmy as he made with the waterworks. Amos had to swallow his revulsion. Virgil had been useful in a pinch, but now he was dead weight. In fact, Amos had been speculating about how to get rid of the dummy, and now, out of the blue, the perfect opportunity. 2 birds with 1 stone. Virgil nodded at the Reverend's simple instructions, docile as a lamb. Then he began to fire. Amos didn't wait to see the result. He scampered up the incline, slipping on dead pine needles. He laughed thinly, "Ahee, ahee," because there was something deliciously funny about the events of the past hours, and because he couldn't stop laughing, even when he bit his lip so hard that the skin tore and blood gushed. He just kept on howling, the shrill, gasping notes pouring out of him. "Job 8:21, he thought, "God will fill thy mouth with laughing and thy lips with rejoicing. Hallelujah, praised be, and pass the spuds." He ran as fast as his legs would carry him as the gunshots continued to ring out from behind. Pop, 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 pop. The shots abruptly stopped. The woods ran thick with silence. "Goodbye, Virgil. See you in the funny pages, skinny bitch. Farewell, One Eye. Godspeed to none of you, and may Satan feast on your genitals in hell." He hurried toward the black rock. He was not tired, and his pace did not flag. He was filled with a limitless reservoir of energy. Even though his legs were leaden and his chest searing, He felt like those niggers in Africa who had developed incredible cardiovascular endurance from being chased across the veld by hungry lions. He could run 1,000,000 miles. His eyes momentarily slipped shut. The wondrous creature lay there, imprinted on his eyelids. Oh, what a sight that had been. "You are beautiful." This had been Amos's awestruck thought. The thing had to be 12 feet tall. Long, articulate legs and arms. Its flesh was smooth as porcelain. Its belly was cask-like, as if pregnant with some unfathomable offspring. Amos's heart quailed at the sight of it easing through the trees. Its head was enormous. Its mouth stretched across the entirety of its face. It looked to be smiling, but as its mouth followed the upward curve of its skull, a smile must be its default expression. Its eyes were ineffably black and lusterless, like buttons. Amos pictured the 4 little holes in their centers where a seamstress could loop her thread. It had come through the trees slowly and somehow playfully. There was a hint of shyness in its movements. Amos's eyes had quivered in their sockets as if his peepers were under some enormous pressure, jittering like roaches in a hot pan. He knew why his eyes were struggling, too. They were trying to see the shape behind the shape. The creature had another face, and it lurked beneath the one Amos was allowed to see. But his frail human eyes and his inadequate and too literal mind were preventing him from seeing its more breathtaking, true shape. It had bent over the sleeping children, sniffing them as a coyote might a moldering carcass. The slits in the middle of its face dilated. Its black tongue made a sandpapery note as it slid over its fleshless lips. It had no teeth to speak of. Rags of wet tissue dangled and swayed in its mouth, reminding Amos of the fibrous pith inside a pumpkin. It then produced a flute. Its fingers danced nimbly along its length, coaxing from it notes that raised the hairs on the nape of Amos's neck. The children had stood up all at once. Their eyes were still closed, but their bodies were alert. They linked hands. The creature began to dance. It was both horrible and magnetic. The strange articulation of its limbs, the mad glee with which it jigged. The children mimicked it, their legs and arms moving unnaturally. The thing danced into the woods. The children followed. They went quickly, their feet seeming not to touch the ground. Virgil only stood in a slack-mouthed stupor. Amos shook him. When that failed, he slapped Virgil hard across the face. The dimwit's eyes unfogged, the faintest glimmer coming back into them. "We must follow, my son." Virgil swallowed with effort. "Yeah, follow. I can do that." And they had done so, shuffling along in pursuit of the thing, until they had been set upon by the troublesome outsiders. But those two ended up doing Amos a great service by erasing a vestigial player from the proceedings and hopefully wiping themselves out in the bargain. Everything was coming up flesher. The trees now gave way to a clearing. The moonlight settled across an empty expanse, sand scalloped by the wind and the black rock standing watchfully in the distance. In that same moonlight, he could see small footprints in the sand. He followed them, his heart singing. He had done his duty. Now he would reap the reward. What form would it take? He had no use for money or renown, the common ambitions that common men spent their common lives pursuing. He desired knowledge, an understanding of how this world, or the worlds beyond it, operated. A peek behind the curtain. He wanted to see God, not the one his worshippers cowed before either. The God that had led Amos out here in the first place. The God of flies and blood. He wanted to thank that God for making Amos Flesher just the way he was. The footprints led straight to the black rock. A quiet hum emanated from it. He followed the footprints around the rock face, glancing back to see if anyone was in pursuit. He paused. There, far away but visible, the sweep of a flashlight. He bared his teeth. The outsiders. The bastards. He could only hope that Virgil had killed one of them and perhaps hurt the other. But the one-eyed man struck Amos as a fellow who'd be calm in a shootout. No matter. Once he had claimed his just reward, Amos would deal with them. Oh, yes, he could take his time with it. There was nobody out here to help them. Amos picked up the pace, swallowing the blood from his torn lip. The rock tilted 90 degrees as it opened onto a fresh face. He jogged along it. His sweat mixed with the lanolin of his pomade and slid down his cheeks in gooey runners. He wiped them away absent-mindedly, and crooned an old gospel ditty. The Father sent the Son, a ruined world to save. Man meted to the sinless one, the cross, the grave. Blessed substitute from God, wrath's awful cup he drained, laid down his life, and in the tombs. Amos tripped and stumbled, arms outflung. He found his feet again and carried on, singing a new song that he made up as he went, his rich baritone carried out over the wastes. Fuck the Father, fuck the Son, and fuck the Holy Ghost. Fuck the bearded carpenter and fuck his lordly host. Fuck the baby Jesus, that wormy little runt, and fuck the whore of Babylon. Yes, fuck her greasy cunt. He reached a cleft in the rock. An odd glow poured from its mouth. The footsteps carried on into the enveloping darkness that existed past the entry. You have been fiddling, fiddling, said a familiar voice. It sat 20 feet to Amos's left, crouched on the sand. The moon touched its awesome contours, reflecting off the egg-like dome of its skull. It spoke in a perfect mimicry of Sister Muriel. You always were a filthy boy, Amos Flesher. The filthiest by far. Do you know what will happen if you keep fiddling with your dirty stick, It will fall off, that's right. Snap off like a winter icicle it will, and you will be so ashamed, won't you? You will have no choice but to bury it in the yard as a dog does with a bone. Your urine will simply fall from the hole where your little stick once poked, Amos. Yes, sure as Christ sits in heaven. Amos took a step back. He realized right then how alone he was, miles and miles from anyone. I did what you asked. The creature made a sound like the chittering of an insect. I didn't ask anything of you, it said as Sister Muriel. A thin wire of unease threaded into Amos's heart. The thing chittered on and on. It was too dark for Amos to tell if the sound was coming from some part of its odd anatomy or if this was its version of laughter. Not me, no, it said, this time in a voice that might have been its own, high and breathy, the voice of a baby who had learned to enunciate its words. My father asked. My father, my daddykins. Your father? The thing squatted in the sand, repeating those two words over and over. My father. The understanding rocked Amos. This thing was no more than the lapdog of a far greater entity. Comprehending this, the sight of it, its bloated belly, its bird legs and button eyes, now filled Amos with disgust. Hunched in the dark, babbling the same two idiot words, my father, it was nothing but an overgrown mynah bird with a gift for impressions. It made Amos sick to look at it now, no different from those soft-brained children at the orphanage he'd delighted in jabbing with a pin. Where? He said to it. Where, you filthy thing? The thing raised its arm, one exquisitely long finger pointing at the cleft. My father is waiting. Micah rounded the black rock. Minerva lagged behind, still shaken from the encounter with Virgil. He pressed on without her. Maybe it was best she stay out of it. Micah's mind was cluttered. He lacked a great deal of information, and under normal circumstances he would retreat and regroup. But there was no time for that, and he was fueled by a rage more profound than anything he'd experienced in years, worse than what he'd felt for Seaborn Appleton, or even his old Captain Beechwood. He would kill the Reverend. He should have done it the first time he'd laid eyes on the man. He had practically smelled the crazy seeping out of him. It had a scent, true craziness did, the stench of old flooring rotted through with cat piss. Micah had sensed the malice festering in the fuming wastes of the Reverend's soul, and he should have put a bullet in his brain right then and there. But Charlie and Otis had taken his sidearm, robbing him of the opportunity. Abruptly, Micah came to the cleft. He had been so taken up with thoughts of vengeance that he lost track of time. He shone his flashlight into the crevice. Moody blue shadows gave way to deeper enveloping blacks. He spun on his heels, alerted by a klaxon blaring in his unconscious mind. Something loomed motionlessly out in the sand. A huge, human-like form plated in moonlight. Fine evening for a perambulation, eh, Private? It was the voice of Captain Beechwood. The thing issued a terrible flapping sound, like an enormous cockroach beating its wings. "My father is waiting," it said in Beechwood's voice. "My father would just let some air into those children, Private Shugru. Just a little air. My father is thirsty, so thirsty, hungry, yes, meat." Its mouth stretched wide, splitting its entire face in two. Then its jaws snapped shut with a sound like wood planks spanked together. "Meat for the feast. My father, my father, my father." It pointed at the cleft. Micah took a few steps in that direction, his eyes never leaving the thing. It did not move or try to stop him. In fact, it appeared to be urging him inside. Micah aimed his flashlight into the gap again. Dust sifted down, sparkling in the beam. "My father is waiting." He entered the cleft. Beads of sweat popped on his brow. He held a hand out for balance. It brushed the cave wall and he recoiled, disturbed once again by the soft and somehow fleshy character of the rock. It felt like the skin of a sick old man, smoothed and made clammy with age and disease. The darkness sucked in on him with unnatural avidity. It hungered after the feeble beam shed by his flashlight, nibbling at its glow with invisible black teeth. He passed under the colony of ulms and came to the precipice rather quickly. The rope ladder clattered against the rock, down and down, stirred by a subterranean wind, or by someone who had recently climbed down it. He stared down to the tunnel below. An odor drifted up, almost too faint to credit. A smell that spoke of childhood, a mix of bubble gum and dime store perfume, the blood off skinned knees and chocolate coins wrapped in shiny foil. It was all of those things but corrupted somehow, mixed with the smell that permeates an old folks' home, sickness and dust, and the yellowing reek of bodies rotting from the inside out. The smell of living death. Staring down, Micah pictured something hunched just past the mouth of the tunnel. His mind couldn't entirely compass it, but the outline was of a person of unfathomable age, 200, 300, 1,000 years old. He pictured this corrupted thing quivering in the darkness below, leering with its young old mouth, its gums black as tar. Micah's jaw tensed. "I am coming," he whispered. He stuffed the flashlight into his pocket and dropped one foot down until it touched the first rung of the ladder. He gripped the ropes as the ladder swung out from the rock, throwing him off balance. He stabilized himself and followed it down. The flashlight shone inside his pocket, its tepid glow illuminating the space directly below him. It came then, thick, throaty, the laughter of a child. Shapes swarmed in the darkness below, alien twisting movements. Micah's bladder clenched. Fear poured into his brain. He stood rooted for a span of time he could not judge, then slowly pulled the flashlight from his pocket. When he shone it down, nothing was there. The ladder slapped the stone. His foot found the basin floor. He released the ladder and turned, kneeling, shining the flashlight into the tunnel. The beam outlined the start of a cave system carved through the rock. Micah crept to the tunnel mouth. It stretched 20 feet or so before hitting a bend. The tunnel was honeycombed with holes, some small, others big enough to accommodate a person's body. He wondered just how large this network of tunnels could be, and where they might all lead. Body tensed, head throbbing, he forged into the alkaline dark. 14. "Do you like to play games?" Minerva stopped. The voice belonged to a small child. She turned toward it, summoning every ounce of her willpower. Something squatted in the dark, not far from the cleft, which she had arrived at some minutes after she grew. The moon gave only a hint of this thing's contours. "Games," the voice called. "Shall we play?" Her paralysis was absolute. With a fervency she hadn't felt since she was a girl, she wished she could squeeze her eyes shut and just disappear. Wink out of existence and appear somewhere else, 10,000 miles away, where the sun was shining and the world made sense. "We will play." The voice became stern. Minerva could see it better now. She wished she couldn't. She wished she were blind. It sat in the moonlit sand with its long legs crossed, knees flared out so as to resemble wings, its pendulous stomach spread across its thighs. "Come," it said. Minerva went to it. There was no option. Its voice was a summoning. She sat before it and crossed her legs in kind. "Do you like games?" She shook her head numbly. It smiled, a repellent sight. "I thought all children enjoyed games." "I'm not a child," she managed to say. "You are all children of eggs," it said. She said, "What are the rules?" It tittered, "My rules." "What are the stakes?" "Everything you owe, my dear." A seed of terror planted itself in her stomach. "What do I owe?" Another dry titter. "Everything. Nothing. The game decides." A cloud scudded over the moon. The landscape went dark. The creature's eyes glimmered wetly. "Let's play, Minnie. It will be ever so much fun." Its voice had changed. Gone were the breathy baby syllables. Now it spoke in the voice of Minerva's dead brother, little Cortland Atwater. "And the name of the star is called Wormwood. And the third part of the waters became wormwood, and many men died in the waters because they were made bitter." Revelation, chapter 8, verse 11. Wormwood, wormwood, the name of the star is called Wormwood. It was a favorite passage of the Reverend's. The waters turned bitter, many people died. He'd always liked the sound of that. He was inside a burrow carved into the rock. He was the worm now. But not a worm in wood, oh no. A worm in its wormhole. No roots to get in his way, no birds pecking at him with their sharp beaks. He was hidden safely, deep within the rock. It was dark down here, though. So very dark. That scared him a little. But this was a quibble. The Father would pay him what he had earned soon. Laughter drifted through the rock, coming from everywhere and nowhere. Children's laughter. He'd never cared for it. No matter how many shrieking infants he'd blessed or how many apple-cheeked little shits he'd kissed on the forehead, he couldn't stomach kids. Their sticky hands and gap-toothed smiles and their stupidity, everything that people seemed to love about them, Amos loathed. All children were useless until they had grown old enough to contribute to his coffers. But currently, that laughter sounded quite sweet to his ears. Angelic, even. It was hard to say how much time had passed since he had climbed down the rope ladder to the secondary tunnel system. There was no natural light at all, but the rock held a strange glow. He had begun to crawl through the main tunnel, scraping his knees, inching toward the hum that emanated from someplace ahead. The tunnel walls were pocked with holes, burrows, it almost seemed. Big ones. They reminded him of termite boreholes or honeycombs where bee larvae might pupate. But the bugs that would nest in holes of that size would be... No, they were not bug burrows. He'd kept crawling toward the heart of that hum, yet the closer he had gotten, the more scared he became. The fear pulsed in his brain, taking on terrible forms. He pictured an enormous chalice inside the rock, a bowl teeming with massive insects. Beetles the size of border collies, bloated roaches with wings fanned out like garbage can lids, millipedes with legs thick as a baby's arm, tens of thousands of them, blind from lack of sun, their bodies either transparent or foggy white, so you could see the queer workings of their guts, skittering madly inside the smooth rock basin, trundling over the corpses of their dead. The basin was studded with huge bean-shaped sacs that burst with wet pops, spewing forth flabby larvae with skin that sweated like gray, sickly cheese. These revolting grubs that mewled like newborn babes. The bowl was too steep for any of them to escape. All they could do was squirm and shuck madly, waiting for an unassuming visitor to tumble down from above. The image entombed itself in his head. He couldn't shake it. Suddenly frightened by that hum, he had crawled into one of the burrows off the main tunnel. It was so tight that his shoulders brushed the sides. He couldn't say how far or deep he pressed into the hole. At some point, it had swollen into a bubble. He curled up. The rock was warm as flesh. It felt like a womb. The darkness pressed against his eyeballs. He was careful where he set his hands. In some silly chamber of his mind, he thought he might touch the resting shape of, well, something, whatever might slumber deep in this rock. He pictured a hairless rat with yellowed teeth like shards of broken crockery. He pictured his hand closing on its tail, thick as a garden hose, a whip of oily flesh. The image spooked him. Still, at least a giant rat would be of this world, a common enough sight, even if blown up 10 times its normal size. What he really feared was that he might encounter something not of this world, something he wouldn't find in his worst dreams, because after all, those dreams were still culled from the sights and sensations he would have experienced while waking. He let go of a jittery laugh. The rock sponged up the sound so quickly, it was as if he never made a peep. The breath whistled out of his lungs. He was safe here. He would wait and recite some scripture to calm down. The name of the star is called Wormwood. 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 The laughter came again, dancing and sprightly, tickling the hairs of his inner ear, almost a song, holding lyrics that he couldn't quite make out. Distantly, he heard something, or someone, pass the mouth of his burrow. He already thought of it in that possessive way, his burrow. Was it one of the outsiders? Rage flooded through him. The air flared red before his eyes. They would not take his gift. The father owed him. He had given it what it wanted. But Amos was too terrified to move. It was as if he had crawled to the very bottom of the earth, down with the hiss of unseen voices and the punch and seethe of machines made from bone and teeth, machines whose purpose he could not understand, the father's beautiful instruments. Wormwood, he whispered hoarsely, the name of the star. Micah forged down the tunnel. He wasn't focused on the Reverend anymore. That bloodlust had sluiced out of him. His every muscle was tensed and screaming. A tiny voice inside his head yammered for him to stop, for God's sake, go back. The smell was stronger as he navigated toward its source. He gagged on the putrid stench, a smell like rotted offal, marinating in mothballs, so powerful that it was more a taste. The rock seemed to throb, thump, shuddering slightly like a thick artery. His boot brushed something, making a metallic jangle. He shone the flashlight on a manacle, hand-forged and browned with rust. How old could it be? 100 years? The sort of thing a slave would have worn, except it was too small to fit around a man's wrist. He continued on. He was scared, oh, yes, terrified, but that rested easily within his mind. It was a perfectly natural reaction, so he did not try to fight it. He came across a shoe next, a child's size, incredibly old. He picked it up, trembling. Faded but still legible on the bottom of the vulcanized rubber sole, Charles Goodyear, 1871. He encountered other artifacts, tatters of clothing, a busted pocket watch, a wooden doll with the eyes scratched out. The tunnel bent gently, the rock running smooth as alabaster. He shone the flashlight along its upper curvature, which was so low his head brushed it, even as he crawled. It was carpeted with an odd fungoid growth, black and spiky. He raised his flashlight beam to it. The fungus broke apart. What he had mistaken for fungus was in fact a dozing ball of sightless spiders. They scuttled down the tunnel's circumference, dancing lightly on the rock, vanishing into tiny holes in the floor. Micah noticed that the floor and walls were pocked with thousands of similar holes, tiny pits of darkness the flashlight beam could not penetrate. What else was hiding in there? The father is so thirsty, so hungry, meat for the feast. The air got progressively more rotten. He pulled his shirt over his nose and mouth, breathing shallowly. He spotted a bone, bleached white, picked clean. It could belong to an animal, but animals were too wary to venture down to such a place, weren't they? He stared closely at the bone, A long, elegant filigree, the tips polished smooth by time or by something sucking on it until the ends went smooth, which is when he heard them, the worst, most awful sounds. There are calibrations of the nerve endings, Minnie, that you have never known to exist, the thing said in little Court's voice. There are registers that you have never felt, the way dogs can hear sounds humans cannot. I can help you reach them. It will be my pleasure. The thing's long-fingered hands moved in graceful patterns, its nails tapering to sharp points. Their movements were hypnotic. Minerva felt as if she'd chugged codeine cough syrup. Lay your hands out, it said as Court. Palms up, Minnie, pretty please. Helplessly, she obeyed. It touched a fingernail to a spot on her wrist where the veins ran blue under the skin. The pain was instant and exquisite, like nothing she had ever known. Too painful to scream, even. Its finger withdrew. Her skin had not been broken. There was no mark. I can open you up, it said in Court's voice. I can make you feel as you have never felt before, Minnie. Things precious few of your kind have ever known. Would you like that? No, she said. I don't want you to. The creature made a frowny face. Its voice was now a babyish coo. Wisey, pudding and piesy. We could have such fun, you and Izy. It reached again. Minerva flinched. Its fingers slowly retracted. Its head was cocked on its thin neck, its eyes reflecting the moonlight. It hurt, it said in her dead brother's voice. When the snake ate me, it hurt so much, Minnie. You didn't do anything to help. She let out an airless gasp. Court, no, I wanted to, but you didn't, the thing said spitefully. Wanting to isn't doing, Minnie. And now what am I? Shit. Snake shit. Stop, she whispered. It was pink, Minnie. The sun shining through the snake's skin. The light was pink inside its mouth, pink with black threads where its veins ran. There was the smell of squashed grasshoppers. I suffocated, but it took a long time, a lot longer than you'd think. My ribs were broke and my lungs filling with blood, but I think I screamed. Do you remember how my screams sounded? I bet you heard me. You weren't far away, just up that tree, safe and sound. Please stop, she begged. The creature touched her other wrist. The pain was immense, world-eating. Its finger withdrew. It blew gingerly on her flesh. The pain receded. Shall we begin, my love? No, please, no. It shook its head with what appeared to be true sadness, as if to say the following events were beyond its power to control. We must. No, 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 it said. If it's information you seek, come and see me. If it is pairs of letters you need, I have consecutively 3. What? A macabre smile. The game, my dear. This horrid thing wanted her to answer riddles. She almost laughed at the banality. Then she remembered the words scrawled on the wall back at the Preston School for Boys. Why is 6 afraid of 7? 7, 8, 9. 7, 8, 9. What if I don't play? You will, my dove. It spoke as one might when an answer exists beyond all doubt. And you will lose, because your kind always does. The pain you experience will exist beyond your wildest conception. Your purest amazement will be in just how deeply you can feel. A forlorn sigh. Your suffering will show me nothing new or novel. I have played this game too many times. There are no secrets your kind has left to tell me. So why even play? An expression crossed its face that in the embalmed moonlight could have passed for sorrow. The thing was revolted at itself for what it was, what it couldn't help but be. But aren't we all prisoners of our natures deep down? A sucking, slurping sound, prolonged and somehow chunky. There was a hideous eagerness to it. These noises drifted through the tunnel and slid into Micah's ears. He was unprepared for the blast of panic that filled him. He sensed an opening ahead. He clapped his fingers over the flashlight lens, letting just enough light seep through to illuminate the rock directly in front of him. He did not want to announce his presence to whatever might be lurking ahead. He crept forward, blood blitzing through his heart. He was dizzy with the pulse of it. The sounds intensified. Good Christ, what could be making them? The tunnel ended. He was able to stand up again. He had entered some kind of vault, some kind of lair was the word that skated uneasily through his mind. He was in a bubble, deep inside the rock, perhaps at its very center. He could not intuit its size, but by the frail light leaking through his fingers, he saw the walls on either side of the tunnel running upward to give the faint impression of scale. It was less a bubble than a cube, or a box. The sucking sounds were louder. Whatever was making them was in here. Carefully, heart thudding, he lifted one finger off the flashlight beam. A slice of light fell across the chamber's floor. The rock was black as obsidian. The sound stopped. There was a pregnancy to the pause. Micah pictured 1,000 eyes swiveling in his direction. Amos Flesher, he thought, is that you? But he knew it wouldn't be the Reverend, much as he dearly wished it. There was only so much threat Flesher could pose. The noises in the dark unlocked a far more potent terror. They whispered directly into his veins, mainlining fear into his heart. The Father. He lifted another finger off the flashlight lens. He could see the odd bone fragment and moldering tatter of clothing. Uniforms? The flashlight dimmed briefly, the contact points on the batteries failing for an instant. Oh, Jesus, not now. Don't let that happen. He lifted a third finger. A crease of light cut across the chamber and touched the rock wall 30-odd yards away. Something skittered across the beam, a white, wormish fluttering, a network of tubes or something. His instinctual impression was of a gargantuan maggot, hacked into sections, the segments stitched into a vaguely humanoid form. He lifted his final finger clear as dread knotted in his throat. He swept the beam across the chamber, trying to take in as much as he possibly could in hopes of understanding what he was dealing with. He saw it then. 15. The strangest possibility trip-trapped over the surface of Minerva's brain once the game had started. She thought, what if God or Buddha or the Creator or who the fuck ever had come to her as a freshly conceived zygote? What if the Creator had said, listen, you, this is how your life is going to unspool. Dead father, dead brother, sadness and rage and regret aplenty, and the whole shebang's going to end on the far side of the desert with some unearthly creature making you answer riddles. Knowing all this, chum, are you sure you want to ride this merry-go-round? What would she have said, knowing the shape of her life to come? If it is information you seek, come and see me. If it is pairs of letters you need, I have consecutively 3. The thing chanted this riddle in Court's voice. She had always gotten an F in classes where deductive reasoning was taught. That stuff maddened her. When would she ever need to know what has 4 eyes but can't see, or what has hands but can't clap? The thing licked its lips. Its corrugated black tongue slipped out, sopping up the drool that threatened to cascade down its chin. Its body trembled with tension, although its eyes remained dull and dead. Far off, the sound of trees snapping. Please, it said. An answer. Give me a few minutes, isn't that fair? Fair has very little to do with it, Minnie, the thing said in Court's voice. Minerva's brain synapses burned up, smoke practically pouring out her ears. If it is pairs of letters you need, I have consecutively 3. She pictured 6 envelopes, 6 stamps, 6 addresses, all in a neat row. If it is information you seek. The letters held important information, but she couldn't open them. Each envelope was fastened shut. God damn it, open! The tree snap sounds grew louder. A new sound joined those snaps, a low rumble. The creature must have heard it too. "Tick-tock," it said in its own voice. Minerva squeezed her eyes shut. "Information you seek. Pairs of letters." She laughed mirthlessly. "I was never any good at these." The thing chuckled. "Should have paid more attention in school, big sis." Minerva gave it a sunless smile. "Fuck off. Stop talking like that." "You have fire," it said, no longer in Court's voice. "I like that. It will take time to extinguish." The rumble was unmistakable now. The sand trembled under Minerva. The creature unkinked its legs and stood. It towered over her, its limbs throwing shadows across her face. The rumble became the metallic rattle of an engine. A pair of headlights burnt through the trees. The thing's attention was diverted. She took that chance to skitter away. Some kind of vehicle bore down on them. The driver blared the horn. The thing took a step back, its perplexity deepening. Was it some kind of tank? A figure stood on its hood. A familiar English voice rose over the churn of the engine. "Get along, little doggies." The thing lifted one arm, a spindly finger pointing. "Father?" it said questioningly. A concentrated stream of fire ripped through the night. It hit the thing square in the chest. Ebenezer's face was lit by the glow off the igniting gasoline. The creature went up like a kindling effigy. Illuminated by the brilliant light, its face held an expression of puzzled wonderment. Then it began to scream, a high, trilling shriek that ascended through several octaves before dropping to a searing howl. It gibbered in many voices, a few of them recognizable to Minerva. Ebenezer let his finger off the flamethrower. The thing stood in a flickering column of orange, crackling and hissing. It craned its head toward Minerva. Its eyes were unchanged, black as lumps of coal in the melting tapestry of its face. The fire had peeled its mouth even wider. It issued a mocking titter and began to jig in place, its legs kicking crazily, flinging gobbets of roasting skin from its shanks. It took 2 steps toward Ebenezer. He let loose with another burst. The thing shrieked in what seemed to be true pain. Then it fled down the slope toward the forest, a mesmerizing sight, its fiery limbs carrying it swiftly through the night, 20 yards in a single stride. It reached the woods and monkeyed up the first tree, then began to leap from treetop to treetop. It left a point of flame at the tip of each fir. The trees began to burn, the fire spreading rapidly. Minerva approached the machine. Ebb remained on the hood, a nitrous blue finger dancing from the nozzle of the flamethrower. Ellen was driving. Nate was there too. "The cavalry has arrived," Ebenezer said grandly. Minerva grinned. She couldn't help herself. "Ah," Ebb said. "Finally, a smile. What was that god-awful thing?" "That was what took the kids," Ellen said to Ebb. "Aha," Ebenezer said, full of over-adrenalized good cheer. "Mystery solved." Minerva pointed at the cleft. "They're in there. The children are." "We better go find them," said Ellen. "Oh, I don't think you want to do that," Minerva whispered. Micah Shagru knew it wasn't the Reverend, but the man's face was familiar. Even by the most charitable definition, this could not be considered a man anymore. He hung in the center of the box, buried deep within the black rock. He was suspended on a network of red ropes resembling wet sinews. The ropes were attached to various points of the man's anatomy, but primarily his shoulders and head and neck, bearing him aloft. The ropes issued a faint thrum, like high-tension power lines. This man was grotesquely shriveled, and human only insofar as he had a pair of driftwood legs and arms that were no more than bones clad in the barest stretching of tissue. His chest was so withered that the skin had shrunk around every rib, his innards encased in a yellowish sac in the center of the rib cage. His head was a grinning, fleshless skull, nose a blade of cartilage. His legs were pulled up tight to his body, the kneecaps visible as saucers, the bones of his feet jutting like gruesome sticks. His posture was that of a sickening fetus curled up in its womb. The flashlight beam hung on its terrible face for an instant. As wasted as it was, Micah had seen it before, but where? Something in the flinty slope of those cheeks, the jut of those calcified ears. It finally registered. He'd seen this man's portrait on a desk in the Preston School for Boys. It was Augustus Preston himself. Preston's appearance encouraged a gruesome fixation. Much as he wanted to, Micah could not look away. It was as if the man had been devoured from the inside out, the way termites remorselessly harvest an oak tree. If Micah were to touch him the wrong way, he was certain Preston's innards would spill out, parched, desiccated, sawdusty, his lungs and liver and heart all pulverized and turned to powder. And still, the annihilations of the man's soul seemed somehow worse, if less obvious, than the ruin of his body. There was nothing inside him anymore. This was Micah's dread sense. Not even sawdust. Only a yellowing, howling emptiness that his soul had fled years ago. The essence of his humanity had been irretrievably lost, boiled away like steam off a hot pan. How had Preston arrived at this place? How many years had he been hanging here? For nearly a century? Was that in any way possible? What were those ropes? What was the purpose of this vault? And Micah swung the flashlight. The light bled beneath Preston's suspended feet. He saw something and followed it up to Preston's body. Micah had somehow missed it on the initial sweep. A tube ran out below Preston's bottom rib. It was white and wrinkled, like the milky intestines of a gutted fish. The tube trailed down to the floor and wormed into the dark. It flexed and cramped the way a garden hose does when fed water from a tap. It swelled in places as if something larger, more solid, were passing through it. Micah followed it without wanting to. His blood ran cold. Micah had never been much for books, but he did enjoy a Times Store paperback from time to time. The Feasting Dead. That had been a pretty good one. The Body Snatchers, too. In such books he had read that phrase a dozen times. His blood ran cold. He didn't know much about writing, but he knew that was a lazy cliché, right up there with water through a sieve and a deer caught in headlights. Yet this was his exact sensation. A paralyzing chill swept through him. It was as if his blood had been sucked out and stashed in a deep freeze and injected back into his veins. A coldness that made his lungs lock up and his bowels throb with the urge to be voided. A tube ran out of Augustus Preston and into a small body. A boy's body. Could that be Eli Rathbone? If it was Eli, there was precious little boyish about him anymore. Eli lay limp on the floor, eyes open and an expression of unending horror. The tube, the umbilicus, Micah thought. That is what it looks like, a huge elongated umbilical cord. Expanded into a funnel which was latched over the boy's mouth. The cord rippled at its tip as if tiny insects were trundling under its surface. Eli's body jerked helplessly as the cord cramped and flexed as that awful slurping sound filled the air. Not wanting to, but unable to stop himself, Micah followed Eli's body with the beam. Eli's hand was linked with that of a small girl. Elsa Rasmussen? Who else could it be? Their hands were melted into a carbuncled knob. The girl was welded to the boy behind her in the same manner, and that boy to another boy, and him to another, and perhaps 10 more after that. Their bodies ragdolled into the nether recesses of the vaulted box, chained together through some hideous alchemy. Eli looked the worse by far. Elsa was a bit better, and the 2 boys a bit better than her. It was as if something was feeding on them in turn. First Eli, who was almost used up, then Elsa, then the 2 boys who looked like brothers. The most recent additions appeared relatively unmarked. Micah was looking at the food chain in the most literal sense. The children behind the 2 boys were still clothed. Their eyes were open, too, their pupils constricted when the beam touched them. But they were unmoving and unspeaking as if they had been injected with a paralysis toxin from a giant spider. Micah shone the beam to chart the upper reaches of the chamber, expecting to see a huge, shaggy arachnid hanging from the ceiling, repelling toward him eagerly on a skein of gossamer thick as a steel cable, but there were only those red ropes rising to knit with the rock. Micah forced himself to approach Preston. It was only a few steps, but scaling Everest would have been easier. He had no idea how big the man had been before, but whatever process his body had been subject to had altered it horribly. Now that Micah was up close, he could see that Preston wasn't just thin. He had shrunk, his arms and legs shortening, the bones dissolving or something, until he was nothing but a twisted effigy. He was no more than 4 feet tall, an emaciated dwarf. The chamber was silent except for that suck, suck, and even that had quieted. He stopped a foot from Preston. The man's body did not give off any sort of smell, not of age or rot. He looked almost mummified. The topmost layer of his skin was crackly, the crust of a flaky pie. Micah was sure the faintest touch would cause it to crumble away entirely, exposing the bleached bone. Dear Augie had been consumed by some relentless, hungering force, and now, with Preston used up, that same force had reached out for other sustenance, the sweetest, youngest delicacies it could find. Preston's eyelids were shut. Micah wasn't certain he would find eyes behind those lids. If anything, they might resemble putrefying grapes. He had no intention of finding out. The red ropes radiated a pleasant warmth. A vein of solid light shone inside each of them. He gingerly shifted around Preston, shining the flashlight to make sure nothing lurked out of sight. Then he trained the beam on the gruesome cord running out of Preston's body to attach to Eli's face. Micah's free hand gripped the hilt of the bayonet he'd taken from the Preston school days before. Watery voices drifted in from the tunnel. Minerva? He wanted to shout out to her, "Stay away!" But he might need her help, and selfishly, he did not want to face this alone. His gaze fell on Preston's spine. Preston's right arm was tucked behind his back in a chicken wing that would have snapped his bones under normal circumstances. His forearm was shielding something on his lower back. Biting down on his revulsion, Micah used the flashlight to lever that arm up. It moved with the dry creak of ancient leather. There was a long slit across Preston's spine, 6 inches above his buttocks, a full foot long, running from hip to hip. The lips of the wound were dry and hard as cured meat. The flesh inside those lips was bright pink. The wound looked somehow fresh. The voices drew nearer. Micah barely heard them. He was fixated on the wound. Without much thought, he unsheathed the bayonet. He touched the tip of it to one edge of the wound in Preston's back. It split the gummy surface. Clear fluid burped through. Now there was a smell coming from Preston, almost indescribable. The stink of pure putrefaction and death. He let the nausea pass. The lips of flesh opened and closed, as if breathing. Mesmerized, disgusted, he reinserted the bayonet tip into the wound. The blade sank into ripe, squishy softness. Preston did not stir. Micah ran the blade through the wound lightly, slitting a translucent layer, gluing the lips together. It pulled apart in a pink leer. Micah could see something inside, runneled and warty like a diseased brain. Did it move? The enormous umbilical cord jerked spastically. Micah's consuming urge was to step on it, crimp the line. Would the pressure build until it ruptured, spewing? Breathing shallowly, trying to inhale as little of the stench as possible, the air swam with the fumes, wafting from the slit. Micah inserted the knife again. The blade dimpled the pink and carbuncled thing inside. It twitched hectically, somehow gleefully. The cord whipped and spasmed, the sucking intensified, and Micah could hear the children's bodies shucking and jerking in the darkness. The blade opened a 1-inch secondary cut in the pink flesh inside the wound. Micah pulled the bayonet away. Whatever lay inside the smaller cut was black and shiny. It radiated a powerful sense of malice that Micah could feel physically. It felt as if burning ants were crawling over every inch of his flesh. Oh, Jesus, what is that? What is that? What is that? The pinkness closed over the black bulb momentarily before opening again. That blackness radiated an ageless, festering rage. With a thunderclap of understanding, Micah realized what it was. An eye, purest black. And that eye had just blinked. Or winked. In the same instant, Augustus Preston's head cranked around to face Micah. It should not be anatomically possible, as Preston had been hanging in the opposite direction, but it happened all the same, his neck making horrid, snapping sounds as it twisted, the skin of his throat tearing like cheesecloth to display a papery tube that could have been his trachea. His eyelids flew open. Micah had been mistaken in thinking Preston's eyes must have shriveled away. They stared at him now with a bright malignancy and a profound insanity, the look of someone whose brain had been utterly ruined. And yet there was hatred in that gaze too, the loathing that can accrue only in the mind and heart of any creature that has had to exist in such a place for so long, a hatred for anything that has experienced love, humor, and the simple pleasure of sunlight on its face. Meat. Augustus Preston whispered through his ruined vocal cords, his voice like a razor drawn down a strop. The children began to laugh. Fear flocked into Micah's brain on dark wings. The flashlight slipped from his grip and spun on the ground. He stumbled, bellowing in surprise, then reached up instinctively, his fingers closing around one of those trembling red ropes. Minerva heard Shug bellow somewhere in the tunnel system, a short, powerful burst that quickly faded. She and Ebenezer had already climbed down the rope ladder when she heard Micah hollering. Nate and Ellen were still at the top of the drop where they had agreed to wait. "Keep watch," Minerva called up to them. "Do you have a flashlight?" A grim nod from Ellen. Clearly she did not want the creature Ebenezer had set aflame and chased off to return with them all alone. None of them wanted that. Minerva turned to join Ebenezer at the tunnel mouth. Ebenezer shone his flashlight into it. Micah's voice had come from wherever the tunnel led, deeper into the rock. "There's only enough room to go single file," said Minerva. "I'll go first," Eb said. They crawled inside. The flashlight beam bobbed on the walls. It was studded with holes, some shallow and small, others wide and deep. Minnie got a chill when passing the larger ones. It seemed conceivable that some hungry thing with sightless eyes might dart out and snatch her. The smell she had noted at the mouth of the cleft intensified. She could not describe it, but it raised the short hairs on her neck. Their breath filled the tunnel. The weight of the rock pressed down. They rounded a bend. Was the Reverend down here somewhere? Had Shug found him in this confounding warren? Or had the Reverend gotten the jump on Shug? Was the bellowing they'd heard the result of Amos Flesher driving a knife into his heart? It couldn't be that. The Reverend was no match for Micah Shugru. If Minerva was sure of one thing in life, it was that. Still, it was so dark down here, disorienting. The perfect element for a reptile like that crazy-ass preacher. "There's an opening ahead," Eb said. The tunnel emptied into a huge, darkened space. As soon as Minerva stood up, she saw Micah's boots lit by the glow of his flashlight. They were jittering madly, as if he was being electrocuted. "Shug!" she cried. Warmth. That was Micah's first sensation upon touching the living rope. Glorious, comforting warmth. Harmony. That was the second sense, a feeling of satisfaction and well-being more profound than he had ever known. "Shug!" He heard his name, but could not respond. He was bathed in this bliss. He didn't want to respond. He wanted to stay this way forever, perfectly content. Hands on his shoulders and arms, they pulled remorselessly. "No, you bastards. No, no, stop, please stop." He stumbled into the arms of Ebenezer and Minnie. The beautiful fog lifted. He was back in the black box with Augustus Preston. He tore himself from their grip. He dropped to the floor, his muscles not wanting to cooperate with him. "You all right?" Minnie asked. Yes, he said. He picked up the flashlight where it had slipped from his fingers and stood up again. What happened? I do not know, but I am fine. Stand back, he said, his voice a bit shaky. Shug, what? I said, stand back. They did, all three training their flashlights on Preston's body. It jerked roughly, as if a pair of huge invisible hands was jolting it. Then something began to push itself out of Preston's back. His spinal cord ripped through the paper-thin flesh. The children writhed beyond the light, their bare feet whooshing on the stone. Preston's toothless mouth was open, withered eyes alight with horror. Father! Preston breathed as he bucked like a giant revolting newborn in the girdle of red ropes. Father, no! All of them watched, horrified, as a wriggling shape emerged from Preston's squandered flesh. It perched for a moment on a flap of hardened skin before toppling gracelessly to land with a splat. The fibrous tendrils attached to the body snapped as it fell. Those tendrils must have been mooring it to Preston at some unseen root. That connection severed, Preston began to thrash even more animatedly. His mouth opened so wide that the skin split at its edges, stretching it into a gruesome, bloodless slash. The red ropes anchoring him to the ceiling began to snap one by one. Preston jerked awkwardly, like a snarled parachutist getting cut down from a tree. When the second-to-last rope let go, Preston swung on the final cord, a gibbering pendulum. When that last one disconnected, Preston hit the stone with an unmistakable snap of bone. Preston mewled as he tried to crawl toward whatever had pushed itself from his body. His arms were shattered, the sharp edges of bone shorn through his papery flesh. He issued a pitiable cry, not of pain, but of abandonment. The wail of a milksop boy left in the woods by his callous parents. It was terrible to gaze upon a body lacking a true animus, a soul. At least Micah prayed so, even for a man as horrible as Preston surely had been, as it squirmed and thrust on the cold stone floor of this inhospitable place. It was like watching a wooden marionette stir to ghastly life, its legs kicking in feeble paroxysms, its lifeless marble eyes rolling wildly in their beveled sockets. Father! Oh, please, my father! The gunshot was deafening. Preston's head did not explode, so much as crumple like a dry bird's nest. The brain inside the blown-open skull case was arid and chalky as an old cow flop. Ebenezer holstered his pistol. The three of them stared through the haze of smoke at the shape that had deposited itself on the stone. 16. When the gunshot thundered up from the tunnel below, Ellen flinched. She exchanged a glance with Nate. What should we do? She shone her flashlight over the ledge. The gunshot's echo continued to ricochet through the cave system. Who had done it, and why? Was someone hurt? Wait here, she told Nate. I'm coming right back, okay? Nate's face was pinched with worry. Hurry. Ellen slid her flashlight into her pocket and climbed down the ladder. Nate peered over the ledge, watching the darkness swallow her. She reached the floor and crept to the tunnel. Ellen? I'm okay, she called up to Nate. She crawled into the tunnel carefully, the rock smooth under her knees. The tunnel was pocked with holes. She shone the flashlight into one. The light turned grainy, giving no sense of depth. She crawled on, ears straining for a human voice. All she could hear was a dull hum. She wondered where it could be coming from. A pair of hands shot out from the hole she was passing, one that was deep and vaporous. A cheese-white face swarmed out of the darkness. Wormwood! The Reverend's hands closed over Ellen's mouth before she could make a sound. He jerked her skull with terrific force, slamming it into the rock. Ellen? No reply. Nate knelt at the ledge. He felt a point of concentrated cold at the nape of his neck, as if he'd been touched with a dead man's finger. He looked behind him. Nobody was there, just the faintest glow of fire on the rocks. He was scared that the thing, The huge, prancing monster the Englishman had set aflame would come stomping down the cave next, its skin crackly black and its eyes full of hate. He had seen the thing's face as it went up in fiery incandescence. It had looked, at least momentarily, like his own father's face. His father saying, "I'm so sorry, Nate. So sorry." "Please, Ellen," he thought. "Come back." A baby. Could it possibly be? For all the world, it appeared to be just that. An infant, cherubic and chubby, its flesh a clean scrubbed pink. A healthy 8 pounds, 6 ounces, if any of them were to hazard a guess. This was what had tumbled from the slit in Augustus Preston's back, what had been nesting inside of his body for God knows how long. It squirmed from its gelatinous sheath, a placental sack of sorts, splattered with the contents of Preston's skull. It wriggled out of its translucent membrane and writhed on the stone like a fat, contented grub. Michelin man arms and legs, plump fingers grasping at the air. It could have just fallen from the stork's blanket. It was as cute as a bug's ear, it really was. 1,000 photographers would line up to snap a shot of the little darling. The three of them stepped around the shriveled mess that was Augustus Preston, drawing nearer to the baby. Its aspect shimmered. It was almost as if it was clarifying and solidifying its own shape before their eyes. For an instant, Micah saw a prawn-bodied fetus with a bulbous, rotted melon head crawling spastically over the stone. Its eyes and mouth and nose were horribly compacted, as if it had been born under immense pressure that had wrenched its features monstrously out of shape. The next instant, those deformities disappeared. The baby was cute, angelic. The compulsion to touch it was irresistible. Each of them felt a powerful stirring in their sex organs, but there was nothing lustful in this feeling. It was a straightforward, procreative urge. They each wanted to have a baby desperately, right that minute. A baby just like this perfect dewdrop right here. The creature shimmered again. In that shimmer, its perfection dissolved for a few stuttering heartbeats. The child had no sex organs. The space between its legs was studded with inflamed nodes that looked a little like misshapen nipples. Its skin was faintly wrinkled, the crepe-like folds that graced the backs of an old woman's hands. And its eyes were not those of an infant, black as tar, glinting with ancient cunning. But these obvious malformations quickly dwindled to irrelevancies. This infant was purest beauty, sheerest love. It made a display of its nakedness, angling its body to show off its buttery curves, inviting them to touch it, just one finger, the barest brush of its skin. It humped awkwardly toward Eli Rathbone, who lay a few feet away. The baby's tongue popped out of its 2 plump lips, licking them lasciviously, obscenely, an infantile come-on that made Ebenezer ill. But his revulsion was a distant thing, far less powerful than his urge to touch or even kiss this child. He was not a fan of babies, shrieking, shitting, life-ruining creatures. But this child, oh yes, he wanted to sweep it up in his arms and shower it with kisses, even though he felt certain those kisses would taste of old death. "It is not a baby," was Micah's own desperate thought. "It is something terrible, something that wants to have its way with all of us." Minerva's knees gave out. She sank in front of the child. "Such a pretty baby," she cooed. She reached out a trembling hand. Micah batted it away. The baby's eyes rolled, trapping Micah in its baleful glare. "We have to kill it," Micah heard himself say. "And why would we ever consider doing that to such a cutie pie?" Ebenezer said in a breathy voice. Micah was distantly aware of the horror of the scene. The 3 of them in a box made of rock, with a dozen emaciated children, doting over something that looked for all the world like a baby, but was in fact something far older and infinitely more hostile. The father. Micah drunkenly swung around. He had surrendered control of his limbs. The thing on the floor was robbing him of his motor skills somehow. The beam of his flashlight fell upon the bayonet. He approached it club-footedly, swaying like a wino. He managed to pick it up. He swiveled to spot Ebenezer and Minerva reaching for the baby again. "No!" He blundered toward them. His feet got tangled with Preston's legs as he lurched past the corpse. Ebbs and Minnie's fingers were only inches from the baby's piglet pink skin. Micah swept his arm in a rude chopping motion, hitting their grasping hands away. He shouldered them both aside, hearing the wind woof out of Ebenezer. "Close your eyes," he said. "Don't look at it." He knelt next to it. He lifted the bayonet and stabbed down, aiming for its chest. The thing's eyes widened in shock. The bayonet zagged sideways, nicking the rock an inch left of the baby. Micah raised the blade. It took an enormous force of will, and tried again. This time the bayonet zagged in the other direction. It felt like trying to touch two giant magnets with matching polarities. He would get close, so close, only to miss with his strike. Ebenezer grabbed his elbow. "Hey, don't hurt the—" Micah shrugged him off. The baby was squalling pitiably, eyes squeezed shut as saliva bubbled between its lips. It looked more like an infant than ever, perfect, pristine. Micah positioned the blade directly over its flaccid chest. He hunched his shoulders, using the full weight of his body to bring the bayonet slowly and remorselessly down. The baby's eyes widened. For the first time, Micah saw fear kindling in those fuming black pits. "No! Don't you dare!" The voice that filled Micah's head was the dreadful rasp. Micah shuddered, then summoning all his will, bore down again. "Stop!" The thing spoke inside his head with a rising note of concern. Micah glanced at Minerva and Ebenezer. So they could hear it too. It wasn't just him. "No," Micah thought back at it. "You die now." "Anything," it said desperately. "Whatever you desire." Afterward, when they think about it, the shape of those moments will never be quite clear. Their thoughts become hazy. Did any of them truly ask for anything? Did they wish in the traditional sense, a plucked eyelash, a whispered hope before blowing out their birthday candles? Was it ever so cut and dried? Or was it more that the Father had reached into their hearts and found their deepest longing, and in that moment granted it? Was it that they didn't even understand what they had wished for? And would that be so unbelievable? How many of us truly know the beat of our hidden hearts? None of them will be able to find any certainty. It simply occurred. All three of them felt it, their bodies filled with the terrible, overpowering certainty of it happening. "Anything, whatever you desire." One wish, a terrible one. They were granted their heart's desire, unconsciously and involuntarily. And from that moment forward, they would be forever burdened with it. When their mental haze began to lift, they found that they were still in the chamber. The baby was crawling toward Eli. "No," Micah said. He shook his head to clear the cobwebs. What had just gone on? He felt like a dinner party guest who had entered a room where everyone had been talking about him, and now they had all lapsed into an uncomfortable silence. The baby continued humping toward Eli. Its fingers were elongating, becoming less plump and coming to resemble twitching pink wires. "No," Micah said, more forcefully this time. "I need them," the thing's voice wheedled in his mind. "I gave you what you wanted. Gave you everything." Gave him what? Micah shook his head again. He couldn't clear the fog. His skull felt as if it were stuffed full of cotton balls. "Not the children," he said. "You must give me someone," it groveled. "You must. Micah took 2 big steps, pistoned his leg back, and punted the hateful infant as hard as he could. His boot sank into the marbled tissue of its chest. The baby tumbled pell-mell into the darkness, arms and legs flapping. Silence. Then a squalling cry that rose to a petulant shriek. The children at the back of the chain were beginning to stir. Their hands came unstuck as they entered wakefulness. Their movements were clumsy, as if they'd been drugged. Minerva and Ebenezer helped them up. They were scared and shaky, like children who had just come out of a coma, and perhaps they had, of a sort. None of them cried. They were too shocked for tears, though those would surely come before long. "Where are we?" asked a little girl. "We're in the dark," Minerva told her gently. "But we're going to find our way back out, okay? You stick tight with me." The girl rubbed her eyes. "Why is a baby crying? I can't see it." "It misses its mom, I guess." "Oh." Eli, Elsa, and the Red Hill boys did not stir. Their hands were welded together, their flesh melded and seamed. The other children had not suffered this same fate. Those ones, whom Micah had to assume had only recently arrived here, seemed to be recovering already. He hoped so. He shook Eli's shoulder. Flies buzzed from the rotten hole under his armpit. Wordlessly, Micah held out his hand for Ebenezer's pistol. "Take the rest," he said. "I will follow directly." Ebenezer and Minerva led the children to the tunnel. Ebenezer said, "Hop lightly, boys and girls." They trailed him to the tunnel. Minerva waited until they were all through before bringing up the rear. She hesitated. "You sure, Shug?" "Go on, Minnie." Once she was gone, Micah sat with Eli. The baby's keening screams shot acid through his veins. Biting back his disgust, he gripped the umbilical cord fixed over Eli's mouth. It clung to his face as if attached with fishhooks. He pulled, terrified he'd rip the boy's skin off or discover some giant leech projecting from his mouth. The baby's cries abruptly cut out. "Take them, then," it said spitefully. Eli shuddered upright. His eyes shone black and he was screaming. His gleeful, lunatic cackles traveled through the funnel of opaque skin. The other children staggered up too. Their stick-figure bodies began to prance in the flashlight's beam as their ghastly laughter filled the darkness. Their hands were fused together in those ulcerated florets. They swung one another around as if playing a hellish version of Skip to My Lou. There was no longer anything recognizably human about them. Some essential quality had been cleansed away. The thing living inside Preston hadn't simply eaten their flesh. It had eaten their spirits, their sanity, their almighty souls, if those existed. Micah stifled a scream, his own sanity threatening to go right along with them. There was no saving them. There was only one final mercy he could offer. He raised Ebenezer's gun. It should have taken 4 bullets, but it took a few more. It was so dark. And Micah's hands were shaking so damn bad. 17. When Micah met them outside the Black Rock, his hands were still trembling. The night was cool. The children who had been saved were standing around a strange vehicle. Micah figured it must be the track machine the shopkeeper in Grinder's Switch had spoken about. Ebenezer was helping them into its bed. Micah caught snatches of the children's anguished speech. "Where's Mommy and Daddy?" And, "What did the Reverend do to my mama?" Down the slopes, the forest was burning against the night. A fire was spreading quickly, urged on by the wind blowing over the mesa. "We have to get out of here," Minerva said. "We can still make it," Eb said, "but the fire is curling down the hillside to Little Heaven. Our only shot is to outrun it." Nate rounded the edge of the machine. His face was peppered with ash. "Where's Ellen?" he said. "Wasn't she with you?" Micah asked the boy. "No, she followed them down." Nate pointed at Minerva and Ebenezer. Jesus, Ellen was still in there. "Go," Micah told Minerva. "We can wait, Shug. We'll go back together." Micah shook his head. "If you do not get the children out now, it will be days before help comes." Minerva cast a glance at the fire gathering along the hillside. 5 minutes, she said. "Then we go." Micah nodded. He walked back into the cleft. "Wormwood, wormwood, wormwood, the star's name is called." Amos Flesher lay in his rocky burrow with the burn-faced woman. Their bodies were pressed together. He could smell the blood from her wound, warm on his nose. He giggled. He had hit her quite hard. Had he fractured her skull? He hardly knew his own strength anymore. Something about the darkness, the smells, and the dripping rock gave him an immense sense of power. Wonderful voltages coursed through his bloodstream. He had been tucked safe in his hidey hole when the gunshots rang out. 4 or 5, he couldn't count as they had come so fast. Then 3 more, spaced out with some deliberation. The woman jerked with each shot, but she did not regain consciousness. Just nerves, he figured, the way a fish will flop when you drive a knife into its brain. Next came the sounds of passage through the tunnel. Someone was exiting, following the children he'd heard leaving already. Things went silent again. Had everyone gone? Were they all alone, finally? "Amos!" The voice filled his skull. Oh, painful. Like putting his ear next to a huge stereo speaker. Warm wetness coated his lips. Was his nose bleeding? He could feel it trickling from his ears, too. Come to me. Worship. Yes, Father, Amos thought. Anything for you. He squirmed out of the burrow. Gripping the woman's ankles, he dragged her into the tunnel with him. He flicked her flashlight on. Oh my, that was a lot of blood. Doc Lewis could have stitched up that gash on her head, but Lewis was now dead in a pool of his own blood. Ah well, fiddle-dee-dee. It was hard work dragging her through the tunnel, but Amos labored with a song in his heart. After all the struggle and compromise amid his inferiors, his day of reward had arrived. Or night, he could no longer tell. Time had lost all meaning. Only the darkness, heavy and unending. The tunnel bellied into a vast vault. The floor was scattered with items of clothing. The beam swept over what appeared to be a body, but it was so ghastly that he could scarcely credit it as being human. Its head had been blown apart. The children's bodies were here too. Eli, the Red Hill brats, the Rasmussen urchin. From somewhere in the nether reaches of the chamber, timid, fluttery inhales, a small pair of lungs drawing delicate sips of air. He shone the flashlight toward that sound. He saw, or thought he could see, a small shape heaved up against the far wall, its legs cycling uselessly. He caught sound behind him from the tunnel. Someone was approaching. He flicked the flashlight off and left the woman on the floor. He hid. Micah found Ellen in the chamber. Her face was a mask of blood. He rushed over to her, inspected her head. The wound was bloody but superficial. He shone the flashlight on the bodies of Preston and the others. Nothing moved now, and nothing had moved since he'd been here. Ellen was breathing regularly. He pinned one of her eyelids open. Her pupil dilated when the light touched it. Okay, she wasn't. A hand slid around his hips. He tried to knock it away, but it was too quick. The hand unsheathed the bayonet. Someone crashed down on him. A pudgy, antic body wriggling on top of his chest. The Reverend. Micah could tell by the reek of his goddamn pomade. The fire was consuming ever greater swathes of the forest. How much longer? Ebb said. Minerva checked her watch. 7 minutes had passed. The children were waiting in the track machine. Ebb sat behind the wheel. Every man jack of us has to make his own decision in this nasty old world. Minerva figured Shug had made his. She hoped his was the right one for him, and she hoped the decision she was about to make was right for everyone else. Please, Micah, just get your stubborn ass out of there alive. Fire it up, she said to Ebenezer. Let's cut and run. Wormwood! Amos screeched, stabbing frantically with the bayonet. The star's name was called Wormwood! Micah's hand closed around the blade. Amos jerked it away, raised it to stab down again. Micah's palm and fingers opened, blood pissing from the gash. Micah managed to corral the Reverend's wrist as he brought the bayonet down. The tip of the knife struck his glass eye. He felt the glass splinter all through his skull bone as the knife screeched across its surface. Wormwood! Amos yelped and laughed like a schoolboy. Micah knocked the bayonet away. The Reverend was still on top of him. Micah jabbed upward with his thumb. He felt it sink into the Reverend's eye, which burst with a ripe pop. Vitreous jelly spilled down the back of his hand. The Reverend fell away, shrieking. Micah grabbed his ankle. Oh no, you're not going anywhere. Micah's rage was overwhelming. He skinned up Amos Flesher's thrashing body. My eye! He was screaming. My eye! My eye! My eye! Grabbed twin fistfuls of his stinking hair and rammed his skull into the ground again and again. The Reverend soon went limp. Micah crawled over to the flashlight and shone it on Flesher. He was knocked out, his nose shattered, blood bubbling from his nostrils. He pinned Ellen in the beam. Her eyelids were fluttering. He crawled over to her. Can you stand? Micah? She blinked, squinting into the light. Where are we? Nowhere we want to be. Can you stand? I think so. Micah retrieved the bayonet. He swept the flashlight around until it fell upon the baby. It lay facing him now, its eyes focused on him with feverish need. Give that one to me, it said. The trickster. Yes, Micah thought. You deserve each other. Micah stalked over to Flesher. He jammed his knee into the Reverend's spine. Flesher moaned and spat out blood. Micah slit Flesher's shirt with clinical skill, exposing his pallid back. He pinned him easily to the stone. The Reverend bleated and cried out, "Father, don't let him hurt me!" But the thing that the Reverend beseeched offered no aid. Its saggy mouth opened and closed as it watched both men with eager, feral eyes. Micah stabbed the bayonet into the Reverend's back a few inches above his hips. The Reverend squealed like a stuck pig. Micah then proceeded to hack a trench into Flesher's back. He set about his task efficiently, the way he had always worked at such grim bodily matters. He grunted with strain as he sawed through flesh, but that sound was drowned out by the Reverend's screams. When the trench was deep and long enough, he backed away. He wiped the blood off his lips with the back of his hand, watching as the Reverend crawled into a corner of the chamber. Micah followed him with the flashlight. Flesher curled fearfully against the wall. His trousers were heavy with blood. His face had become childlike in its fear. "Please," he whimpered, "don't hurt me any more. Be merciful." "You stay here," Micah said. "I will." The Reverend nodded, exaggerated bobs of his head. "It's all I ever wanted." Micah left him in the vaulted room. He and Ellen traced their way back through the tunnel. At first they could hear the Reverend mewling, and then, like a bully trying to regain some of his old bravado, he began to scream, "I'll kill you! Kill you all! Wormwood!" They ignored him. Micah told himself he would not return to that black box, not for all the money in the world, not if God himself gave the order. They came to a fork in the tunnel labyrinth. Micah began to crawl to the left. "No," Ellen said, "this way." He followed her. Their breath knocked harshly inside the cramped space. Micah tried not to think of the children's faces lit by the muzzle flash. Innocent again in the final reckoning, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment, anguish, and fear. They reached the tunnel mouth. The ladder hung down the side of the basin. Ellen climbed it with obvious difficulty, her balance wonky from blood loss. Micah followed her up, steadying her when needed. They reached the top. He pulled the ladder up. He did not want the Reverend following them, or anything else for that matter. They made their way through the cleft. There came a soft, moist pattering. The olms, those weird salamander things, were falling from the roof, a disgusting shower of albino amphibian flesh. "They will not hurt us," said Micah. "I know," Ellen said. "They're just gross." "That's the word, Micah." They tucked their heads and raced through the falling olms. Micah felt one wriggle down his collar. It felt like a cold, thrashing wad of snot. Ellen made a sound of revulsion as they plopped in her hair. When they had passed their nesting ground, they shook the piggybacking amphibians from their hair and clothing. Ellen picked one off Micah's shoulder and set it gently on the ground. "They never hurt anyone," she reasoned. A few minutes later, they reached the entrance to the cleft. The track machine was gone. Micah was glad. The forest was already engulfed in flames. The fire was reflected in Ellen's wide, awestruck eyes. "I don't do well with fire," Micah said. "It will not reach us. The sand." She turned to face him. "Your eye." She reached up, gingerly fingering his glass eye. It crumbled from his socket at her touch. The Reverend's blow had shattered it to pieces. He blinked to clear the pebbly shards, which fell to the ground like crushed ice. "I'll make you another one, okay?" "I would like that." "Your hand," she said. "Your head," he said. By the light of the raging forest fire, he inspected her wound. The ragged cut was a few inches long, just above the ridge of her burn tissue. He said, "It will leave a scar." She waved his concern off. "What's a scar? They give a person character, don't you think?" They stood close but not quite touching, watching the world burn. 18. The track machine raced down the path, and the flames raged after it. Nate was shocked by how loud the fire was. It growled and hissed, and when the wind gusted, it made a ripping, screaming sound like some huge beast without a body. The trees didn't stand a chance. In the side view mirror, he watched the fire eat towering pines in a matter of seconds, sucking them into its molten heart. They went up in sizzling flashes, the trunks glowing white-hot. "It's their souls," was Nate's bizarre thought. "That's the shape of a tree's soul, just as it winks out," before the inferno rolled right over them. The Englishman steered them down to Little Heaven. The ashen path was wide enough that the machine could fit. Any tree in the way got snapped and ground up by the treads. The Englishman glanced at Nate. His face was shiny with sweat. "You watch how I'm driving, son. I may need you to take the helm soon." "Me?" Nate knew how to pedal a bike, sure, but a tank? He could hear his old playmates crying in the back of the vehicle. He wanted to cry right along with them. They were dead. Everyone's parents, even people who had no kids like Doc Lewis and the grouchy cook. His own father. Nate shut his eyes. He could still see the scene inside the chapel, people screaming with blood all down their chests, shrieks and moans, the Reverend standing at the pulpit with his arms in the air as if this was all God's will. "What was that thing?" he asked the Englishman. "What thing are you talking about precisely?" the Englishman said in the manner of someone who has seen a lot of strange things lately. "The thing you set on fire." The Englishman worked the steering rods. A tree snapped under the treads. "There are details of this world that exist beyond understanding," he said. "I never would have expected to say such a thing, but there it is. I don't know what it was, son. Try not to think about it." "I can't help it. I will see it for the rest of my life." "I will too, if it's any consolation." They were nearing Little Heaven. Ebenezer had no intention of driving into it. Could you imagine the looks on the kids' faces at the sight of their dead parents? Better those bodies get burned up, he figured. Better the kids recall their folks in a less traumatic light. But those things might be lurking in the woods, leading back to civilization. No, they would be. He was sure of it. They had let him back in because, well, why wouldn't they? Another lamb to the slaughter. But he was sure that the slaughterhouse door only swung in one direction, and that they would shortly have to force their way back out. To that end, Eb would have to be wielding a weapon. Minnie, too. It was the only way they'd stand half a chance, and if he were a wagering sort, those were the best odds he'd give them right now. Little Heaven came into view. Ebenezer drove around the fence, skirting the chapel and the terrible sights it held. "The woodpile!" Minerva yelled. He drove to it. When he got out, he saw the fire tearing through the woods to the north. It was advancing with stunning speed, points of flame dancing across the treetops, which swiftly burned down to the forest floor, igniting the browned needles. Christ, he could hear it now, a low, wet, gnashing sound, like a hive of insects chewing and eating as the fire fed on the forest. Minerva hopped down and hauled the burlap tarp off the woodpile. "We need to wet this," she said to Eb. They carried the tarp to the pump. Eb feverishly worked the handle. It took a minor eternity before water began to splash out. They dragged the sopping cover back and wrangled it into the bed of the track machine. "Get under it," Minerva instructed the kids. They did as she said. They all fit underneath the tarp, which would provide at least some protection from the fire that was now bearing hungrily down. Sparks blew all around them, whipped on the wind. They swirled around the track machine like fireflies, fizzling in Eb's frowsy hair. Eb clambered back into the cab and angled the machine until it pointed directly down the path leading out of the woods. "Have you been watching me?" he said to Nate. The boy nodded. "All right then, come sit where I'm sitting." Dutifully, the boy slid over. Eb took Nate's hands and put them on the steering rods. "You don't have to adjust these at all, yes? Just keep them steady. Now you see this pedal? That's the gas. I want you to put your foot on it." Nate pressed down on it with his toe. "A little harder." Nate did. The motor growled menacingly. "There. That's the perfect weight. Now put your foot on the brake." Nate did. Eb slid the transmission into drive. "When I tell you, take your foot off that pedal and put it back on the other one, the gas. We'll start to move. I want you to keep your foot on the gas pedal just like you did there, okay? And keep going no matter what." The boy said nothing. "Okay?" The boy said, "Okay." Ebenezer clapped him on the shoulder. "Good lad." He clambered into the bed with Minerva. The fire was nipping at their heels, the skin tightened down his neck, sweat darkening his collar. He glanced back and saw the shimmering wall of flame advancing in a breathtaking wave, breathtaking in a literal sense. The fire ate the surrounding oxygen, leaving him with precious little to fill his own lungs. Ebenezer wondered if it would crash over them that same way, a fiery tidal rip curl picking them up, pushing them forward, charring their bodies to ash before they had even a moment to scream. He slipped the flamethrower tanks over his shoulders. He could see the things massing ahead. They weren't going to make it easy. "You ready?" Minerva nodded. There was a hardness in her eyes he hadn't seen before. "Go," he told the boy. With a jerk, the machine trundled forward. A few children cried out under the tarp. Eb lit the flamethrower's pilot light. The forest fire was closing in. Looking back, he saw a vein of white flame rip out of the woods toward the chapel. It would soon climb its roof and set that mighty cross on fire. After that, the bodies inside would begin to blister and char. That's perfect, he called down to the boy. That exact speed. They hit the first cut of woods. The things attacked. It happened quickly, a frenzy of activity. They came in multiple surges, time fractured, and what Eb recalled came in flashes. Flash, a shaggy, brutish something lumbering out of the trees, many-limbed and growling. Ebenezer hit it with the flamethrower. It went up in a soaring cone of fire, its legs continuing to saw toward the track machine, until Minerva shot it twice with the shotgun, blasting gobs of flaming tissue across the dirt. A fresh horror dodged in from the opposite side, a wet, shimmering, torsional creature of outrageous length, the wiry fibers of its anatomy braided together in some living, livid rope. Flash, a pack of smaller things rushing at them, a dozen or more, the size of house cats but much faster. Minerva picked a couple of them off as they advanced, and a few more got squashed under the rumbling treads, but two managed to scale the machine and clamber into the bed. Their oily skin was covered in wart-like growths, their mouths studded with needle teeth. The first one attacked Eb's boot, tearing a chunk from the leather. Minerva kicked it into the corner and blasted it into red hash. She wheeled around to grapple with the second monstrosity as... Flash! Something swooped down from the sky to land on the hood. An enormous bat-like thing, black wings spread across the whole hood, claws hooking it to the grill. Its body was the size of a big dog, a madcap mishmash of parts. It snapped at the windshield as its claws scrabbled on the hood, trying to climb the glass like some friendly puppy that only wanted to lick the boy's face. Nate shrieked. The vehicle slowed and he shrank back in the seat, his foot slipping off the gas. Eb pulled the flamethrower's trigger and got a sad hiss. The fuel tank had run dry. He cut a pistol loose from the slat and shot the thing at point-blank range. It hissed and screeched. He emptied the clip into it, but it clung tenaciously to the hood, scraping its way up the windshield. Minerva turned the shotgun on it. The gun boomed twice, and then the thing was carried off the edge of the track machine, hanging to the hood by the claw on its wing. It shrieked pitifully as the treads caught the flapping edge of its other wing, chewing it underneath the vehicle, where its body crunched with a sickening sound. Then, seemingly moments after it started, it was over. The track machine shunted down the slope, leaving the things behind. They had escaped the kill zone, and nothing appeared to be following. The forest fire was now a faint glow across the bottomlands, though it wouldn't be long before it caught up to them again. Eb threw his arms up. "You beautiful bastard, you!" he shouted at Minerva. The track machine ground to a halt. Ebenezer took a peek under the tarp to make sure the children were okay. Then he turned to Minerva with a boyish grin. She kicked him in the chest and sent him crashing off the tailgate. He hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out of him. "Get up," she said coldly, hopping off the tailgate herself. It felt as though his chest had caved in. He was able to pull in a few shallow heaves and drag himself to his feet. What in the hell was she on about? They had survived by the skin of their teeth, and now... "Get your gun," she said once he was up. She walked to a spot 30 yards away. Then she turned to face him, waiting. "I'm going to shoot you now, Ebenezer Elkins," she said calmly. He was still doubled over, sucking wind. "What?" "I'll give you a moment to check your weapon and catch your wind. You tell me when you're ready." He stared at her, baffled. "Minerva, for Christ's sake." "Check your load, pal. We don't got all day here." Fire collected along the curve of the earth. Minerva closed her eyes and waited. She'd felt it by then, for the first time ever, the sensation she would come to know as the sharpening. She'd felt it during the firefight just past. Everything had slowed down, and she was able to operate calmly within the cool center of chaos. Right at that moment, it felt the most natural thing in the world. Ebenezer dusted himself off. "You can't possibly be serious." She closed her eyes, feeling her newfound capacity surge through her. "Oh, I am," as a heart attack. His voice changed, became accepting, as men such as him tended to be under even the most unreasonable circumstances. "May I ask why?" "No? You ready yet?" She opened her eyes. Eb stared searchingly at her across the starlit path. "I'm not ready, no. Not hardly, Minnie. I don't understand." "You don't have to understand, Ebenezer. You just have to skin that pistol, point, and shoot. Should be easy enough for you. Made a tidy living off it, haven't you?" Ebenezer saw something then. A thin band of gold rimming her irises, though it was too dark and he was too far away to note it with such precision. But yes, something deep-set and ineffable in her eyes. something ticking ever clockwise, sharp and pure. "If we do this, I don't shoot to wound," he said. "I'm not built that way." "You better do what you do then." The children peeked from beneath the tarp, their eyes wide and curious. "I don't want to, Minerva. I will kill you. I'll have to. Why end everything like this when we've been so lucky?" She didn't answer him. Her hand felt to the Colt at her waist. Ebenezer tucked his own pistol into his waistband. His fingers danced above the grips. The fire was set to scream over the rise, devouring everything in its path. "Ready?" she said. "No, but I'm afraid I'll be ready well before you are, my lady." They drew. "She's so fast," was Ebenezer's amazed thought. Minerva's first shot tore through his leg just below his knee. He'd managed to clear the gun from his waistband, but her next shot clipped its barrel, sending it flying through the air. He uttered a shocked cry and fell back, clutching his knee. Blood pulsed through the neat hole in his pants. "Ah, fa!" was all he could get out. She hopped into the track machine again and came back to him with something in her hands. She flung it at his feet. He was in such pain, tears swimming in his eyes, that he could not make it out. She towed it a little closer. Some kind of dried reptile head, a snake if he had to guess. "You killed my father in a shack near Yuba 14 years ago," she said simply. He stared at her gape-jawed, unable to comprehend. "And because you killed my father, my brother died, all on the same day." "Who?" he managed to ask through gritted teeth. "Charles Atwater." "But I didn't—" Minerva cocked the pistol and pointed it between his eyes. "Think on it." In time, he nodded. "Ah, a gambler, yes?" He winced, the pain in his knee drilling up and down his leg. "I was hired to collect his debt." "You were just doing your job, right?" "Of course. Had I known—" "How could you have known?" she said, softening just slightly. He dropped his head. Then he began to laugh, his shoulders hitched softly with it. "All this time, Minerva, you've been waiting on this moment." She didn't answer. What was the point? When Ebenezer looked up, he was smiling. "You got it out of your system, I trust." "I don't figure so, no." "That would have been my guess," he laughed again. "The whole time. Oh, but you are a patient viper." Minerva walked to the machine and slung herself into the cab. "Scoot over," she told Nate. She put the vehicle in gear. The fire glinted in the side view mirror, bearing down. "What just happened?" Nate asked. "He said he wants to walk home." Ebenezer's voice rose over the onrushing fire. "Are we all square now, Minerva? Tell me we're even now, at least." She didn't bother answering that, either. 19. The Reverend Amos Flesher screamed out of unconsciousness. It was dark, so very dark. Had he been dreaming? The dream itself was gone, but its outline still clung to his mind, an inky spillage roiling with unseen bodies. He shivered. He was shirtless, his belly spilling over the waistband of his trousers. He was still here, his father's room, the house of treasures. He saw a light a dozen yards off. A flashlight lay on the floor, pointing at the wall. The rock met at a perfect 90-degree angle. Puzzling. His initial sense of the space was of a huge bubble inside the rock. But seeing the way the rock met, his mind reoriented its parameters, not an orb, but a cube. Hell is a box. He recoiled. The voice had come from his own head, mirthless, a flat, deadened tone. But the words were so powerful that it felt as if they had been whispered into his ear. But when he turned and looked, only the darkness peered back. His legs were tacky with blood. How? It came back to him, the one-eyed bastard. Amos's fingers roamed around to his spine. His fingertips touched flayed meat. He cried out in pain, "Jesus, Lord, merciful provider." The fucker had quartered him like a hog. He would bleed to death. He tried to call out, but his lips were waxy and his vocal cords shredded. Had he been screaming in his sleep? He tried to stand. Impossible. His legs were numb and useless. They might as well have been made of wood. Had the one-eyed fuck severed a nerve cluster in his spine? He hauled himself forward, fingers seeking purchase on the rock. One of his fingernails peeled off with a gluey snap, but it didn't hurt one bit. He laughed again. What's a fingernail? What's a finger? What's a toe? And hauled his body on, singing an old hymn. Oh, that day when freed from sinning I shall see thy lovely face. Clothed then in blood-washed linen, how I'll sing thy sovereign grace. Come, my Lord, no longer tarry, take my ransomed soul away. Send thine angels now to carry me to realms of endless day. It was near the flashlight when the first rope descended. He could identify it by the thin thread of light running through it, like an electric eel darting in a dark sea cave. The rope danced hypnotically in front of him. He smiled and laughed. He wanted to clap. It was such a neat performance. The rope grazed his shoulder. He gasped. What a wonderful sensation. Indescribably lovely. His mind burst with colors. Flowers holding hues that did not exist in nature bloomed in his head. This is heaven, he thought rapturously. I must have died. This is my everlasting reward. The rope spooled down from above. Dozens of them alighted on his flesh. His mind expanded with wonderment so massive that he struggled to contain them all. The ropes lifted him up. He had never felt such a profound sense of love and tenderness. They hoisted him effortlessly, his body drawn to a standing position in the center of the chamber. The box. His legs hung under him, useless dead weight. His arms were also immobilized. He could barely move except to wriggle his torso a little, but it hardly mattered. He was safe and warm and loved. Next, sounds from the far edge of the chamber. The moist shucking of a body across the stone. He stared around blearily, a kittenish smile on his face. Where was that coming from? What was... It crawled through the flashlight beam. A baby? Was the only conception his mind registered. Something determinedly dragging its pulpy pink body across the beam. Flesher blinked, peering closer. Its body shimmered, and he saw a different shape entirely, something that reminded him of a wet, wadded-up dish towel, grub-like, but with a lean articulation of limbs up and down its body, the legs of a centipede. Fat and ribbed with skin that was not baby pink, but a rotted banana black, with seeping boils all over. Its eyes were pinned on the Reverend with a malignancy of purpose, a singular hunger, and a hatred deeper than human fathoming. Then the shimmer ebbed, and it was simply a baby again, chubby-cheeked and cute beyond belief. It humped through the flashlight beam, its feet pushing eagerly. He could hear it advancing toward him with a slick suction. A chill broke out over his body. He began to convulse in the harness of ropes, which held him in a gentle but stern embrace. He did not want that thing touching him. There was nothing in the world he could possibly want less. Better to let crows peck out his eyes. Better to set wasps loose inside his mouth. Anything would be better than that horrible thing with its ancient, shriveling stare. Hell is a box, hell is a box, hell is a... Something touched his naked calf. Now that he could feel. He tried to jerk his leg away, but it was useless. He couldn't move an inch. No, 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 no. The thing began to mount his leg. It skinned its way up gradually, as if savoring the ascent. Instead of a baby's slack limbs, the appendages climbing his flesh felt more like a lobster's spiny legs. Before long, the flashlight's batteries would die. After that, the darkness would be total. The thing was at his knee now. It was making loud sucking sounds, like an infant hungering for a big fat tit. Father must fill its belly, spoke a voice in his ear. Being eaten wouldn't be so bad, would it? Not in the grand scheme of things. It would be absolutely horrible, of course, to be eaten alive by the thing now licking its way up his inner thigh, pausing to tease the head of its dangling, fear-shrunk cock. It would be excruciatingly painful to be eaten piece by piece, and the pain would amplify until he was driven mad with it, in all likelihood. But still, there would be an end to it. There was only so much of him to consume. I have made the most terrible mistake, the Reverend thought. Amos Flesher sensed this thing would do something far worse than merely devour him. Something that sat well outside the rational bounds of human pain or madness. Its feasting would be deliriously slow and torturous in a way that would eclipse all taxonomies of pain known to flesh or mind. All he knew was that the suffering would be immense and utterly lonely, trapped in the despairing dark, no way to mark the years as they bled into decades, while this thing broke him down piece by relentless piece. Please, he thought frenziedly, don't hurt me. I'll do anything, be anything for you. Just don't hurt me, please, God. I don't want you to hurt me. I will not hurt you, came the cooing reply. I will love you. You will be loved deeper than you ever imagined possible. Love? Never in Amos's life had a word held such a sinister undertone. The thing was muscling around his hips now, moving toward the wide slice in his back. The Reverend thrashed madly, his dead legs slapping together to make comical sounds. The ropes held him in place. Their warmth and wonderments had retreated. They had become but dutiful tools of restraint. The thing slipped inside his opened flesh. Teasingly so, inching just a cunt's hair inside of him, as if wishing to savor it this first time. The pain was monolithic. His brain shrieked, every synapse shuddering. The Reverend squealed breathlessly. The sound fled up into the darkness to die. The thing was squirming inside of him rather energetically now, a birth in reverse. The Reverend felt his organs being displaced as the thing pushed doggedly inside. Finally, its little feet sucked through the slit, which then closed over, the lips gumming shut on their own. The thing shuddered contentedly inside of him, its body flexing minutely as it enjoyed its new home. For a long, empty moment, nothing. Then, the smallest and most timid voice, "Let us begin, shall we?" Micah could hear the screams over the roar of the forest fire. They boiled out of the black rock. They were followed by silence and then, most chillingly, by a prolonged laugh. "Did you hear that?" Ellen asked. Micah nodded. "The Reverend?" "I suppose." They spent the night at the mouth of the cleft as the forest burned. The wind was gusting and the trees dry. Micah wouldn't be surprised to hear that half the state had gone up. The heat intensified. They were forced to retreat into the cleft. It was much cooler inside the rock. Micah had a sense that even if the fire was raging right outside, it was always cool and wet inside this particular rock. He closed his eyelid lit by the mellow orange of the distant inferno. He hoped Minerva had made it out with the children. The fire swept north and west the next day. Ellen managed to sleep for a few hours while Micah kept watch. The burned trees continued to glow until a heavy rain bucketed down. Columns of steam rose from the blackened forest floor. When the downpour cleared, they walked the wet sand to the edge of the forest. The tusks of what had been 50-foot pines jutted from the earth. "Should we start walking?" Ellen wondered. "We shouldn't get lost, at least." The fire could still be burning underground, in the tree roots. Well, they agreed to set off before evening. They had no water or food. Their lips were cracked and white, the first stages of dehydration. Maybe the well at Little Heaven had survived the blaze. They could draw a few ashy mouthfuls. They had just set off when the air filled with the thecka-thecka of chopper blades. A search helicopter crested the western horizon, bearing steadily toward them. Ellen waved her arms. The pilot swooped low overhead, buzzing their position. "He must have seen us," Ellen said. Micah nodded. "He will bank around and land nearby." "You don't seem all that happy." "I do not wish to talk to the authorities." He began to walk toward Little Heaven again. "Micah?" "You go with them," he said. She trotted over to him. "You're not serious." When he did not reply, "Micah, you could die. After all this?" But she could see he was resolute, mule-headed to the end, this man. "Then I'll come with you." He shook his head. "Go with them. I will be fine." "How will I know that?" He took her hand. The gesture seemed to surprise both of them. "You will know because I will come find you, Ellen." "You promise?" She held a hand up. "Don't answer that." "I will not. But you know the answer." She nodded. "I'll see you then, Micah." "Yes, You will." She watched him walk into the landscape. He did not melt into the trees, there being no living trees left, but the fabric of his trench coat liquefied into the blackness surrounding it, becoming one with the charred earth after a few hundred yards. "You better get your ass back to me," Ellen shouted. 20 minutes later, a helicopter cut down from the pristine sky, and by then Micah Shagru was only a name. Part 7. The In-Between Time, 1966 to 1980. 1. High Alert Bulletin from the New Mexico State Forestry, October 21st, 1966. Wildfire in south-central New Mexico. Blaze raging on hillsides and densely wooded zones in Black Mountain Wilderness area, abutting Lincoln National Forest. Unknown cause. Thunderstorms proceeding. Lightning strike possible. Winds gusting to highs of 70 miles per hour. Catastrophic blaze potential. All emergency fire personnel are to report to. Excerpt from U.S. Department of Agriculture report. Blacklands Fire Summary, published January 15, 1967. Overview. The Blacklands fire was believed to have been started by a lightning strike in the Black Mountain Wilderness area on the evening of October 21, 1966. Suppression activities were initiated by U.S. Forest Service firefighters based in Lincoln National Forest. The fire raged through that night and the day following, aided by high winds that lifted embers beyond the initial fire line, leading to a catastrophic blaze that claimed a total of 53,890 acres, 36,922 on Lincoln National Forest, 4,355 on Mescalero Apache tribal land, 3,002 of New Mexico land, and the remainder on private land, plus 354 private dwellings and 43 larger structures. Primary entities involved in responding to the fire were the U.S. Forest Service, Lincoln County Sheriff's Office, Lincoln County Office of Emergency Services, and the state of New Mexico. Somewhat strangely, the town on the southern edge of the Black Mountain Range, a small village, Grinder's Switch, was left unscathed. The fire burned down the eastern and southern flanks of the range, crossing a wide river running through the lowlands, but failed to reach Grinder's Switch. No emergency workers perished fighting the blaze, but several civilian casualties were later reported. The documented circumstances of those fatalities can be found in Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI reports G55A and G55B, and Central Intelligence Agency, CIA dossiers 0-99, A through G, which are available to authorized personnel upon approval. News item from the Clovis, New Mexico News Journal, October 23, 1966. Massacre at Backwoods Religious Settlement? Unconfirmed reports suggest dozens dead, children sole survivors. Tragedy appears to have struck an isolated religious compound located in the Black Mountain Wilderness area. The compound, dubbed Little Heaven by its overseer, the Reverend Amos Flesher, most recently of San Francisco, sat in the hills of the Black Mountain Range. The compound was accessible via an access road or a secondary footpath that wound up through the hills. Information remains spotty in the wake of the Blacklands fire, which emergency crews continue to battle in the southernmost reaches of the state. The compound burned in the fire, along with tens of thousands of neighboring acreage. Details emerging in the aftermath come from the remaining eyewitnesses, the children of Little Heaven, who appear to have been rescued by an unknown Good Samaritan or Samaritans. The children arrived in the town of Grinder's Switch yesterday in the early morning hours. They showed up in a specialized vehicle that had been used to transport goods and equipment to the compound. The unidentified driver left the vehicle at the Grinder's Switch police station, where a single constable, William Jeffers, was on duty. The driver and any Confederates were gone before Jeffers could confirm their identities. According to Jeffers, the children were in a state of shock. He was unable to get much out of them about their ordeal. "Only one of them had anything to say," said Jeffers. "A girl, 6 or so, name as yet unconfirmed. She said they were all dead, the grown-ups. When I asked how, she said the Reverend killed them all, every one. It is unclear if this witness's story is factual or the product of shock, nor is it yet known exactly how many people resided at Little Heaven. The News Journal will diligently update this story as details emerge." Hospital General Incident Report Form. Cibola General Hospital, 1016 Roosevelt Avenue, Grants, New Mexico, 87020. Prepared by Rhonda Popplewell, HR Liaison. Date of incident, October 23, 1966, approximately 2:15 a.m. Location, hospital pharmacy, basement level. Nature of incident, assault/forcible imprisonment. Description of incident. At approximately 2:15 a.m. on October 23rd, George Lennox, 55-year-old night shift pharmacist, was violently assaulted by an unknown man. According to Lennox, his assailant approached in a wheelchair. Quoting Lennox, "Black fellow, he was wet and filthy and covered in blood, wheeling himself down the hall." When Lennox informed said assailant that he would need to go upstairs to the emergency ward, his assailant replied, quote, "Can't do that, old chum. I'm behind in my insurance payments." When Lennox insisted sharply that the man comply, going so far as to grip his wheelchair, the man sprang upon Lennox and beat him roundly about the face. Subdued and now fearful for his life, Lennox allowed himself to be led into the pill lockup. The man directed Lennox to fill a bag with various pharmaceuticals, plus items liberated from the general dispensary. A comprehensive itemization is attached. Lennox noted that his assailant had a bullet wound near his left knee. The items taken would seem to address the treatment of such a wound. The assailant was roughly 6 feet tall and 180 pounds, black, with long, unkempt black hair, brown eyes, in his mid to late 30s. He spoke with an English accent. He did not evidence signs of drug addiction. Lennox describes the man as being cordial, with a sunny disposition despite his injuries. Still, there was never a moment where Lennox did not actively fear for his life. The man carried on a spirited conversation while Lennox collected his items. He seemed especially focused on the negative behavior of a certain woman. Lennox suggested to me that this woman could have been the man's wife or girlfriend, and that she may have been the one who shot him. I have shared this information with the sheriff's department. After Lennox had put the items into a sack, the man tied him to the lock-up cage with tensor bandages. The knot work was quite good. It took Lennox 30 minutes to twist free, by which point his assailant was gone. The wheelchair was found by the laundry exit. Report submitted to Donald Grubman, Chief Executive Officer. Letter posted December 15th, 1968. Old Ditch, Arizona. Dear Minerva, how goes the war, milady? Are you sleeping well? Ha! I survived, but I suppose you must know that. You can feel it, as I can feel you. And Micah, too, when the wind blows a certain way. It's blowing that way now. Cold, yes? Winter, though not anything like the winters of my youth. Winter in Arizona means you might want to stop taking ice in your tea. But it's the Yuletide season, and I suppose I'm maudlin. Or wistful. Such a fine thread between the two. They don't celebrate Christmas with much gusto in these parts. It's an old folks' town, and Christmas is for the young, isn't it? But there are lights, garlands, the odd tree. Another year gone past. Ah, well. God can take all the years I've got left. I cannot see much use for them. I wish to say I'm sorry. I know that will mean nothing to you. I know that it fixes not a goddamn thing. I wish I had that capacity to go back in time, back to when I was a churlish child, a wise ass, as you Yanks would say, and just be better. Set myself down a proper path, one that didn't lead to so much bloodshed and regret. I had people in my life who tried to put me on that good path. Shame I didn't listen to them nearly enough. George Orwell wrote that at 50 everyone has the face they deserve, but some of us get our just desserts earlier than that. I killed your father. He was a gambler, a common enough vice, nothing a man ought to be killed over. But I did. I shot him. I could tell you that I did it as a function of my work, that I was no more than an automaton fulfilling its purpose. But every man has his own agency. I didn't have to kill him. But I had the ability to, and he had sinned in a very small way, and I felt it fair at the time to take his life for that. I do not know how my killing your father caused your brother to die. We did not have much time to discuss it. Me with your bullet in my leg and you with those children to drive to safety, which you did, as I was heartened to read about. They all lived. I hope they have grandparents and aunts and uncles to take them in. I hope they forget everything they saw. Children's minds are supple, isn't that what the head shrinks say? A child's mind can be erased and rewritten, fresh. Little etch-a-sketch brains. I hope so. The fire almost got me. It was a near thing. I dragged myself down to the river. It was running 4 feet deep. I submersed myself and breathed through a reed, my dear, like some cartoon character. Ash fell on the river's surface. It ran so thick and black that I couldn't see up, like being sunken in a river of ink. But the fire raged past quite quickly, and when it was over, I managed to drag myself down to grind a switch. My knee, ha! A flesh wound. I've had worse. Sometimes I wonder if you shot me in the perfect manner, Minerva, my dear, enough to hurt me and leave me with a constant reminder, but not quite kill me. Were you merciful in the cut, or was it just luck? I like to think it was the former. If not, don't wake the dreamer from his dream. In the commotion, nobody made much note of me, just another wide-eyed survivor. It was an easy enough matter to steal a car, and later some medical supplies to patch me up until I could visit Shugru's veterinarian friend. I passed out a few times from the pain, but I survived. I don't know what business I had doing so, but I did. I think about those days, my darling. What we saw, what we did, what was done to us. I think about evil, our own and the evil of things ineffably larger than us. Incomprehensible evil, yes? It cannot fit inside my mind. I cannot find the space for it. So it finds its way out in my nightmares. I wake up screaming night after night. But I live alone, far from any neighbor, so I don't have much bother to anyone. Ha! We did the right thing, didn't we? We acted rightly when the chips were down, to use the old cliché. Didn't we? I wonder. I suppose all my life I will wonder. In any event, now you know for a fact, I exist. I am still sucking breath. So if you are still feeling raw about all that, well, you know where to find me. Yours, Ebenezer. From Little Heaven's Prisoners, as published in Esquire magazine, January 1970, by Chris Packer. He was a devious worm. Sister Muriel Hanratty remembers Amos Flesher all too well. His bird-like eyes, his fleshy lower lip, the pale strip of flab that ballooned between his waistband and the bottom of his shirts, which were always a size too small, his nasty habits. He was a fiddler, she tells me in the atrium of the Wooded Nook rest home outside of San Francisco. Not a violinist, she clarifies archly. He touched himself. All the boys did, of course. No stopping that. You could cut their dirty sticks off and they'd still play with them, surely to Christmas. But there's your garden variety pawing, and then there's fiddling. It's a wonder he didn't whittle the thing away like a bar of soap in the shower. That's how much he twiddled with it. At 87 years old, Sister Muriel isn't one for niceties, but I have little doubt that she was always a straight shooter. She worked at the San Francisco Catholic Orphanage for 50 years until its doors shut for good. Budget cuts, Muriel says. A few of the other nuns were moved to Wooded Nook with her, but they have since passed on. She misses them, she says, as well as her time at the orphanage. But not Amos Flesher. Him she does not miss one bit. He poked kids until they bled, she tells me. We had a ward full of boys and girls who were soft-headed, our children of God, the purest, most open smiles. We put Amos in charge of them during nap time. Amos was old enough. He ought to sing for his supper, we figured. Well, he stuck those poor kids with a darning needle or a big pin. Most of them were restrained. It's terrible, but it was for their own good. I started to see blood on their jammies, their bums, their thighs. First I thought it was bed bugs, but it went on for a while. I never caught him doing it. Amos was a sly boy. I don't know that I'd call him smart. Cunning is the word I'd use. Why would he want to hurt those poor children? She shook her head. When I heard about what happened out in the woods, I thought Amos Flesher went and got himself a whole camp of soft brains so he could stick them all with pins. He was bloody-minded, Amos Flesher was. Bloody as anyone I've known. Bloody-minded? It would seem so. In the 3 years that passed since the Little Heaven fire, it is properly known as the Blacklands fire, but hardly anyone refers to it by that name, precious little is known about the circumstances preceding it. No adult from Little Heaven lived to tell the tale, including Amos Flesher himself. The children who survived can recall very little of their experience. By the time I was able to arrange interviews with some of them, navigating a web of protective caretakers and foster parents and aunts and uncles, their stories held little in common. It would seem that their minds have embarked on a purposeful act of erasure. They can remember almost nothing, which is likely for the best. About all that links their stories is a thread of stark, almost unimaginable terror. They talk about seeing their parents covered in blood, flashbulb memories, these searing mental images, though they can no longer recall how that happened. They've surrendered the connective tissue between these vivid recollections, the necessary bridge work. One girl talked about a dark place where a dead baby wouldn't stop crying, noises in the woods, a ghostly giant with the black eyes of a doll, the stuff of childhood nightmares, all of it. The kids' minds and memories seem to be playing tricks on them, putting the faces of imaginary boogeymen on horrors too real to cope with. The evil of men, the evil of their own mothers and fathers, just maybe. Survivor trauma, the shrinks call it. Fire is the grand reducer. The heat of a forest fire can reach 2,672 degrees Fahrenheit, hot enough to melt carbon steel. Little Heaven disappeared in the most conclusive way. It burned, carbonized, and drifted away on the wind. Every structure, every body, everything, gone. There is no way to sift the leavings and make much sense of what happened there. Only questions remain. Were they all dead already when the fire swept over the hillside? If so, how? If not, why didn't they flee when the fire began to burn down upon them? They would have had time to abandon everything and run. They might have even made it out at a brisk walk had they seen the fire early enough. But that didn't happen. Every adult died, or if not, they are nowhere to be found. They have not resurfaced anywhere and have yet to reclaim their children. The only sane reasoning is that they are gone. The hows and whys may never be known. "I hope he's burning in hell," Sister Muriel says when I ask after the fate of Reverend Amos Flesher. She has a highly developed sense of divine retribution, and she lets it be known that God would not have it any other way. "Sure as I have breath in my body, that boy is roasting in the fiery pit. I hope the devil gives him a few extra pokes with his pitchfork for me. Evil little bastard. The dirty fiddler." Letter postmarked June 8th, 1969, Girdler, Kentucky. Dear Slimeball, So, I guess I'm glad you're not dead. Congratulations on living. Minnie. 2. Micah found Ellen again, just as he said he would, and she was sure he'd come, though it took longer than she would have liked. She had made him a new eye by then, which was good because he showed up wearing that ratty old patch. "You'd go to pieces without me," was the first thing she said to him. It became a familiar refrain. You'd go to pieces. In time, it proved to be true. A man can go his whole life never needing anyone, but when he finally finds the one, he can't live without her. Ellen had been living with Nate in the town nearest her sister's jail. By then, Ellen had put it all out in the open to her nephew. Ellen was his aunt. She had been sent by Nate's mother to check in on Nate at Little Heaven. Ellen had hired Micah and the other two. Nate took it all pretty well. Kids didn't suffer so much with cognitive dissonance. He missed his father, despite how badly Reggie had unraveled in his final days. It wasn't his fault. Nate reasoned privately to himself. It was a lot to ask, and more than his father had been fit to bear. Nate wished his last memories of his father weren't so negative. He wished he hadn't seen his body on the grass in front of the chapel, his forehead. He wished he hadn't seen that, but he knew, having seen it, that he always would. He went back to school. His teachers remarked on what a pleasant, thoughtful boy Nate was, though they might have said in the privacy of the teacher's lounge, over a quickly puffed cigarette, that he was more remote and somehow harder than a boy his age ought to be, as if Nate had suffered extreme pressures that had diamondized him, and those sparkling diamond-like aspects of Nate were just a little off-putting. They made a person feel nervous, even when the boy gave you no good reason to feel that way in his presence. Micah rented a room in the same town. Nobody there knew their histories. At one point, a reporter came rolling in. Fussy guy with a Virginian accent, always wore a crisp vanilla white suit. With one of the big city dailies, he said. Had a hot tip that one or more of the survivors of the Little Heaven fire might be living right here. Well, that put a bug up the town's collective ass. But Micah was glad that the reporter wasn't much good at his job, and that he went away empty-handed to pursue some story about astronauts. The three of them spent every waking minute together. Before long, Ellen's sister earned an early parole, time served for good behavior. Ellen helped her get reacquainted with life outside the walls. Then Nate moved back in with his mother. After that, it was time to go. Ellen had a new life to get on with, one that now included Micah. For Micah's part, he'd left it all behind, the gun-for-hire work. He had no other skills, but he was willing to learn. They got married in a small chapel in Santa Cruz. They bought a ranch and settled down. Micah wasn't much of a herdsman or a farmer, but still, things had a way of working out. Money flowed to him, easy as water. Some said he had the devil's own luck, if only they knew. They were never far from the Black Rock. At first, they saw themselves as guardians of a sort. Sentinels. It was only a matter of hours to reach it, though neither of them had the smallest desire to make that journey. That place lived deep inside their minds, implacable as a pebble in their shoes. In time, though, they forgot about the rock. Their conscious minds did, anyway. But it twisted away in their underbrains, as such things are wont to. They had a child, their greatest joy. Micah wept the day Petty was born. When she got sick as an infant, he sat up all night beside her crib, rocking her when she cried. And if, as she got older, Petty sensed a distance from her father, well, he was distant with everybody except her mother. He was not cold or unloving with Pet, and he was wildly protective of her. Just, he seemed unable to open himself to her completely, as other fathers might. He carried an inarticulate sorrow that a man of few words was incapable of expressing. Then one morning, Micah's wife, Petty's mother, didn't wake up. Micah rose that morning to find her still sleeping. He got up to make breakfast. He found it strange that she would be asleep, as she was usually up before him. When he came back, she had not woken. He laughed under his breath. He was not a man for laughter, but Ellen could provoke it in him for almost no reason at all, and ate his breakfast alone. Petty woke and dressed and ate and went outside to play. Micah watched her run through the field, the crisp morning light falling through her spread fingers. He went into the bedroom. Ellen was still sleeping. Her chest rose and fell. Her eyeballs zipped around under her lids. There was something profound about her sleep. A seam of worry split Micah's mind. He gripped her shoulder gently. "Ellen?" He shook her. "Ellen?" Her eyes opened then. Relief washed through Micah, but it soon faded. Ellen's eyes were open, yes, but her chest rose and fell with the rhythm of sleep. Her body was warm and vibrating like a tuning fork that had been struck moments ago. Their long waking nightmare began that day. Ellen's eyes would remain open, often for days at a time, but she would not wake up. The doctor tried the standard techniques, loud noises, pinching the flesh between her thumb and forefinger. Nothing. A coma or something like it. Locked-in syndrome. Micah heard the doctor speak this phrase over the phone. The doctor asked questions. Had they been out of the country recently? Had she been bitten by anything? Suffered a bad fall? Eaten some foreign delicacy for the first time? No. Specialists came next. Sleep disorder doctors and nerve disorder doctors and doctors who administered to maladies Micah had never conceived. All useless. Ellen slept with her eyes wide open. She got thinner and thinner. The doctors plugged feeding tubes into her. She developed bed sores. They swelled and burst. Micah dressed them and turned her over often to prevent them from festering. As she rarely blinked, Ellen's eyes would get as dry and tacky as peeled grapes. Micah had a specialist create moisturized eyeball shields made out of breathable fabric. He would put them over Ellen's eyes and keep them wet with a special solution squeezed from an eyedropper. Ellen's sister and Nate moved to the nearest town. There wasn't much they could do. They sat by Ellen's bed and talked to her. They read books out loud. Nate would record himself reading books on cassettes, which Micah would play on the tape player in her room. The doctor said that might work. They said that Ellen might follow a familiar voice up out of the fog. He slept beside her at night. Sometimes she turned to him, one of the moisture pads slipping off the convex of her eyes, staring at him in the moonlight bleeding through the curtains. The light's on, but nobody's home. Or was somebody home? Was Ellen behind those eyes, trapped inside her own skull, screaming to be let out? She did not make a noise on those nights, except sometimes in a whisper so hushed he could barely make it out. She would say, "Please, no. Please, stop." Those words iced his heart. What was happening inside her head? What horrors was she living through? He whispered to her, "Please wake up." But he knew, in a complex chamber of his heart, that she would not, because of him. He had wished this upon her. "My dearest love will never leave me." Had that been it? His wish? It must have been something like that, if not those words exactly. It hadn't been anything expressible in words, anyway, and the creature hadn't needed him to say it. It had simply reached into his heart and plucked it out. "You'd go to pieces. Never leave me." And the creature had delivered, hadn't it? Oh, yes, in full. He wanted Ellen to be with him forever, never leaving his side. That had been his cowardly, heart-sick wish. And so he'd gotten it, lock, stock, and barrel. "I am so sorry," he whispered into her ear. "I never wanted this." And yet he had done it. His wish had put her in that bed, beyond all remedy. He thought about it, going to the Black Rock, asking that thing for Ellen's release. But he had his daughter to consider, and he sensed it didn't work that way. He had to wait, suffer, as Ebenezer and Minerva were surely suffering. That was part of it, perhaps the most crucial part, the suffering. So they lived there, a man and his daughter and the woman they both loved, on the edge of some greater catastrophe that never quite arrived. But Micah understood that someday it would come to drag him back into the fray. And then, one lonely night when the stars shone especially bright, the Black Thing's henchman had come and taken his daughter. Which was when it began all over again, because such things never truly ended, did they? The wheel went around and around. You rode along, and it changed you. You didn't change the wheel. It kept turning and turning until it was time to take that final spin. 3. Fire is the great purifier. The woods came back. The flames died down, and the ashes nourished new life. It was not long before green shoots were pushing through a crackling layer of slag. The shoots became trees and shrubs. The forest thrived as it had before. The woods climbed the hillsides and filled out the valleys in crisp chlorophyll green. Long alleys of undergrowth cast sprawling shadows so dense that it was chilly in their shade on even the warmest summer days. Wildflowers scattered knolls between sweeping boughs of oak and cottonwood. Foxgloves and bracken shone redly in the broad sunshine. Deep thickets and spongy undergrowth sprang up. Bramble and buckthorn and tangled knots of poison oak lay over the ground in heavy abundance, dank and choking. The animals returned in time. The woods teemed with the smallest forms of life at first. The industry of ants, the scuttling of beetles, then the chirp of birds and the scamper of rodents. Soon the animals that made a meal of those lower orders of life returned too, the foxes and possums and lynxes and wolves. Everything grew and spread and became whole again. The shadows stretched, and in them life went on as it always had. The Black Rock was there too. It had been there forever. No living creature approached its sheer cliffs. The animals and even the insects steered clear. Something warned them off. Nothing grew upon the rock or even near it. In the deepest hour of night, a sound could sometimes be heard emanating from it, a prolonged sigh. Was it of contentment or unspeakable pain? Impossible to tell. The Black Rock stood within itself, brooding and implacable. It waited, as it always had, for that wheel to come around again. Part 8. The Return. 1980. 1. Your daddy owes my daddy. The long walker traveled on. Petty followed helplessly, her hand engulfed in its own. The woods are lovely, dark, and deep. That was a line from a poem her mother read to her years ago, before slipping into her big sleep. The trees creaked in a gentle breeze that ruffled the hem of Petty's nightgown. She wasn't cold or hungry or thirsty, though she should be all of those things by now. Here and there the boughs dropped away to give a view of the sky, salted with bright stars. Your daddy owes my daddy. The long walker had told her this at the start of their journey. What had her father done, and to whom? Her dad was a strong and clever man, but she doubted he would double-cross anyone, especially anything that might count the long walker as its son. The long walker spidered up the side of a cliff, its feet finding hidden grooves in the rock. It cradled Petty lovingly. With her ear pressed to its chest, she could hear the strange workings of its insides, a cresting buzz, as if its chest was all honeycombs crawling with wasps. The trees grew sickly and sparse. A huge formation came into view, darker than the night sky, with a density that made her body shrink inside her skin. Was the long walker taking her there? She couldn't even imagine it. I will go crazy, she thought simply. She knew that wasn't how it happened. People didn't go crazy, not all at once. It was something that occurred more slowly. A person starts to hear voices, or she thinks people are looking at her when really they're not. Those worries get worse, and that person slowly slips into insanity. But Petty could see it happening another way, too. A person experiences something so horrible that it tears her brain in half, a crack zigzagging across a frozen river, the black madness pouring in all at once. The trees gave way to a sandy slope leading to the monolithic rock. She tried to jerk her hand out of the Long Walker's grip. It laughed softly at her struggles. "Please," she said, "I don't want to go." 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, it said in a voice Pet recognized as her own mother's. "All good children go to heaven." "Don't!" Her cheeks flushed with anger despite her fear. "Don't you talk like her, you asshole," she said, summoning the vilest word she knew. The Long Walker grinned, perhaps admiring her spunk. The towering shadow of the rock cast over them, even in the dead of night. Coldness seeped off of it, and a faraway sense of panic wormed into her veins. "Have you ever heard a newborn cry as it awakes from a nightmare?" the Long Walker asked. Petty was too stunned by its question to reply. "A newborn, only a few days old," it went on. "They have nightmares, but not as you would understand. Their minds are unformed, as was your own at that age. A newborn baby can still see the world behind the world, you see? The world where my daddy lives, and me, and a few others like us. They can still see us. That's why they scream as they do." Petty swallowed hard. "Because they're scared of you?" "No, precious. Because they don't want us to leave them." They reached a cleft in the rock. The Long Walker guided her inside. It had to stoop to make its way through the dark and twisting cavern. They went deeper and deeper until the light died. The Long Walker was untroubled by the darkness, though. It navigated as if by some kind of sonar, never stumbling, bearing Petty quickly along. There came a faint squishing from overhead, but that quickly dwindled. The mineral smell of the rock invaded Petty's nostrils. She stepped on something that made a metallic rattle under her feet. She caught a glimpse of a child's toy browned with rust. They came to a drop. A rope ladder was rolled up at the ledge, its rungs salted with dust that had accumulated over a period of years. The Long Walker sat, its legs dangling over the edge. It had no need of the ladder. It skinned down the rocks, carrying Petty effortlessly. At the bottom was another tunnel. The Long Walker urged her inside of it. Petty had stopped fighting, realizing it was useless to try. It swept in behind her, its body filling the entire tunnel. She couldn't see a thing, yet she never bumped a wall or hit a dead end. She might as well have been moving through outer space. They crawled for some time. Petty didn't even think she was crawling. She was motionless, her limbs made sluggish with worry, and yet she moved. The Long Walker propelled her forward through some manner of infernal mechanics. She felt as if she were on a moving sidewalk, or had been harnessed to a remorseless winch that was pulling her toward likely nothing she'd ever want to meet. The tunnel emptied into what her senses told her was an enormous vault. The air wasn't as tight, and she got an impression of vastness, as if she'd stepped into a warehouse. But she still couldn't see anything. That was frightening enough. It was like waking in the middle of the night in your bed and waiting for your eyes to adjust. But at least then you're still in your warm bed, in your house, with your parents not far away. Here, she was totally alone. No, there was something else in here. That's what was raising the hackles on her neck, what was making the flesh crawl up her throat. "I'm home, Daddy," the Long Walker danced, limbs swinging and kicking. Home again, jiggity jig." It pranced into the center of the space toward whatever it was that inspired fright to flutter like a bird's wings in Patty's chest. Its body kicked off a weird deep-sea glow, and that's where Petty may as well have been right now, 100 miles under the surface of the deepest sea, hopelessly alone. The light of its body touched the shape of another shape. Petty staggered back with a scream rising in her throat. "I will go crazy in a second," was the thought that rabbited through her mind. "And maybe that's for the best." 2. Micah, Minerva, and Ebenezer set off from the godforsaken cabin before daybreak. Minerva was plagued by worries that its luckless occupant might peel himself from his perch upon the wall and shamble forth, blood sputtering from the severed stump of his neck, to avenge the loss of his head, which was by then a roasted, hatchet-cleaved husk in the stove. They had debated burying the poor man's remains, but that was a problematical proposition, owing to the fact that his body, while indeed headless, was still moving, the legs quivering, the arms spasming against the heavy pelt tacks pierced through his flesh. Even trying to bury a motionless body would tax both their energy and sanity, which was already somewhat on the trembling edge. As such, they regretfully opted to leave him hanging on the wall. Having made their decision, they hunkered down a couple of 100 yards from the cabin. But the proximity was too much for Minerva. She kept hearing the choking, garbled laughter of the hunter's decapitated head as it baked in the stove. She swore that she could overhear his spiteful chuckles spindling up through the tin chimney and atomizing into the air like so much lunacy-inducing smoke. "Let's go," she said to them before dawn had even broken. They walked resolutely. Their bodies ached, joints screaming. They were 15 years older than they'd been the last time they made this trek. The land was unchanged, but they were different. Gray hair, wrinkles, shot nerves. Ebenezer's knee felt as though it had been hollowed out and packed full of fire ants. As the hills grew steeper, Minerva regretted every belt of gut-rot whiskey she'd drunk and every unfiltered cigarette she'd smoked in the interceding years. The fear was what wearied them the most. Fear had a terrible way of getting inside your chest, sucking at you like a vampire until every step became a misery. But the nearer they came to the black rock, the more their pains receded. Exhaustion and thirst and hunger deserted them. Their pace actually picked up. Micah had heard that people who perished of hypothermia felt the same way. Their brains kicked out a powerful narcotic that caused a rosy glow to settle over their minds as their organs froze inside of them. They spoke as they walked. The darkness unlocked their lips. They spoke, if only to drive that blackness away. They raised questions of an unanswerable nature that had dogged them the last 15 years. "What do you think it is?" Minerva asked. "I've always wondered. A demon?" "Mammon," said Ebenezer. "Demon of greed. A minor demon, but even a minor one is cause for alarm, right?" A wan laugh. "No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and mammon. Scripture of Matthew. I saw an old painting in a book. This hunched goblin-y thing. For a while, I thought." They followed the shadowed path. Creatures stirred faintly in the underbrush. "But I don't think so now," Eb went on. "If I believed it was a demon, then I would have to believe in its opposite, in God, the pantheon of angels and all the rest. And despite the fact I see his face every night, or what that thing will have me believe is his face, I do not trust in God's existence." "What about the other thing?" said Minerva. "Old Daddy Longlegs that you lit up like a Roman candle." Ebenezer shrugged. "A familiar, same as a black cat to a witch. What I want to know is why it doesn't leave. Think about it. What it did to all the animals in these woods, what it turned them into, what it must have done to the minds of Amos Flesher and just about everyone else at Little Heaven. It is an immensely powerful entity, is it not?" Neither Minerva nor Micah would dispute it. "So why does it live in that rock?" Eb went on. "Why feed? Is that what it does? Feed? Let's assume so. Why not set up shop someplace where the pickings are more plentiful?" Micah had thought about this too. Perhaps the thing was not so insatiable as Ebenezer suspected. Perhaps it was like a snake. It ate plentifully, dining on the sweetest flesh, on children, as it seemed to have more of an appetite for them than the older, stringier members of our species. Though perhaps it wasn't about the quality of our meat, lamb versus mutton. It was the quality of a child's spirit, its virginal state, versus the corrupted and corroded worldview of an adult. Once it had eaten, it had no need to seek prey again for possibly decades, so long as it had a host like Augustus Preston or Amos Flesher, something to suck on slowly, like an after-dinner mint. If it were to migrate to some more populated place, it might be found out. This thing had been plying its trade for a long time, and this was its happy hunting ground. But there was another possibility, one that had dawned years ago when Micah fleetingly touched those glowing ropes that had borne Augustus Preston aloft. He'd felt such warmth and wonderment in that instant. Those ropes felt heavenly. So perhaps those ropes held both Preston and the thing in thrall. Maybe the black rock wasn't the thing's home. What if it was its prison? The trees bled away. They came to a spot where the foliage grew sparsely, a rough circle of blast. The vegetation was thinner, struggling to thrive. The leaves of the shrubs were a sick shade of off-white, eaten through with disease. They checked up, a signal pinging in their primal brains. "Little heaven," said Minerva. "We're standing on its remains." The diameter of the patch mimicked the size of the compound. Although there was no clear sign that Minerva was correct, they did not see the rusted ribs of the main gate poking up from the grayish dirt, or the flame-scoured remains of the massive crucifix that had once topped the chapel roof. They were each certain of it. Something emanated from the ground, seeping up like poisoned oil, the curdled, blighted miasma of Little Heaven. The fire-eaten bodies of its worshippers stirred in with the earth, their ghostly voices drifting up, lamenting, searching for something, relief, perhaps even revenge. Against whom? Whom could they pin their blame on except themselves? Or had their souls ascended heavenward at the moment of their death, as Amos Flesher must have promised? Had they died in a state of grace? Micah and Ebenezer followed Minerva across the circle of barren ground. The wind scudded at their heels, raising cones of dust. Quite suddenly, Minerva had to tamp down the powerful urge to cry. She swiped her cheeks, certain her fingers would come away wet with tears, but they were dry as bone, dry as the cracked earth under her boots. "I'm sorry," she said, though she could not say for whom this apology was meant. They entered the thicker tree line at the edge of the perimeter. They felt it sucking at their spines, the grieving, implacable tug of Little Heaven, its grim memories, its souls interred beneath the sun-baked dirt, until that tension released, freeing them with an almost audible sigh. "How do we know the world isn't full of such things?" said Ebenezer later. "What things?" said Minerva. Ebenezer stared up at the sky, pricked with guttering stars. "A man descends into madness, a family goes missing, a backwoods religious compound burns to ashes. How do we know that the cause is earthly? Known? Often we never find out, but we tell ourselves it must be so, because to invite other possibilities is to invite madness into our hearts, isn't it?" They walked for quite some time in silence, pondering this. Ebenezer had exhausted his capacity for speech. He dragged his leg behind him like a curse. "There's one thing I've always wondered, Shug," Minerva said. Micah made a questioning grunt. "When we were all there in the rock, you menacing it with the knife like you were going to hack it to pieces," Minerva said. "This is weird to say, it being so small and weak-looking and all, but did you get the impression it was all that scared, really?" This had occurred to Micah as well. At the time, he had believed it was frightened, the way it flinched and mewed. But over the years, he had come to wonder if it had merely been pretending. How could anything like that have any fear of man? Perhaps it had been an act, one facet of the grand game it had played with them all. "I cannot say." "Because it's not weak, is it?" said Minerva. "Not at all. Christ, it won't let me die. It won't even let God take me, or the devil." "I have a theory about that," Ebenezer said. "What if its power over you is directly influenced by how close you draw to it? Picture a nuclear reactor with a leak. If you're 10,000 miles away, you feel nothing. If you're right next to it, if you stick your hand into it, then you're dead. The closer you get, the more power it has over you. You carry that sickness the rest of your life, okay. But in order for you to truly be at its mercy, you'd have to enter the black rock." Minerva nodded, accepting this. "Why did it grant us those wishes, then? Because it knew they would cause us more pain than not granting them?" Neither Micah nor Ebenezer answered her. The truth seemed all too plain. They hiked until the trees thinned out. The creatures that had plagued them all those years ago, the ones that had torn off Terry Redhill's head and Ebenezer's ear, that had ended Otis Langtree's and Charlie Fairweather's lives, were not in evidence. They had no use under present circumstances. Micah and the others were making their way to their master's lair willingly, if not eagerly. Dawn began to gloss the horizon. They staggered, their legs failing, and then, quite suddenly, they were there. The gray sand, impaling sky, the black rock. "Dipolo," Micah said. "There was a house made of dawn. It was made of pollen and of rain, and the land was very old and everlasting. There were many colors on the hills, and the plain was bright with different-colored clays and sands." Ebenezer and Minerva looked at him, confused. "Read that somewhere," he said. "Exact opposite of this." They rounded the face of the rock, where it sheared on a 90-degree scaling. It was the same as ever, towering, featureless, obsidian. There were no crags or outcroppings where birds might build nests, but then it would seem an unwise choice for any living thing to dwell upon it. The rock was cold, though the day itself was heating up. A chill radiated off it, as if the coils of a refrigerator were humming behind a quarter-inch of stone. The polished surface reflected their features with a funhouse mirror warp. They somehow looked younger in that shadowy reflection, as if their old selves were trapped in there too. In many ways that was true, as a part of them had never left this place. They hiked around the sheer obsidian angles, and in time they reached the cleft. Though it was now daytime, the sun was blanketed by thick gray clouds. But even if the sun had been shining at full wattage, its light would not have penetrated far inside the rock. Micah unpacked the last of his gear. He lit the kerosene lantern and tested his flashlight. He patted his pocket to make sure his buck knife was still there. He shouldered his backpack again. Minerva noticed him wince under its weight. "You can stay out here," he said to them. "Shut up," Minerva said. "You know damn well we can't, so quit saying it." "We can't," Ebb said. "You can," said Minerva. Ebb seemed to consider taking her up on the offer, but ultimately he shook his head. "In for a penny," he said, squinting up at the sky. That old smell, the smell of living decay, hit their noses the moment they entered the cavern. Darkness swiftly closed over them. The lantern threw wavering shadows on the smooth, dripping rock walls. Their footsteps made no sound. They could have been stepping across an enormous wet sponge. They were filled with terror, as stark as the silvery flash of minnows in a dark pool. But they had no choice. They had surrendered that choice years ago. "Ohms," Micah said at one point. He held the lantern above his head. Its light fled up to a domed ceiling, bubbled within the rock. "There were ohms up there last time." "The hell are those?" said Minnie. "Salamanders of a sort," he said. "Thousands of them. White ones." Minnie said, "Well, ain't it a crying shame they're gone?" Micah managed to smile. If this had an endgame feeling to it, and yes, it surely did, then why not have a few laughs before the curtain came down? They reached the ledge. The darkness yawned. The rope ladder was still there, rolled up right where Micah had left it. The strangest thing. He remembered watching Ellen climb it 15 years ago, the backs of her legs trembling in exertion. He recognized that some part of her must still be here, too. Micah kicked the ladder over the edge. Its rungs clattered against the stone as it unfurled. They climbed down. Ebenezer stopped halfway, his knuckles white on the rope, breathing in short dog-like pants. "I'm okay," he said, to himself more than to the other two. "I'm not, actually, but that's okay. That's perfectly acceptable." They clustered in the basin facing the tunnel mouth. A sound emanated from it, a languorous exhale, as if the rock itself were breathing. Their faces were pale, and sweat stung in the lantern's light. Micah unshouldered his pack and put it on backward so that it hung from his chest. He crawled in first, holding the lantern. The tunnel was peppered with other holes, both small and large, holding teeming knots of darkness. Not a goddamn thing had changed. It was like crawling through an old dream that got progressively worse, narrowing to a perfect speck of darkness, the center of the nightmare. The kids, Micah thought. We saved them. They would still be down here otherwise. That is the only change. They are not here. That is a good difference. "Oh, but wait," whispered a silky, devious voice in his ear. "Some of them are still here, aren't they?" The tunnel ended. One by one they crawled out and stood within the great, dark vault. Micah set the lantern down and shrugged off his pack. He found his flashlight and swept it through the inky. "No," was all he heard Minnie say. One word flatly stated, her voice full of horror. 3. 15 years, 1/5 of the average human lifespan, give or take. Yet time tended to behave oddly. It was never static, and people felt it differently depending on circumstance. For a child squirming in his desk on the last day of school, those final minutes before the bell rang could seem endless. When that same boy passed through adulthood to old age, those same minutes could pass without his knowing. 15 years. For the Reverend Amos Flesher, they must have been an eternity. He hung in a web of scintillating red ropes. His body had shrunken and seized up. His feet, which had once touched the ground, now dangled nearly a foot above it. His skin was as brown and dry and moistureless as a chunk of liver forgotten in the back of a freezer. He looked somehow wooden. His toes were curled and hooked upward in grisly curlicues, like awful genie shoes. His lips had thinned away to transparencies, his teeth brown and cracked. The fretwork of ropes creaked softly, like the hull of an old Spanish galleon on the night sea. Micah swept the flashlight past this horrible sight, moving left. His breath caught. Pet. His daughter stood behind the Reverend, motionless, her face crawling with dread. Micah stepped toward her. The flashlight disclosed another shape behind her, its fingers curled possessively on Petty's shoulder, its upper body swathed in darkness. The big thing, the flute player. Daddy, please. Micah could not tell if it was his daughter who had spoken or the thing behind her. It was an uncanny mimic, as he recalled. He held up his hands in surrender. She is all I want. Ass, gas, or grass, the big thing said in his daughter's voice. Nobody rides for free, Daddy-o. Micah nodded. Instinctively, he knew what to do. He pulled the knife from his pocket and unfolded the blade. He approached the Reverend. The slit in his back, the one Shugru had carved into it all those years ago, was still wet, still weeping. Gingerly, Micah touched the tip of the knife to its edge. A membrane burst, spilling noxious nectar down the Reverend's flesh. The smell was that of a cracked-open coffin. Micah glanced at Amos's face, wondering if any of this was registering. The Reverend's eyelids were fissured with tiny, dry cracks that seemed on the verge of ripping open, spilling his eyeballs down his cheeks. Micah turned his attention back to the slit. He drew the blade across it, severing the protective sac. Something turned inside the wound, fat and slug-like. The sight was reminiscent of a cat stretching itself on a warm windowsill. Micah, what are you? Minerva said somewhere behind him. The thing began to push itself out forcefully, with hard flexes and shoves. The Reverend shook helplessly. A second rip spread across his abdomen, and a desiccated loop burped through the split. His crotch, which was essentially sexless by now, just a flaccid, free-hanging tube, like a spent condom, and a terribly distended and elongated sack with a pair of BBs rolling around inside, swayed lewdly, parodically. Micah stumbled back, the sight so overwhelming that his knees buckled, fear rushing through his brain as the thing muscled its way out with determined thrusts. And the other thing, its helpmate, laughed, the same way his daughter did at Scooby-Doo and Scrappy on the Saturday morning cartoons. The thing slid out of the Reverend's back and landed on the floor. At nearly the same instant, the ropes mooring the Reverend let go. The Reverend fell gracelessly and crumpled to the floor in a boneless heap. Then Amos Flesher began to shriek. His screams drilled through the air and ricocheted off the walls. They started out hoarsely, his vocal cords seized from disuse, but built to a lung-rupturing pitch. They were the gibbering bleats of a lunatic, a madness so profound it was all but unimaginable. "No, Daddy!" he squealed as he bucked and writhed on the stone. "You don't love me anymore! You don't love me! Never stop loving me!" Micah was overcome with pity. Amos Flesher was a devil, the cruelest man he had ever encountered, and he had run across many in his lifetime. But to see him there, naked and wizened as he shuddered on the floor with a kind of horrid, lascivious glee, Micah wanted to do something, if only to shut him up and end his misery, but he could not. He was completely paralyzed. The Reverend's hands, brown and sinewy and hooked into talons, danced in the air. His legs moved, as if he was trying to climb an invisible staircase. He began to rip at his wasted body. His skin tore all too easily. Chunks of his chest and arms ripped free like enormous scabs. He screamed and laughed until he ran out of breath and began to gag helplessly as his hands rose to his face, scrabbling at his cheeks and nose and finally his eyes, which burst dryly, like spore bags releasing splintered puffs of matter. "Daddy!" he mewled, crawling blindly toward the thing that had lived inside of him for 15 years, feeding on him in some terrible way, wrecking him in a manner no human should have to experience. "Please, oh please don't leave me, Daddy!" He scrabbled toward the wet pink baby thing, moaning and spluttering. The big thing left Petty's side. It strode forward, and with quick, methodical ease, it stepped on the Reverend Amos Flesher's skull. A sickening crunch. The Reverend's reed-like legs jittered, then they quit moving. Micah waited, his breath whinnying out of him. When the big thing did not move, he took a wide berth around the squirming baby thing and went to his daughter. The big thing knelt, fingering the remains of Flesher's broken skull case. The Reverend's brain was pale and dry, leached of moisture, like some kind of cheap crumbled cheese. Micah knelt in front of Petty, inspecting her for injuries. "Did it hurt you?" She shook her head. She seemed both alert and hazy at once, as though trapped in a very vivid dream she was helpless to wake from. "Are you okay?" "Are you here?" she said. "Really here?" "You are not dreaming, Pet. I am here." "I'm scared." "Me too. More than you can imagine." "It said you owed its daddy. What do you owe, Dad?" "Everything, Pet. Everything I can possibly give." Micah turned to the things, the father and its doting son. "I know what you want, but you have to let them all go." The big thing squatted beside the baby. For some time they held a silent palaver. "What if we want everything?" the big thing finally said. "You do not want them," Micah said evenly. "You never did." The two things conferred further. The big thing appeared to chuckle. "Yes," it said. "Just one of you will do." "And you must lift the curse. Take it back." A smile touched the corners of the big thing's mouth. "Curse? My father should be outraged. Was it not exactly what you wished for?" Micah said nothing. In time, the big thing nodded. "As you wish. My father is merciful." Micah turned to Ebenezer and Minerva. "Take her," he said. "Quickly." "Micah, no," said Minerva. "What are you—" Micah turned away. He couldn't stand to look at them. He had known from the outset that it would come to this. He had realized, in the deepest, most honest chamber of his heart, that it would have to end like this. It was the only way. The creature would take all of them, or it would take Micah alone. But Micah had to give himself willingly, and he knew the thing wanted him so badly. For he was surely the only member of his species who had ever caused it true fear, true pain in its vast and fearsome life. Micah turned back to confront his daughter's agonized face. He hugged Pet tightly. With her arms pinned to her sides, she was too surprised to return it. He felt the heat of her body and the rapid beat of her heart. He tried to imprint it in his mind, her warmth, her innocence, all the love pouring out of him into her. "I love you, Pet." She shimmered before him. "I love you so much. And your mother, of course, more than anything on earth. You be sure to tell her that, okay? You tell her how much I love you both. Will you do that?" His daughter nodded obediently. He wondered if she had any idea of just how much he loved her. Does a child ever understand the irrational, endless love of a parent? "Go then," he said, "and do not ever come back. Do you hear me?" "No, Daddy. I won't go without you." "It cannot be any other way, my love. You do not understand, but you have to trust me. I am begging you." Minerva and Ebenezer stood in the sputtering light of the lantern. Micah appealed to them next. "Go, now. What in hell's name are you waiting for?" "We can't just—" Minerva started. Micah stilled her with a look. She knew, too, as did Ebenezer. This was the only possible way. The cards were stacked against them. Those cards had begun to stack the moment Micah had accepted Ellen Belhaven's request to take her to Little Heaven, to find her missing nephew. Micah tried to let go of his daughter. His arms wouldn't unlock. He wanted to hold her forever, but he had to let go. His arms wrapped around her, the comfort he felt with her in his hands. His hands. He saw them now in the flickering lantern light, hard, calloused. A killer's hands. At first he hadn't wanted to hold Petty when she was an infant. This memory came to him clear as spring water. He had been afraid that some of his evilness might invade her tiny body. But he sensed a change in himself the moment she was born, right in his very atoms. His arms, his hands, his entire body was changing in subtle ways in order to accept this sweet burden he'd been given. She fits perfectly in my hands, he remembered thinking when the doctor gave her to him. They have shaped themselves to her without my even knowing. He let his daughter go. It was the hardest thing he'd ever had to do. Go, my pet. No, the girl screamed, clutching at him. The big thing chuckled, enjoying the touching family moment. We can accommodate, too, it said. You will have to take her, Micah pleaded with Ebenezer and Minnie. Please. They grabbed his daughter's arms. Her screams intensified as they dragged her away, legs kicking wildly. Ebenezer whispered something into her ear. At that, Petty stopped kicking. Her eyes shone in the dim, the brightest spots in the chamber. I love you, Daddy, was all she said. Blow me a kiss, darling. She did. He watched it float through the dark air, then reached out and snatched it. Micah put his daughter's last kiss in his pocket. Thank you, baby. I will need it. They left him, Petty trembling, still disbelieving, her body limp as a wrung dish rag. Minerva followed her, stunned and softly weeping. Ebenezer was last. He departed with a terse but compassionate nod. The three of them crawled into the tunnel. The big thing followed them out, leaving Micah with its daddy. Micah exhaled. He pulled himself together. He unbuttoned his shirt in the flickering glow of the lantern. The baby made gluttonous sucking sounds. His hand trembled as he stretched the skin of his stomach taut. Old flesh, wasn't it? It had felt a lot, carried him through so much. It bore the nicks and scrapes of its service. It is not an easy thing, stabbing oneself. Micah had scarcely considered how it ought to be done, never having harbored those thoughts. Fast and declarative seemed best. Cut fast, cut deep. Micah heard the rope ladder banging against the rock as Petty and the other two climbed up it. Go on, baby. Keep going. Never look back. He hissed through his teeth as the knife slid into his belly. He jerked the blade across in a straight and bitter line. His flesh readily opened up. He dropped to his knees, swooning as blood soaked into his waistband. Deep enough? He sensed the thing would have its own methods of opening him up. A delicate touch on his shoulder. A red rope had descended from the ceiling to alight upon him. It wasn't painful. The warmest kiss. He batted it away. That couldn't happen yet. He had one final task to complete. He dragged his bleeding body over to his backpack and rooted inside. His hands closed around the brick-like object he'd carried many miles. He pulled it out. The baby issued a quizzical burble. Micah had purchased it from an acquaintance from his bad old days. He'd purchased it before heading off to find Ebenezer, meeting the man in a parking garage and paying in cash. Such transactions should carry no trace. The man he had bought it from asked no questions regarding its usage. Men like the seller made it their business to proffer product without moral consequence. He only told Micah that it was enough to do the trick, which had sounded about right to Micah. He turned to the baby, showed it what he was holding. I hope, he said laboredly, you are not afraid of enclosed spaces. Daddy! The long walker shrieked. Petty, who was up the ladder by then, although her progress had been slowed by her tears, looked down at the thing, which stood at the bottom of the basin watching as they ascended. Pet was startled by the childish pitch of its voice. Its huge moonface was split in a rictus of rage, the expression of something that had been tricked most awfully. It turned and fled back into the tunnel, its huge legs sawing through the dark air. Move, Minnie said to Petty. As fast as you can, little girl. 7 sticks of TNT wired together in a bundle. How many seconds do you want me to rig the timer? This was the question the man Micah had bought it from had asked. A cheap plastic egg timer, the kind you'd find in kitchens all across America, was wired to the fuses and strapped to the dynamite with duct tape. 3 seconds, Micah told him. 3? Jesus, man. That's not nearly enough time to run clear of the explosion. That's barely enough time to blow your nose. 3, Micah said again. Micah twisted the knob on the egg timer as the baby thing watched him. He could sense its worry, though perhaps it was faking again. It began to hiss menacingly as it crawled toward him. In the lantern's glow, Micah at last got a sense of its true shape. The light shone through its fatty covering to display a network of brachial and spiny limbs. It moved quickly, its nails clickety-clacking on the rock. Its voice filled his skull. "Oh, no, no, don't you dare, do not dare!" Micah could hear the other thing coming now, too. He pictured its mouth opened in a tortured leer as it raced through the tunnel to protect its precious father. It was getting closer, steaming toward him. You had to be calm in the cut. That was the key. You had to hold your mud for that extra half-second, even with the hammers of hell pounding down on you. Everything hubbed on that. It really did. If you acted too soon, you could lose it all. The big thing tore into the chamber, its body billowing up and out to blot the lantern's light. Micah waited until it was fully inside. Then he hurled the TNT down the tunnel it had just vacated. He turned to face them, the baby's fleshy face twisted in rage. The big thing stood, rooted, momentarily perplexed. Micah opened his hands to them as blood sheeted down his stomach. "Sorry, fellas, but it had to be done." Micah wore a blissful smile. He looked less threatening when he smiled. So much less the badass. Ellen always said he ought to smile more often. And right now he did. For her. The explosion roared out of the cavern. A hail of black dust and rock splinters shotgunned from the cleft to spray the sand in a wide radius. Minerva and Ebb and Petty were clear of the blast zone by then. They stood three abreast, staring gape-jawed as more dust and rubble sifted from the cavern. They could hear the rock giving way as the interior began to cave in. "No," Minerva whispered. "Micah, oh, Micah, what did you do?" Micah came to sometime later. He was still alive. It came as a shock, not an entirely welcome one under the circumstances. The lantern continued to burn. Squinting, he could see it was partially covered in a coating of black, coal-like dust. Someone had scraped some of the dust off and relit it. He saw chunks of stone on the floor, their jagged contours swimming in the light of the lantern. A fine haze of soot hung in the air. He looked down at himself. The edges of his gaping stomach wound were crusted with the same black soot. The ragged, bumpy edges looked like a dog's gums. The smell of explosives was sharp in his nose. But he was still alive. The chamber was still here. It had not caved in. "Naughty boy." The voice sent a spike of panic through him. "You must be punished." He rolled onto his side. The tunnel was gone. In its place, a solid fall of rock, a few chunks of which had rolled across the chamber's floor. So it had worked. He was dimly amazed that the cavern hadn't collapsed around him. But this thing had immense power, so it was not absurd to think it had found a way to protect its lair from the blast. At least Micah had sealed them all inside. He stood dazedly. He couldn't see anything past the apathetic light shed by the lantern. He flinched as something touched his shoulder. A red rope had descended from the ceiling to lick at his flesh. He did not fight it this time. It felt too good. The ropes spooled down in great multitudes, all with shining inner cores. They attached to his flesh and gently lifted him up. He almost laughed, even as the blood sheeted down him. Such a delightful sensation. They held him in a loving embrace. He could not move. In that moment, he didn't want to. The lantern light fell upon the big thing, which had moved into a corner. It produced a flute, which it raised to its lips. The flute made no sound, but the big thing danced anyway, legs kicking and feet shuffling, happy in whatever way it could be. The baby mewled somewhere behind Micah. It, too, had survived the blast. Of course it had. Micah heard it slapping closer to him, though he could not chart its approach. A chill raced through his body when a cold tongue brushed his calf. He flinched, unable to help it. "No," he thought. "Do not get weak-kneed already. It will get worse." His eyes fell upon the Reverend's body covered in a dusting of black soot. So much worse. The big thing had stopped playing its flute. It seemed to bear Micah no ill will for the explosion that had trapped it here. Perhaps it could get out easily enough. Perhaps a few tons of blown-apart rock and the lack of breathable air meant nothing to it. The thing stared at him in the fluttering light. "It must be said you are strong," it said in obvious appreciation. "Stronger than any of your kind we have encountered." The baby made a gargling rasp, a note of agreement. Something coiled around Micah's ankle and constricted mercilessly. "That does not matter, does it?" Micah asked. The big thing shook its head almost sadly. "Time and pressure will split the strongest rock," it said distantly. "In fact, time alone is sufficient." The baby slid between Micah's spread legs. In the lantern's light, which was now dying out, Micah noted with worry, it didn't resemble a baby at all. It was much older and more unspeakable. His eyes couldn't grasp the true shape of it, or didn't want to. His gaze skated off its awfulness, shying from it like a nervous horse. It began to mount him. Micah moaned. He couldn't help himself. The big thing retreated to the far side of the chamber. A chalice had been grooved into the rock. It folded its enormous body into that indentation, tucking its legs up to its chin. It closed its eyes and went still, a toy in a cupboard waiting for its owner to take it out and play with it again. The lantern's flame blew sideways, frayed by an unfelt wind. It would go out soon. Micah was terrified at the thought of being alone in the dark with this thing. The light made it slightly less maddening. Would he die when the air ran out? He hoped to God it would be so. The thing had reached his knee now. Its body was wet and hard like a naked tendon. It made a snuffling noise that a dog might make, rooting for scraps under a dinner table. This, too, almost made Micah laugh. Instead, he cried. He realized he'd actually been doing this on and off for some time. It was of no matter. He could cry all he liked. The flame whoomped and sputtered, the kerosene nearly gone. The thing was slipping inside of him now. It didn't hurt so bad. The red ropes might have something to do with that. He didn't dare look, but he could hear his insides shifting with a soft squelch. He took a few hiccuping inhales, the sort a boy makes before he dunks his head under water to see how long he can hold his breath. "Oh, God," he thought wildly. "Please let them be safe. Please let them live without wandering, without too much burden, without. The lantern's light winked out. Darkness overtook him. In that darkness, a voice. "Shall we begin?" Epilogue. Homecoming, 1980. 1. Ellen Shagrew re-entered her own body at 5 minutes past 10 on the morning her daughter returned home. She would never remember the dreams she was roused from. All that remained was a sense of darkness and the incessant fluttering of wings. And inside that swirling turbulence, her husband's calm and ever-present voice. Without. She did not crack her eyelids. As usual, her eyes were already open. Ellen simply fled back into consciousness, like a person flung out of a mine shaft. The sunlight streaming through the window was so powerful, she let out a pained hiss. She blinked. Mother of Christ, that hurt. Her eyelids grated against her eyeballs like fine grit sandpaper, causing tears to flood down her cheeks. When was the last time she'd slept in late enough to have the sun wake her? It was her habit to be up before dawn. Had she had a few drinks with Micah last night? Her head throbbed like an abscessed tooth. A wave of guilt swept over her. Here she was lying in bed with a hangover, while Petty was up and no doubt wondering why her mother was still lollygagging in bed. Didn't they have something this morning? Ellen struggled to recall. A piano lesson? Soccer practice? Or... Her sister came into the bedroom. Sherry's hands fluttered up to her mouth. Her eyes were wide with shock. Something was wrong. Ellen realized this all at once. Her sister shouldn't look that damn old. Sherry, Lord, she was an old biddy. Her sister's hands were bony, the skin stretched tight over the bones. The fine lines at the edges of Sherry's eyes had become deeply trenched crow's feet. "Are you?" Sherry said, awestruck. "Ellen, are you awake?" "Why the hell wouldn't I be awake? I know I slept in a bit, but let's not make a capital case out of it." This was what Ellen was going to say, but when she tried to speak, her voice was a papery rasp. Her mouth was dry as dust. Her vocal cords felt rusty, a bit like an engine in a junkyard that had seized up from disuse. She groaned and rolled onto her back. "Oh, that hurt too. Fuck a duck." She tried to sit up. Couldn't. She nearly laughed. How weird. Her muscles were slack. She managed to lift her arm off the coverlet. She would have screamed, were she capable. Her arm was a fleshless stick. Christ, what the hell had happened to her? Who had stolen her life, her body? "Calm down," she heard Sherry saying. "It's going to be okay." Hands shaking, Sherry picked up the phone on the dresser and worked the rotary dial. "Doctor, it's Sherry Belhaven. She's awake." Shaking, nodding her head violently. "I don't know. I just came in and she's up. Okay. Yep. She hung up. "The doctor's going to be here soon. You need to keep your eyes open, Elle. Please, just keep your eyes open. Stay awake." "What are you so worked up about?" Ellen wanted to ask, resisting the urge to panic. "I don't feel the least bit tired. I've had a full night's rest. The sleep of the damned, it feels like." A 20-something man came into the bedroom. Ellen wanted to snatch the covers up, feeling somehow naked, but her arms wouldn't obey. The boy was handsome and trim with sandy hair. He was staring at her in disbelief. Aunt Ellen? No, it couldn't be. Nate? Nate wasn't old enough to drive a car or smoke cigarettes. This couldn't be her nephew. It was someone else, an imposter. Someone was playing a filthy, mean-spirited trick on... Ellen experienced a sickening whiplash sensation. Just how the hell long had she been asleep? "The doctor wants you to sit up," Sherry said. "Nate and me are going to help you up, okay? Now, this might hurt a little." Ellen managed to nod. Fear was crawling over her scalp now. Not fear of falling asleep. She wasn't sure she'd ever fall asleep again. But fear at how much time was gone from her, this terrible sense of loss, of her life having been snatched away from her. "What time is it?" she rasped at her sister, then suddenly terrified. "What day is it? Where's Petty? Where's Micah? Why weren't they here?" Sherry gripped her right arm and shoulder. Nate gripped her left. As gently as they could, they sat her up and rested her against the headboard. The pain was monstrous. Her muscles were atrophied, her body horribly shrunken. She became aware of a fungal, unwashed smell. It took a few moments before she recognized it as her own. She boggled at the wrecked canvas of her body, the lower half of it mercifully hidden under the sheets. Propped up, she could see out the window, the front yard with its barren flower beds. The sun glinted off the mailbox at the base of the long graveled drive. Squinting, she watched a car approach. A big bastard, Cadillac. Her chest jogged as she tried to laugh again. Had Micah bought himself a caddy? That wasn't like him at all. Next he'd be stepping out in rhinestone cowboy boots. The car pulled into the driveway. Her heart took a funny hop as a vision flashed through her mind. Impossible to grip. A premonition, the tarot card readers would call it. "Oh, please," she thought as the car doors swung open. "Oh, please, please." Minerva threw the transmission into park. Petty remained asleep in the back seat. Her face was wrenched in a troubled expression, as if the girl was suffering through a night terror. "Hey," Minerva said, reaching back to give her a gentle shake. "Thanks for giving us directions. We're home now, honey." The girl woke up. Her face smoothed out, serene. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. "I was dreaming." "Oh, yes?" Ebenezer said. "Not a pleasant dream?" She stared at him in confusion. "I don't remember." "Could be that's your good fortune, my dear." The three of them sat in the car with the engine ticking down. "Thank you," Petty said finally, "for coming to get me." They opened the doors and stepped out. The day was warm, considering the season. Petty walked toward the house in bare feet, the hem of her nightgown swishing around her ankles. "Are you coming?" Ebenezer said, "In a minute, dear. You go on in. You have been missed." Petty turned back to the house. "Hey," Minerva called to her. "You know how much your father loves you, don't you?" The girl turned again and nodded. "Where is he?" Minerva wondered if she was already forgetting, the same way Minerva had heard the survivors of Little Heaven had forgotten. Could be so. Maybe that was the best and only way of soldiering on. "He's coming, I'm sure," Minerva said, meeting Petty's questioning gaze directly. Was it a lie or a hopeful truth? She had no idea. Minerva and Ebenezer walked toward the house in tandem. She said, "You figure that was his intention all along?" "Micah, you mean," said Eb. To have it just be him? She nodded. Ebenezer kicked a pebble. I have no idea. His aims weren't always easy to assess. He did save us. Yes. You figure we're worth saving? Eb smiled. Not really, but maybe he thought so. And his daughter was at stake, too. He was limping badly. Minerva slowed down to let him keep pace. Do you think he's dead? She asked. After all that, I can't see how it could be otherwise. Ebenezer went silent a moment. I hope so. I'll pray it was so. Minerva nodded. I don't know if I can just leave him back there, though, Eb. Not without knowing for sure. Now it was Eb's turn to nod. Yes, we may have to go back. I cannot believe I'm saying that, but Ellen might force the issue. If she ever wakes up. Yes, if. I think I can die now, Minerva said suddenly. I feel it, you know? Of any old thing, a bloody nose, a bee sting. So does that mean you want to die, milady? She turned her face up to the sky. The sun was uncommonly bright today. I'm going to have to think about it. He clapped her on the back. Think long and hard, my dear. Hetty stepped into the bedroom. Oh, my little girl, was all Ellen could think. Oh, my baby, where have you gone? Hetty threw herself on the bed. She grabbed Ellen fiercely round her threadbare waist. Gentle baby girl, your old mom's not the woman she once was. Where have you been, Mom? Hetty asked. Where have I been? Ellen croaked, noticing the dirtied hem of her daughter's nightgown. Where have you been? They shared a look, one that said, I don't know where I've been, but I'm so happy to be back. Sherry and Nate stood with gobsmacked grins on their faces. Ellen's gaze carried over to the window. Two figures were walking up the drive. She recognized them dimly. She had the sense of knowing them from long ago, as friends perhaps, although soldiers was the word that skated across her mind. These were people she had been in some terrible battle with, the exact nature of which she could no longer recall. The woman turned her face up to the sky to drink in the sunlight. She smiled and said something to the man, who patted her on the back hard enough to raise a plume of dust off her clothing. Put my arm around you, Pet, she said. I can't lift it at the moment. Petty took her mother's arm and draped it over her shoulder. It lay there like a bit of driftwood. It was okay. The feeling would come back eventually. Only one thing was missing. Come back to me, Micah. For Christ's sake, you come back. It came to her then. A second premonition, but much worse this time. A hellish snapshot from her buried past, walled off behind an impenetrable barrier her mind had constructed to keep it from doing any further harm. A black rock, a monolithic buzzing, the spiteful laughter of children, and a presence deep within that rock, cold and vile and relentless. She recoiled, then she began to cry. The sobs racked her frame in painful waves, but she was unable to stop. She hadn't cried with such ardency since she was a girl. What's the matter, Mom? She heard Pet say. I don't know, baby. I don't know. 2. Hell is a box. Micah hung in emptiness, no top or bottom, all darkness. He had surrendered all memory of his body. Eventually, he would surrender everything else, too. His sanity, his humanity, even his name. This certainty rested easily within him. Dipolo. There was a house made of dawn. It was made of pollen and of rain, and the land was very old and everlasting. There were many colors on the hills, and the plain was bright with different colored clays and sands. He tried to hang on to this, among a few other things. That image, a house made of dawn, and the shape of his wife's mouth, and the warmth of his daughter's body pressed to his. But it was so goddamn hard. It was all fading, all failing, taking him with it. What do we truly know of hell? The thing nested contentedly within him. It pulled, a slow, remorseless withdrawal. Sometimes he tried to fight back, not physically, as he had irrevocably lost that control, but he would wall off his mind and think at it. Think good thoughts, affirming ones. The thing seemed to enjoy Micah's feistiness. Time alone will split the strongest rock. While his mind was still intact, Micah dwelled. Such was some men's nature, as it was his. He reflected that this thing inside of him called out to evil men, or it called out to the evilness in men, which was essentially the same thing. It drew in those like Augustus Preston and Amos Fletcher. Perhaps over the course of its history it had drawn dozens more, and now it had drawn Micah into its web. What did that mean? Was Micah as evil as those others had been? There was abundant evidence to support that argument. He had killed his fellow man without mercy, and at times without cause. Old men, young men, yes, even children. And yet, deep below, house made of dawn. My Father's house has many rooms, each more splendorous than the last. Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. It's all so goddamn fragile, your life and the thread you carry it on. The more love you carry, the more stress you put on that thread, the better chance it will snap. But what choice do any of us have? You take on that love, because to live without it is to exist as half a person. You give that love away because it is in you to give, not out of a desire for recompense. And you keep loving, even when the world cracks open and reveals a black hole where all that love can get swallowed. He had a sense of the thing inside him now. It was distilled evil, vast, unknowable. But it was elementally itself, as it always had been. The wasp stings, the jackal bites. That is the nature of those creatures, just as evil was this thing's nature. Could anything be faulted for its nature? I forgive you, he sometimes thought. This angered the thing to no end. It would shift within him, sending out needlefish of pain, but it was worth it. Other times he was able to cast his mind out of the black rock, only for a few seconds before the thing caught him and reeled him back. It had become harder to do the more the thing fed upon him. In time he would not be able to do it at all. But for now, if he marshaled all his will, he was still able to make that flight. He pictured it as a jump. He coiled and sprang. His unconscious fled out of his body, up through the black rock to its peak. It was like swimming up through suffocating oil. He broke through into the clean sunshine, fresh air, birds trilling. And he could hear her. Petty, his daughter. He could hear her, the wild, reckless laughter of youth, and whatever was left of him swelled to bursting. Was evil a static commodity? He wondered this too. Perhaps there was no more or less evil on earth now than there had ever been. It was like any other element. You could not manufacture any more of it than already existed. It got passed around from body to body, from death to new life. We all inherited a little bit of it. He had seen plenty of it, in the eyes of the men he'd fought beside in the war, and in the eyes of the men he'd killed afterward. He'd seen it in his own eyes in the mirror. This being the case, perhaps it was not possible to erase evil from the lives of those you care for. All you could do was hope to divert it away from your loved ones, focusing it on another, equally profound evil. Failing that, you take it on yourself. Take that bullet, even if you have to take it for 100 years. Evil was fundamentally weak. Micah understood that now. It was cowardly and dreary, and it sought the darkest spaces between the beams to make its home. I forgive you for what you are, he thought at the thing. Needlefish. Needlefish. Still worth it. Micah Shagru hung in emptiness, curling the remains of his mind around the sound of his daughter's laughter, defending it like a mother bear protecting her cub in the deepest, blackest reaches of her den. Sooner or later the thing would snatch this from him as well. He could already feel it slipping through his fingers, and with it the most essential element of his soul. But until then, he would nurse it, bite and claw and scrape to keep hold of it. My name is Micah Shagru, he thought. I have sinned, I have committed great awfulness, but I am loved. I live with my wife and daughter in a house made of dawn. The house is made of pollen and rain and laughter. Pollen and rain. And rain. Rain.
Little Heaven, a novel, was written by Nick Cutter and read by Corey Brill. Editing and post-production by Fen Eichner. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Little Heaven, a novel, is available in print from Gallery. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, The Deep by Nick Cutter, read by Corey Brill.